In this video, I started out with $0, a lawnmower, and a truck, and now I have the challenge of building a profitable landscaping business from scratch. But there's a twist. I only have a year to do it. This is season 2, so will I make it big or will I go broke? Stay tuned to find out. And if you guys enjoy content like this and you want to see more, be sure to subscribe and drop on a like helps too. Anyway, let's go build a business. Well, boys, it is just past 8 a.m. and I have spent my last $100 filling up the truck with diesel and the lawnmower with gas. And now we officially have $0 to our name. I'm at a brand new town. I don't know anybody. I have 0 connections. I got nowhere to sleep. So we better go make some money. It was just last week when I officially quit my job and decided I wanted to come out here and try to make a name for myself in the landscaping business, and I can't imagine it's gonna be too easy. The good thing though is there is a ton of houses out here. Lots of opportunity for work. I am coming across an interesting problem though. There's not a lot of houses here with super tall lawns, so there must be another landscaping company in the area, or a lot of people just have the time to keep their lawns real nice. I think I'm gonna try stop at a couple of houses here and see if I can get some work. Alright, well, house number 1 was no luck. On to house number 2. I've been walking around the neighborhood for the past 15 minutes trying to get myself a job, and I just have no luck. And today is not off to an easy start. I think I'm gonna try go over to the other side of the block and see if there's any work there. Oh, here we go. This looks like the perfect spot. Man, this is a whole lot of lawn. Dang. Huh, I don't think there's anyone home. There's a car in the driveway, but I don't think anyone's home. All right, I'll try this house. The gate is locked though. I wonder how bad it's gonna be if I hop the fence. Screw it, I'm gonna do it. I need work. Oh man, dang, I can't even hop over the fence. Nothing. Okay, I made it over. That was way more difficult than it should have been. Hopefully this person isn't mad about me hopping over their fence. Well, things are looking up. I got my first job. The guy was slightly weirded out that I hopped over his fence, but I did apologize for that. He said I can actually just open up the gate here. Yep, that probably would have been the easier idea, but yeah, we're gonna go mow this guy's lawn. So I don't have a lot of gas in the tank of the lawnmower here, but I guess we'll make do with what we got. Hopefully it's enough. Now he just wants the front yard done, nothing else, doesn't want the backyard done. So it isn't gonna be crazy money, but it'll be a start. Look at how tall this dang grass is. My mower's almost buried in this stuff. The grass is so tall. The little trail I cut looks like it's not even there. All right, first side of the lawn finished. Over to the other side. So I've got the inside of his property done. We're just gonna go out to the outside here, do this little strip of grass and then strip along the front of his fence, and we should be good. So after finishing up the last little bit of my very first lawn, I packed up my lawnmower and got paid $50 for my very first job. It wasn't a lot, but it was a start. But it was time to get back on the hunt for another job. So after going from door to door to door, and even this door, I was having no luck getting myself another job. However, I was just one guy with a pickup truck and a lawnmower. I was not looking the most professional, and I was starting to get worried I wasn't gonna get myself another job. But then I seen this house. Super overgrown lawn and lots of yard to mow. But it didn't look like anyone was home, so it was gonna be a long shot. And that long shot paid off because I got the job. But it did come with another request. The lady told me that they had had this old play structure sitting around for years, and it was no longer in use, and they wanted to get rid of it. Now, I was by no means a junk removal company, but when I see an opportunity to make some money, I'm not gonna waste it. So instead of finding a way to haul it away, I listed it up on Facebook Marketplace for a couple $100 and hoped it would sell before I finished the lawn. Now, this was gonna be a long shot, but it was the weekend, and I had some high hopes. Alright, so I want to say I'm about 45 minutes into this lawn, and I just got off the phone with someone that wants to come and buy this tractor playhouse deal, and they should be here in about 30 minutes, so I should just be getting this wrapped up, and they'll be showing up, which is perfect. They offered me a little bit less than what I got it listed for, but I'm still getting a couple $100 out of the deal, and that's more than I would have got trying to figure out how to trash it. So just as I was finishing up this front lawn here, the lady next door with the tall grass over there, she came over and said,
"Hey, could you mow my lawn too?"
I'm like, absolutely. And things are turning around. I might actually have some money in my pocket by the end of today, but I still gotta find somewhere to stay tonight. That and my lawnmower is just about out of gas, so I'm gonna have to go fuel up actually. Lawn's finished and the people have just pulled up to pick up this play structure, so we're gonna get it taken apart here and get it loaded up. I'll get some extra money in my pocket. So I just got $250 from that. That brings us up to $300. Now there's a little spot of grass here where the structure was, so I gotta go mow that quick. My lawnmower basically has fumes in it, so hopefully I can finish this up. Now I know $250 sounds cheap for that structure there, but I needed it gone ASAP, or else I was gonna have to figure out how to deal with it myself. Well, that job netted us an extra $200. I actually didn't charge very much for the removal of the structure because I got paid from it technically. So yeah, we're just gonna take a little bit of extra pay on that and call it a win. But now I gotta go get gas. Mower is filled up with fuel, and I've got myself a gas can, and I filled that up with gas too, so that cost us $50. That brings us down to $450. Not too bad. At least with the gas can, I can go a little bit longer before having to go back to the gas station again. Man, what is with people around here and completely tall lawns? I mean, a lot of the lawns are nice and mowed, but a few of them are just really tall like this. Not too much lawn left here, but there is rain coming here according to the weather, so I don't know how much more work we're going to be able to get done today, but we're going to try for a couple more lawns if we can. Obviously, my next goal is to get some sort of ride-on lawnmower or a zero-turn or something. Don't get me wrong, the push mower is great, but we got to try to be efficient here. Another yard done. Another $50 brings us up to $500 yet again. Now that we have some money, I've got an idea. It isn't going to pay off immediately, but it might drum up some business later on. There's a lot of houses, but it doesn't seem like there's a crazy amount of business, and I gotta fix that. It could also be the fact that there's another rival mowing company in town, I believe, so let's see if I can find some more information on them. So I've just stopped at a local printing shop and spent $100 on a couple flyers and a bunch of business cards. So I'm gonna go around to a couple of the local businesses here, put up some flyers on some bulletin boards, and hopefully hand out some business cards. So it's been a little bit here, but my endeavors have paid off. I've gotten another job mowing this local ice cream spot. Not only do I get paid for the mowing, I get a free ice cream afterwards. Oh, I'm blocking the road, but I mean, free ice cream. I'll take that any day. You know, I almost would have just been happy to do it for the ice cream. I've had yet another idea. Instead of staying at a hotel that's probably going to cost me, I don't know, $100 a night, $75 a night, because there's only like one in town, my thought was just head over to Tractor Supply or somewhere that has a tent. I think there's a local campground not too far away from here, so I can just camp out. I mean, it's not going to be glamorous or anything, but it'll save me some money. Oh, would you look at that? All nice and mowed. Looks a lot better. I'll load this back up, go get my free ice cream and my payday. I'm more excited for the free ice cream though. Hey, don't be mad at me, I got ice cream and you didn't. Another $50 in the bank. So at this point, I pretty much went around door to door to just about everywhere I can put up a flyer. Earlier in the day, I went around half the dang town, it feels like, and tried to secure a job, but either people don't want their lawns mowed or they don't want it done right now, so I guess I'm gonna keep trying. So I was at this house before, I had no luck. I'm gonna try it again though. Got a big lawn, this is at least a $100 lawn, if I can secure the deal. Dang. All right, so no luck, but also some luck to some degree. He said he didn't want it mowed right now, but he took my business card and maybe sometime he'll want it mowed. I guess he'll think about it. So it wasn't a yes, but it also wasn't a complete no. I was really hoping for this lawn though, because this would have been a good payday. So we're heading out of town right now because there's a town not too far away from here. It's a little bit of a drive, but it's a very, very small town. We're gonna see if we can get some jobs up there. It's a bit of a risk taking the drive, burning the fuel, but I'm hoping the risk is worth the reward here. Or the reward is worth the risk. I don't know, something like that. Wait, is this the town? There's a farmer's market and a couple businesses here? I know I passed a couple houses going here, but the lawns, they're like more acreages and the lawns are way too big. Oh, man. No, I really shouldn't listen to the locals sometimes. Well, this sucks. I just drove out here for nothing. All right, well, back to the main town, I guess. I don't even know if you can call that a town. Well, I'm just pulling back into town. It's getting late afternoon. Luckily, the rain didn't come, so we should still be able to mow lawns tomorrow, but I guess I'm gonna go see if I can find a place to buy a tent and set that up for night. Local store had just what I was looking for, and it was on sale, so $50. Not too bad. So this is the campground, I guess. Nothing too special. Probably what you get when you go for a local campground. One that you don't gotta pay to go to. Suppose it's good enough to set up a tent at, though. Sure as heck isn't as nice as a hotel, but it's pretty spacious for a tent. I'll take it. It's bright and early. I've already been to the coffee shop, got myself a coffee, and there I landed my first job for this morning, so we're gonna head out there and get working on that. I was gonna pack up camp, but I think we're just going to leave this here. I mean, I don't really see anybody else here that's going to nab our tent, so we're just going to leave it for now. So I already have gas in the jerry can for the lawnmower. Truck's got plenty of fuel in it, so we should be good on fuel for a little bit this morning, and hopefully we can go and make ourselves some money. Now, I have went out and passed out some business cards and put out some flyers, so I'm hoping that brings us some work. Not entirely sure if it will, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Oh man, it is foggy this morning. I'm pretty sure the noise ordinance stop us from working this early, but we're gonna do it anyway. And this is the house, and it is one big lawn. This is gonna probably take me a little while. It's actually right next to the house we have mowed previously. All right, mower's full of gas. Let's get rocking. So I think my main goal for today is to get money in my bank account. We're at $400, which is not too bad, but I don't want to be sleeping in a tent forever, so we're going to have to get that up a little bit. Now, sleeping in a tent's all fine and dandy until it starts to rain, and then you're not having too good of a time. So I'm hoping we can eventually get out of there and get into something a little more comfortable. So when I said this property was going to take a little while, I've been mowing for a good little bit now, and I've barely made a dent in it. But hey, the longer it takes, the bigger the check. And this ain't no short grass either. This is like almost hip height on me, which is super dang tall. I'm actually surprised the push mower is handling as well as it is. So I've pretty much got all around the house finished. There's still a lot of the back left, but we're just working on the front here at the moment. Oh, I missed a spot. But look at the amount of grass clippings we got here. This is why people got to keep their lawns mowed. So I'm starting to see some progress here. We've made it around the tire swings there, and we're just working on this big patch in the back. Man, I would kill for a ride on lawnmower right now. At least I'm not skipping leg day though. So this is probably the biggest lawn I've done yet with just the push mower, and it probably won't be the last. And that is it for this lawn. Happy to be done with this. Let's load this sucker up and get our payment. Another $200 bringing us to a total of $600. Not too dang bad. So after looking at the jerry can here, we should have another small lawn in there, hopefully, before we have to go to the gas station and fill her back up. So let's go see if we can find some more work here. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think that says free. Or are my eyes deceiving me? Is this like a mirage or something? Aw, you gotta be kidding me. Hold on. I gotta check this thing out. What is this? A Craftsman T110. This looks like a sweet mower. It's got a big old free sign beside it. So, I mean, putting those two things together, I'm pretty sure it's free. Wonder what's wrong with it. Who would just give a mower away? Wouldn't you just sell this on Marketplace? Unless it's broken? No one wants to buy it? I don't know. Well, I got room in the back of the truck. I'm taking it. Actually, you know what? I better go knock on the door and check and make sure this is actually free and they're not just advertising the mailbox is free or the garbage can. I'm fairly certain it's the mower, but I'm gonna double check. Okay, just checked. It is a free mower indeed. They don't know what's wrong with it. It just quit working. My guess is it's something super, super simple, but I'm not gonna say nothing. Now, the question is, how am I gonna load this up? Because I do not have ramps and I do not have a trailer. This may be a little tricky. The lawnmower turns sideways here, gives us a little extra room. I'm just gonna back up to this thing. Now let's just pretend that all that walking from pushing that push mower has given me incredible leg strength, and I'm gonna lift this thing right in here. Just like so. Strap that down. You think I can take the sign? I mean, it does have the word free printed right on it. Nah, I'm not gonna take it. Now, to figure out what to do with a mower that won't run, I've got an idea. So we're gonna go to Tractor Supply here, or our equivalent of, and we're gonna try do a little parking lot fix on this garden tractor here, or this lawnmower, whatever you want to call it. See if we can get this thing running. So I'm no mechanic, but lawnmowers are pretty dang simple. Number one, let's see if this thing will turn over. Okay, so it turns over that far. I just need to make sure we're getting spark, fuel, and air in that order, specifically. I've checked two things off the list. We're getting spark, we're getting fuel. As far as I can tell, the motor has compression, so we're good there, but it just won't fire up. Now, let me check the air filter. I found our culprit. An air filter packed so solid with grass, dirt, some mud, bird feathers. I don't know how those got in there. Whatever else, this thing was getting no airflow. So that also might have been the culprit. So I'm gonna go get a new air filter. Mind you, this thing was not getting a lot of great fuel, so it could have been the fuel filter too. Okay, I've spent $50, got myself everything I need to hopefully get this thing running. Let's see what we can do. All right, moment of truth. Are we good? I think we're good. No way, that's all it took. Oh yeah, now we're moving. So I think it might have been a combination of both things there. Who knows? But we have essentially gotten ourselves a perfectly running and driving mower for 50 bucks. This is not my grass, but I kind of want to see if I can cut it. Oh yeah, look at this. We're cutting grass and we're doing it at 12 miles per hour. That's pretty dang fast. Yep, my push mowing days are over. That's official. All right, lift with the legs, not with the back. In the truck you go. So now that we've effectively gotten ourselves a way better way to mow grass, it's time to find ourselves some more work. But the tank on that mower is pretty dang empty, and our jerry can's getting low, so we're gonna fill everything up here. $30 later, got myself a snack, got the fuel, let's roll. Now this looks like a property that needs some mowing right here. Let's see if we can land ourselves a job. Okay, where's the actual entrance here? Because this is on the porch. Aha, here we go. All right, landed myself another job. And this one's gonna go a heck of a lot faster because now with this mower, we should make quick work of just about any lawn we need to. Unless it's a few acres, then we may be here a while. This is not a few acres, so we should be good. And I'm gonna be feeling lifting this tomorrow. So I guess the one thing I didn't check on this was the blades, but this thing's pretty new. And from the size of that lawn of the house we picked it up from, I don't think it mowed a whole lot of grass, so we should be good. Yeah, it's looking like the cut's pretty good, so we're just gonna roll with it anyway. And would you look at this? We could just cruise with this thing. Look, I'm all for faster mowing, but like 12 miles per hour seems a bit excessive, but screw it. If it's mowing good, we're doing it. So I'm gonna get as close to everything as I can, that way it leaves me less work with the push mower. But this thing has a pretty good turning radius, so we shouldn't have to do much. I do wish the deck was wider though, but I'm not complaining, at least I'm not push mowing all this. You know what? I may be nice to the people that I got this mower from and go mow their lawn for free when it needs it, because I got this thing for effectively nothing. So I honestly probably should just go mow it. Man, if I listed this thing on Marketplace, my ROI would be crazy. For you non-financial nerds, that means return on investment. Front lawn is done, on to the back. And these deer in town are bold. You just look at... I was looking right at me. Hold on, how close can I get to you? Nope, not that close. So after finishing the last of what I could with the ride-on mower, I grabbed the push mower so we could get this lawn finished up. However, I instantly regretted this after sitting on that new mower. It was official, push mowing still sucked. So after getting everything loaded back up, I collected my payment of $250 and another job. You see, the guy that owned this house was a real estate investor and he had a brand new property that he wanted cleaned up. And after seeing the work I had done at his house, he figured I was the man for the job. And after making the drive all the way out, I seen just how bad the property really was. Decently big lawn, super overgrown grass, and there was a tree that looked like it needed taken care of very badly. And unfortunately, I was a little ill-equipped to handle this current situation, but with the nice paycheck that was promised, I was gonna figure it out one way or another. So after getting everything unloaded, it was time to get to work. And step number one was taking care of this big old tree. Now, I didn't have a trailer or any means of moving this massive tree, but what I did have was a chainsaw. So after getting the main trunk of the tree into decently manageable pieces, I started loading him into the bed of the truck. We could take him to the sawmill. And after getting 3 whole pieces in the bed of the truck, it was time for our first load. And almost as if it was meant to be, the sawmill was literally right down the road. Not more than a minute drive. And with our first load bringing us $1,090, I had a feeling we were going to make a lot of money today. And with our second load bringing in $1,261, I was starting to think I might even ball out tonight and get myself a hotel room. All right, so I've got some more pieces of the tree cut up here. There's still a lot more to go. We've literally only just hauled in the main trunk of the tree. Now we've got all the branches. This is definitely not going to be a pretty load, because the branches don't really stack nice, but when the wood's paying like it is, I'm not complaining. And I'm in the wrong business. I should just be selling wood instead of mowing lawns. But it is the start of summer, so what they're paying for good firewood is through the roof. Now, I don't want to miss any of these big branches. I don't even know if you can call these branches, but I don't want to miss any of these logs, because if I do, that's going to spell the end for my lawnmower deck. Not sure how much more we can fit on here, but we're going to try to get as much as we can. All right, well, that's all I'm putting on here, because we don't got to go very far, so we don't got to stack it sky high. Would be nice to have a trailer, though, but I mean, after this, I'm probably going to be able to afford a real nice trailer. I almost just can't believe this place is like right next to where we're doing our job. Just worked out perfectly. $1,570. Dang. Tell you what, sure glad I'm not hosting a barbecue this weekend. These firewood prices are ridiculous. I'm gonna chop this tree down a little more though, because we're having a hard time getting it in the bed. Another load. Probably shouldn't be driving over this field. $895. That makes sense. It was a load of mostly big logs instead of those massive ones that we were loading up before. All right, well, that's about half the tree gone. Well, I guess 3/4. Another load coming in at $1,201. Yeah, if I ever come across another job that I'm cutting trees at, I am definitely getting myself a trailer. I should have just rented one. Oh, sorry, car. Didn't mean to cut you off there. But yeah, I should have just rented one, but we're making it work this way. $845. Dang, I wonder if we're going to break 10 grand. So as you can see, the Super Duty is not overloaded at all. I have loaded the last of the logs on here, and I'm curious to see how much we're going to get. I think it should be a good amount. $2,075, just barely, almost breaking that $10,000 mark. But by the time the job's finished, we should have broke that, so I'll take that as a win. Now, with that tree out of the way, we should be able to get all this mowed up here and looking real good. Now, the guy told me that he doesn't want me to mow too far down or anywhere too crazy outside of the basic area of the house, so we're not gonna go too far with this. Just gotta make it look good. Now, what worries me is this big ditch. Hopefully the craftsman has no problems with it, so we're gonna stay kind of out of that area. I do have the pickup truck, so I suppose I could pull the mower out if I needed to, but we're gonna hope that doesn't need to happen. So we're pretty much just going up behind the tree there, and that's about it. Now, I told the guy if I do get a skid steer later on in the summer, I'll come back and remove that stump for him, but for now, he's fine with it, so we're just gonna leave it for now, since I don't really have the stuff to do it with, so it is what it is. That is, unless I could attach a stump grinder to the craftsman. I don't think it could handle it though. So it's kind of looking like, luckily enough for me, I'm not actually going to have to get the push mower out for this place, which is nice. Oh, but check this out. Look at the angles I was at with this dang mower. This property needs just a little bit of landscaping. But I'm surprised the old craftsman actually is doing pretty good. Although I'm thinking if I keep making good cash, I do want to upgrade at some point. But for now, this will get the job done. Yeah, this mower does not like those angles. So I called the guy and double checked and made sure he didn't want me to go down any further kind of towards that pond. And he said, nope, just to kind of past the house here just a little bit. That's all. So we're sticking to that. Man, look at the size of that stump. You know, I couldn't even run over this thing with a lawnmower if I wanted to, so at least it's not a hazard to the mower. But I doubt, as long as this guy wants me to, this grass is never going to get this long again. And I think that's it. Load up our push mower here. I think we're about out of gas in just about everything but the mower. I mean the riding mower. I mean the push mower. Yeah, I definitely got to get a trailer. Lifting up this mower is killing my back. But hey, at least we got the cash for it now. Dang, that is one good looking lawn. Just stopping back off here at the guy's house. Gonna go collect my money quick. Quick $500 in the bank. That brings us to over $10,000. $10,210 to be exact. Now we just gotta figure out what to do with all this money. You know what? I got an idea. Just gonna stop here and pack up my tent real quick. Yeah, that's right. We're staying at the Four Seasons. Four Seasons Hotel. Thought it would have looked more impressive in person. Nah, this is actually just a bed and breakfast. But hey, I'll take it. I just spent $100 on a night at this bed and breakfast. A lot nicer than staying in a tent, I'll say that for sure. But we got a lot of money in the account, for now at least. But there's rain on the way, so if we want to get any money made today, we better get on it. So all we have booked so far for this morning is 2 lawns, but they're big lawns, so they're gonna pay super, super well. And actually, I think they're right next to each other, which is even better. Now, if there's one thing I'd like to buy today, that is a trailer. We need one very badly because it's breaking my back to load this dang lawnmower up every time. So yeah, a trailer is definitely needed. I guess I missed my turn here. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going. Aha, this is the place. Yes, this is definitely a big lawn. I'll give it that. It should have enough fuel in the Craftsman for both the lawns. And the other lawn is actually just right across the road here. This little shop, there is some grass out front here. Bit of grass out back. Should be a pretty quick job, but it is a bigger lawn. I'm so happy I got myself a riding mower, or else I'd be out here on the push mower all day. Now, the other day, I ended up mowing a lawn for a person that runs a kind of real estate company there. And the guy mentioned that he may have a property that he's interested in selling for super, super cheap. Because, well, frankly, that's all that's in my budget, is something that's super, super cheap. So if I get a call from him, I may go look at it. Now, this property does have a house, but the house is not exactly livable. I mean, I guess you could probably live in it from what he said, but does not recommend it. It is, however, fixable, but I'm not sure if I want to dump that kind of money into a house. At any rate, we'll check it out, hopefully at some point today, and maybe buy ourselves a property. All right, well, the exterior of the property's finished here. I ended up getting all around the house too. Now I just got the bulk of the lawn left, but that shouldn't take too long. Well, actually, it might take a little while. People really got to keep their lawns mowed more often because when you let it get this thick, it is not good to mow with a little lawn tractor like this. It just bogs it down, but the old Craftsman's still trucking. All right, I think we are finished. Oh, nope, never mind. Really should have had that second cup of coffee this morning. Still feeling a bit tired. Now we're done. I'm actually not going to collect payment off these guys right now. I'm just going to run next door here and get this place done quick. They said they just want to the tree line mode here, so right about here should be good. Really hope this rain decides it's going to hold off because I would hate for it to start right now and we're going to get nothing done. There's clouds in the sky, but I think we might be good for a little bit yet. The mower's starting to sputter here, so I guess we're running a bit low on fuel. I've got some in the jerry can in the truck there, so I'm going to go see if I can squeeze a bit more out of that and hopefully have enough to finish this. All right, back mowing. Hopefully that's enough. I'd just go and fill this thing up, but the gas station's across town, and I kind of want to get this finished. Well, I'm making some pretty good progress here. Just about got the backside finished up. Now, I asked these guys when I first came to town if they wanted their lawn cut, and they're like, no, we get it done by the other local lawnscaping company, and I guess they just didn't show up for their weekly mow, and so they finally called me and was like, hey, if you want to mow it, you can mow it, so it kind of turned out perfect. And I've been hearing things about this rival mowing company, some good, some bad. I don't know, they kind of pick and choose their customers, I guess. But I mean, hey, I'll pick up the customers if they don't want them. All right, back is finished, just a little bit on the front to clean up, and we are done. Even though it doesn't look like it, it's actually fairly similar in size to the other property we just did there. I'm gonna be charging them about the same amount. And there we go, that's it. Now the mower is definitely running on fumes. Had just enough to get it finished. Oh, and there we go, it quit. Back into the truck you go. Oh man, this is really hurting my back. All right, $250 a pop. So I got us a total of $500 for both jobs there. I will take it, but I got to get to the gas station and get the mower filled up, fill up the jerry can, and maybe get the truck a little bit of fuel here. But I am getting a trailer. I'm going to call the guy, the one I found on Marketplace there. He's got a trailer for sale, and I'm going to go see if I can pick it up. Well, between the gas and the snacks, I spent about $100, got everything filled up so we can keep on mowing. But I just heard back from the guy, and we are going to go take a look at that trailer. It's a really good deal, so unless there's something majorly wrong with it, I'm probably going to buy it. Well, directions is telling me it's up here on the right, and that looks like the trailer. That thing actually looks pretty dang good. So it's got a brand new stained wood deck, brand new tires. Looks like everything was kind of refreshed on it. Lights look LED. Dang. He wants $3,000. In the listing, he said he's very, very firm on that price. I'm going to see if I can get it a little cheaper. I mean, but $3,000 is already a good deal. I guess he needs it gone. He's moving and can't take it with him, so let's see what we can do. $2,800 later, and I've secured myself my very own trailer. I'm sure happy, but I bet you my back's gonna be even happier. So now at some point, if I wanna, I can actually afford to go to a bigger mower, which would be really nice. But I'm actually just gonna unload this thing and load it right up on the trailer. All right, got it all hooked up here. Should be able to drive on nice and easy. Well, I may need to put the ramps a little closer here. Oh, can we just squeeze up on here? Oh, we can. We got like nothing on either side. Yeah, tad overkill for the Craftsman, but hey, at least if we get something bigger, we're not gonna have to instantly upgrade. Wait, isn't this the house that I got the Craftsman from? Wonder if they're looking out the window like, hey, isn't that our old Craftsman that we left for free? Oh, they still got the free sign up. What the heck? So I was gonna do a little door-to-door and try get another mowing job, but I just got a call from the guy that owns a bunch of property around in the area that I did that one job for, and he said to come on down to that property he was talking about and check it out. Now it is super, super cheap. Still a bit more money than we have, but I think I might be able to get a loan. I'm not too sure yet. Now that we're hauling a trailer though, we're gonna burn a bit more diesel. So this place is a good ways out of town. That's partly why it's so cheap, but another reason, it just doesn't have a proper house on it, and it's all overgrown, and the property needs a good bit of work, but apparently it comes with some stuff, so I'm excited to see what that is. Well, I think this is it. It's definitely overgrown, that's for sure. Oh yeah, I see what he means about the house. That is looking rough. Wonder if the guy's meeting me out here, or you guys can go past. Yeah, see that? There you go. Yeah, it's okay. Come on past. I don't know if the guy's meeting me out here or not, but I may as well walk around and check out this place. So, super small lot, surrounded by fields and highways. As I said, it's a good ways out of town here, but yeah, this lot actually doesn't look too bad. It is on the smaller side. I think the guy mentioned it's a little too small for him to build the size of house he'd want to build on it. That's kind of why he wants to get rid of it. Got an old shed, anything in there? Nada. Couple old pieces of junk, some logs. Oh, I think this is what he was talking about when he said the property came with a piece of equipment. What is this? I think it's a case by the color. Oh, 55D. This is cool. Tracked machine. Got one of those buckets that opens up. Okay, not too bad. Bunch of logs. It's really just overgrown. That's the main issue with the property. This is a trailer house. That's why it doesn't really add any value to the property. He said it's not livable. I'm just gonna try hop up on the roof here. Probably leaking through the roof. Yeah, the roof definitely needs some work. My guess is probably not gonna be able to live in this. If I bought this, I'd have to put something else on the property. But if I put a small house on the property, maybe a little decent sized shop, I could do a bit of earthwork, kind of smooth this all out. I think this would be enough for us. So he told me $15,000 for the whole property. Everything that I see comes with it. I think I'm gonna do it. Now, as you might notice, I don't have $15,000 right now, but I'm thinking if I put $5,000 down, I should be able to get the rest of the $10,000 there from the bank. I'm gonna loan him $10,000, but I'll have myself a property. Well, I'm gonna call the guy. He was supposed to meet me out here, but I guess he's not, and see if we can get this deal done by end of today. All right, it is the next morning. I spent another $100 on a hotel last night, but the deal is being finalized today, and I'm buying myself a property. I decided I wanted to get here nice and early so I could actually get a head start on doing things. Now we're putting $5,000 down, and I owe $10,000 to the bank. I think I can handle that. I should be able to make $10,000, but I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. Now, when I got coffee this morning, I was talking to an old fella about this property. I mentioned it had a mobile home on it that I didn't really want and wasn't particularly livable, but could probably be fixed up. And he said he might know of a guy that might want to buy it very cheap, of course, because, well, it's not worth a lot of money, but I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see on that. So it's been a couple hours, but the deal is done. $5,000 out of my account, and the deed is in my name. That means I can start ripping stuff out of here and cleaning this place up a little bit. Now, I was gonna mow this all first, but there's some trees that really need to go, and there's this piece of case equipment that I have to get started. Now, I'm not really sure what it would take to get this thing running, considering I don't know how long it's been sitting for, but I guess I gotta check the fuel tank first. Okay, yeah, so we still got fuel. Wonder if I hook a set of booster cables up, feed it some starter fluid. It might just start. It's a good thing I happen to have starter fluid. Oh, okay, well, you're just gonna cut it in front of me like that? All right. Anyways, as I was saying, it's a good thing I got starter fluid and jumper cables conveniently in the truck for just a scenario like this. Okay, booster cables hooked up. Got my still starting fluid. My still ether. Yeah, I'm sure we'll make it work. All right. Oh, it's green too, even better. Hey, let's see. It's cranking over, that's good. Yeah, nothing. Okay, give it a little more of that green stuff. Yeah, we'll make this thing start. Blowing black smoke. Oh, there she goes. She's running. I guess this thing's been sitting for about 5-ish years. Maybe a little longer because the bush is basically growing through it. But yeah, not too bad. Oh, bucket's going up kind of slow. It probably needs some hydraulic fluid. Can we move? Oh yeah, we're moving. Look at that. Good old case. Okay, I'm gonna back my truck out of here so I actually have some room to maneuver this thing. So here's something we gotta figure out. What the heck is step number 1 to getting this property where we want it? I mean, obviously I'd like to get this mobile home out of here, but the guy that might be interested in it hasn't called me back yet. We might have to wait a little while on that. Actually, you know what? I would really like to get these logs out of here. There's also a good amount of junk in here that I'm probably gonna have to get rid of. But dang, this case drives surprisingly well. Needs a bit of hydraulic fluid, but it should make it through the day as long as it doesn't leak any. Who am I kidding? It's an old case. It's gonna leak. Okay, well, I'm just gonna park this here for now, out of the bushes. And I was really hoping there was gonna be something in this shed, but I'd already checked earlier in the window and there's nothing. So shame for that. It's actually not a bad looking shed. All right, well, I'm gonna get some of this old metal cleaned up here. Haul it off to the scrapyard. Maybe you make a couple bucks off of it because it's all heavy stuff, so it should be worth something. I really should be working on, well, working, but instead, I now have a property to take care of. But as soon as it's done, we're back to working. Well, I'm gonna go get all this metal loaded up, try to see if I can find any other metal junk, and get it hauled away. So after getting all the metal to the scrapyard and making a whopping $100, I was back at the property and it was time to get some more clearing out done. Now, while there was a lot of standing and alive trees that I wanted to get rid of, my main priority was getting these big logs out. There was roughly about 10 or 12 of these massive logs that I was not going to be able to lift by hand unless I cut them up, so I fired up the case once again and tried my best to move them. But there was a tree in the way, so I had to take care of that. Once that was out of the way, I could begin moving the trees, but the bucket I had on the case wasn't really the best. It did work, but a set of forks would have worked a lot better. And with a lot of effort on my part, I had managed to load up 3 whole logs, which wasn't much, but they were fairly big and took up a good portion of the trailer. So with as much as we could carry on the trailer, I got headed down to the sawmill. And with my first load delivered, making me a whopping $2,341, was on my way back to get some more. However, this time I had managed to load on a lot more. But the last log was proving to be pretty dang tricky as it was the biggest out of the bunch and was even lifting up the back of the case. But with enough persuasion, I had managed to get it on the trailer and somehow strapped down. Now, while this load definitely wasn't legal and didn't abide by DOT regulations, I decided to just send it. And with the payout of the second load coming to just under $7,000, it was well worth it. However, my truck was definitely questioning my decisions. And with the big logs finally cleaned out of the property, I decided it was time for some mowing. And now with a good portion of the yard all mowed up, this old abandoned place was starting to look pretty dang decent. But if there's one thing the Craftsman was definitely not built for, it's mowing abandoned yards. The big bushes proved to be trouble, but the Craftsman pushed through. But even though the yard was now mowed and looking a heck of a lot better than it ever has, there was still some things to take care of, like random trees. Now, while I definitely still wanted to have some trees on the property, a few of them had to go for some other projects for space so I could build some other projects down the road. And after getting both trees chopped down and chopped up to be transported, the yard was looking even better, but I still had one massive piece of junk on the property. That was this trailer. But luckily for me, the guy who was interested in it ended up calling me and offered me $500 to take it off my hands, which is more than I could have asked for considering the state of it. So after getting the trailer completely overloaded yet again, I made it back to the sawmill and cashed in another $5,523. And with a decent amount of trees left, I was hoping to crack 20 grand. And with the last of the trees loaded, it was time for one more trip to the sawmill. All right, time to see if we crack $20,000 from all these logs. I'm guessing we're gonna get close, probably over. Let's see here. Oh man, almost $7,000, bringing us to $24,457. I will take it. And I really need to be in the logging business instead of the mowing business. So I think it's safe to say that we have pretty much paid for this property already in just the wood that we've sold alone, which I'm pretty happy with. Now I could pay off the remaining balance on the property, but there might be something else I want to buy, so we'll see. I will say though, look at this place. It is a million times better. All right, so I might have spent $800 on a new camper of sorts. I seen it on Marketplace. I went and got it as soon as I seen it come up for sale, and I figured, you know, this would be a nice place to live in. So this is probably what we're going to be living in from now on. I mean, just staying in that bed and breakfast for a week would have costed me $700 in itself. So we're saving money the way I see it. Now, the guy that was interested in the mobile home there is currently picking it up right now. So it should be gone by the time we get back, and we'll be getting about $500 from that. I think he's just leaving the cash there or something. So, I mean, I'll take it. Check it out, the mobile home is officially gone, which is perfect because now I know where to put this. So I'm obviously not leaving it in the back of the truck here because I actually have to use my truck for work, but what I am doing is just setting it up here. It doesn't look the best, but it should work for now. Might be a little bit wobbly, but who cares? It's got a table in it, it's got a bed, it's got a sink. I think it has air conditioning. I hope it does. But yeah, I think this should work perfectly. But the property, it actually looks like we've got a decent amount of room here. The only other thing I might do is cut down these two trees and then plant, I don't know, maybe two more, a couple more back closer to the fence because these kind of take up some valuable space. But I would like to put a house down here eventually. Now here's kind of what I'm thinking. Really basic, super small house, but it's got everything I need. It's small enough that we can kind of tuck it in the corner or something and then have even more room for a shop. Now it's about $25,000. I seen another one that's very similar that I can buy for about $15,000, but I do need to move it or need to get it moved onto the property, which I could do. Another thing I'd like to do is take this kind of hill here and move some of the dirt back here. That way it kind of smooths out the whole area right back to the fence. Just brings up the whole deal. So the drainage trench, obviously we have to leave that. But if we can build all the way back here, that would be awesome. But in order to do that, we got to kind of bring this all level, or at least close to it. Oh, you know what? I got to fix this. Now, I don't have any more mowing jobs planned for today because I've been kind of just busy working on this property. I know this case is going to need some work. Probably got to clean out the fuel filters, change the oil. Actually, I'll just get new fuel filters. Change out the oil and probably grease everything up. Check, make sure there's no leaks in the hydraulic lines and put some more hydraulic fluid in it because it definitely needs it. Look at the amount of traffic that's coming through here. What the heck is going on? Anyways, we are up and at it very early this morning because I believe if I check the forecast here, yeah, what are we looking like here? Yep, rain at 5 o'clock, so we got to get done early today. Now, so far this morning, we've got 3 jobs planned, so we're going to try and knock those out as fast as we can, and then I've also listed up the case on Marketplace for possible trades. Now, you might be wondering, Austin, why the heck would you do that? You just got this thing with the new property. It's a good tool. The thing is, this thing has some issues. It was sitting for so long. Yes, it does drive and work and everything, but I don't have the time to deal with those issues right now, and it's a little too big for what I need, at least for right now. So it's listed up. We're gonna see if we get any trade offers, but I gotta get moving here. Well, we got everything loaded up on the trailer here. We're just heading out. We do currently have $500 missing from our bank account because we sold a mobile home yesterday, the old one that was on the property, and I ended up getting a check for that, so we're gonna go run to the bank, cash that. Then that brings us up over $24,000, close to as much as we're gonna need to buy a new home, or at least get it built, which is something I would like to have here very soon. Okay, where is the bank here? I don't even know. Oh, there it is. All right, check is cashed. Got a $500 check in our bank account there. I've got to make a quick stop off at the gas station there, get everything fueled up. I'm ready to go for the day. $100 later, we got fuel. I got the breakfast of champions, jerky, and Red Bull. That's all we need. Man, it is foggy out today. Actually, on this side of town, it's not too bad, but we got a little bit of rain earlier this morning, or it might have been late last night. I don't know, but that's probably what's causing it. And first house of the day is one that we've actually done before. Now, this grass grew incredibly quick, so we're gonna try and knock this out as quick as we can and get on to the next. So a couple people have been telling me that I need to upgrade the Craftsman, and while I would love to, a new mower, or at least one that would be a suitable upgrade for the business, is costing a minimum of $10,000, and that is just money I do not want to spend on a lawnmower at the moment, but maybe in the future, we'll look at something. For now, I want to get a decent home base built. That way, when winter comes, we can actually, you know, not be living in a camper or a tent. I mean, not to mention the fact that I even got this Craftsman for free and basically had to put next to no money into it to get it going. I'll be sticking with it for now. Job done. That is another 50 bucks in the bank. This is a repeat customer, so I'm going a little cheaper on the price. Now, this next house that we're pulling up to is actually also another repeat customer, and man, their lawn has gotten long. Now, we're actually doing both these houses, so this should be a really big job. This is actually the first house I ever did when I got to this town, and I've learned something since then. You don't gotta hop over gates, you just gotta open them. Also, you might notice there's some darker patches in some of the lawn, and it looks a little bit longer, but I'm not sure what's going on there. I think it's a map glitch, but we're just gonna carry on mowing. And doing this house is so nice. There's no backyard, simple to mow, customer pays good, gotta love it. And there we go. That is it for this lawn, I guess. We still got a whole nother lawn right there. And this one is a pretty dang big one. As soon as we're done the big portion here, I'm gonna get the push mower and kind of get around the fence as best as I can, because I can't get too close with the Craftsman. I can get pretty dang close, but there's just some spots I can't get to. And there's around the tree and the swing set and all that, so we want to make sure that's all nice and cleaned up too. Well, it took a good bit, but the lawn is pretty much finished except for the parts we need to do with the push mower there. I couldn't get around the house porch the best. That's just a really hard area for the Craftsman, and between the swing set and along the fence and a couple different places, so we'll have to put a little extra elbow grease in for that, but we're getting close. Oh yeah, look how much better that looks when you cut around it. That is another job done here. We're gonna load up and probably head back to the property there. There's a few things I'd like to get done, so we're gonna try to do all that. Actually, I gotta go collect my pay first. So $50 from that house, but they actually tipped another 50, so we got 100 from that and 250 from this house. So altogether, 350 from both houses. Not too bad, but I did get a call a minute ago about another business that wants their lawn cut, so we're gonna go run over there. It's just on the other side of town and get that done. Little auto repair place needs some lawn work done, so we're gonna knock that out quick. There's actually not too much to do here. Just kind of their side of the property here, along the trees, around back of the shop, and then up along the side here. So not too much. We're gonna cut right up to here because this is where their property line goes to, is right up to this building. And I guess we're gonna be cutting a little bit past that because who's ever been doing this lawn has not been doing a good job. I should at least cut right here. They missed the strip. Oh well, it's probably that rival landscaping company that's in town. I've heard through the grapevine that they're talking some crap, and I'm not a very big fan of that, so there's not much we can do but just show that we can do better work, I suppose. But I mean, hey, if they're talking crap about a guy with a pickup truck, a trailer, and a lawnmower, and they've got a whole fleet of mowers, that just goes to show that we're doing something right. They probably just don't like competition. I am going to take the push mower in here, though, after I'm done the big parts and kind of get into the trees a little more, and right up close to the shop. That way it looks a little bit better. Another job done, another $100. I'll take it. We kind of got in the trees as best as we could with the push mower, clean that all up. Eventually, I'm going to come back here. They said they wanted all the shrubs and stuff kind of cleared out here since their lot goes a good ways back, and they want to make it look just a little bit cleaner. And I said we could definitely do that. The truck, however, is looking pretty dang dirty, and I think there's like one of those little wand washes right next to one of the gas stations in town here. I got to go find it, but if I can find it, we're going to go wash off the truck a little bit. There, would you look at that? Truck is looking spotless again. Luckily, I had just enough change in my cup holder there to take care of that. I really got to get a pressure washer over at the new compound. All right, back once again. Now, I did get a text on my way back about someone that's interested in the case. However, they want to do a trade for it. Now, this trade that they want to do, I am very, very interested. It's a slightly smaller piece of equipment, but it is even older than this thing, if you can believe it. But it's got way more versatility. So we're going to go load this thing up. Hopefully, the old two-axle can handle it. I don't know. We're gonna find out. I kind of got it parked up here so we don't have to use the ramps. I gotta unload the Craftsman though. Don't worry, I got the green ether. The green still ether. Yeah, keep her going. Keep her going. She's gonna need a lot. Oh, the spray can's empty. Okay, start it. Oh, easy. How's my spray can already empty? Okay, two-axle. Don't let me down now. Oh boy, is this thing even gonna be wide enough to handle this track loader? Oh, oh boy, the F350 is not loving this. Okay, I'm just gonna lift this up a little bit. Yep. Hang in there, F350. Okay, well, we got it on the trailer. Realistically, this thing has enough room to actually just squeeze on here, but with the collisions that are on this mod, we just can't, so it's sticking over a little on the side there, but we have enough room, realistically, so we're okay that department. The axles, maybe not so much, but we're gonna send it anyway. I guess I should probably strap it down first. Yep, there we go. That's good enough. Well, the 350 suspension's actually taking this pretty well. I'm surprised. So we're just about to pull up to this guy's house. Now wait till you guys see what we might be trading for. The deal's not done yet, of course. He does have to look over the case, make sure it's exactly what he wants, but he's got something we definitely want. Oh yeah, look at that. I just gotta wait for him to come out here and hopefully we can make this deal happen. Well, if you couldn't tell by what I got on the back of the trailer, the deal is done and we officially are the proud owners of a Massey Ferguson skid steer. Yeah, that's a thing. Let's take a quick look at this thing. Came with a bucket and some pallet forks. It was repainted red at some point. Not sure when that was. The owner didn't even know, but it does have almost brand new tires on it. It is definitely on the older side. I can't remember what year exactly. It's got a weight pack on the back so you can lift way heavier stuff, which we're definitely going to need. Diesel engine, the most basic of basic skid steer cabs that you could possibly have, but this is exactly what we needed to get the landscaping business more jobs. But the first job it's going to be doing is working on my property, which is perfect because I have just the job planned for it. All right, back once again. I'm going to park this here for now. So I did some thinking and we're just going to cut down all these trees. Now my reasoning for that is because all this land is uneven. It's going to be hard to build a house and a shop on. So what we're going to do is get these all cut down, smooth out the property as best as we can. I might bring in a truckload or two of dirt just so we can get it even smoother. And then we'll have a real solid base to build a house on as well as a shop. That we're going to tear this shed down too. As cool as it is, it's got to go. I might actually list it on Marketplace first and see if someone just wants to buy it and move it out of here. If not, I'm sure they'd be interested in buying what looks like barnwood. At any rate, if we take these trees into the sawmill, we should get a decent amount of money, so that'll help with funding the house build. Now, before we go chopping down trees here like a crazy man, I got to move my house out of the way, at least my current house, and we're going to try and do that with a skid steer. I'm hoping with the weight pack, it should be able to do it. Maybe not. Let me try from the side. Oh yeah, kinda. Don't mind me. I need all the space I can get here, so I'm just gonna set this down over here for now. That way we got this all kind of open. I also don't want any chances of the truck getting crushed, so we're gonna move that out of the way too. So with everything finally moved out of the way, we were now able to cut down the rest of the trees. And with 2 trees now cut down, I started to remember just how much of a mess of the property it made, and with that, I had already regretted my decision just a little bit. But nevertheless, the trees needed to come down so the land could be cleared out. And with all the trees finally down, this was looking like a bigger mess than I had bargained for. But with a lot of sawing and some work with the new skid steer, we had our first load of logs headed to the sawmill, which made us a cool $8,780. $1,050, which got us well on our way to being able to fund the new house and shop. But after getting back, I decided I should delimb the remaining trees and stack them up somewhat neatly so it was easier to load them, which in hindsight was kinda worth it, and it did save me a bit of time, but I probably could have just done one tree at a time and it would have been the same speed. However, with the second load bringing in $7,788, I was happy no matter what. And with my new to me skid steer being able to lift way more than I thought it would, it was looking like we were going to get this done in no time. And with that, the fourth load brought us in $5,714. And what do you know, the next load brought us well over $50,000. And by the looks of it, we'll have a new house in no time. Well, there we go, last load of logs. I really had to pile as much as I could on here to get it all on, but we did it somehow, some way. Hopefully this is a lot of money. I also have someone coming for the shed shortly, so hopefully that'll be going soon. I don't know how we're gonna get it off the ground there, but I guess the skid steer might be able to do it. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. Maybe they'll just dismantle it or something. Okay, how much are we looking at here? Oh, $9,303, bringing us up to $61,151 total. Yeah, that should be enough money. Well, it is the next day here, and the property is looking very clean. I got rid of the shed last night, got a cool $375 for that. Probably could have got a little more if I had just waited on it, but I wanted it out of here ASAP, or else I was hauling it to the dump. But now that it's gone, I can start working on getting this property looking right. Now, since I've got the skid steer now, I can actually do a bit of grading. That case would have worked a little bit better for some of the major earthwork that we need to do, but we don't really need to do a ton. I do, however, got a few loads of dirt coming today. That's probably going to cost me a couple $100, but I just want to try get some stuff smoothed out the best that I can because it's very uneven all through here. So it's been a few hours here, and this is where we're at. We've got quite a bit of the ground leveled out just from the stuff we kind of brought from over here and put down here. I've got the dirt coming here shortly. That way we can keep filling in this because we kind of ran out. I want to keep this whole ditch in here. So right along this kind of line here is just kind of where we're leveling the top ground off to. It's probably not going to look the greatest for the fence, but that is what it is. We might be replacing that eventually anyway, but for now, we're good. We will kind of have the whole property slightly angled down towards this drainage ditch. That way, if it rains, we don't got to worry. We're all good there. Oh yeah, check it out. First load of dirt has arrived. Dang, I like this truck. Good old top kick. I need me one of them. So this is where we're at here. Got all of this filled in. I did kind of slope this down a little bit so the fence looked a little better because obviously we're not going to be putting the shop or the house like right next to the fence, so this should be fine. And then I think we're going to have to seed a lot of this back to grass, but once the house and the shop is built, we'll bring in some gravel and then seed whatever we don't put gravel on. So it is officially June and both the house and shop are now finished. As you can see, we are down to $6,500, which means we spent roughly $55,000 constructing both of these, which I know seems cheap, but you guys will see why in a minute. The $55,000 also paid for the dirt we brought in, as well as 2 or 3 more loads of gravel. Can't remember off the top of my head. Anyways, it'll be enough to finish off the rest of the property when we want to do that. Now, going inside the shop here, pretty simple, smaller shop. It's not insulated, so really bare bones. Won't be too great for winter, but that's still a little while away. I'm sure we could insulate it if we wanted to, but that would cost us a good chunk of change. I got the skid steer trailer and mowers in here. However, we can fit a lot more. I left a good amount of space on the other side here to park a trailer or two, maybe even a truck if need be. But where we really cut costs was the house. This is a simple kind of kit house. You can literally buy the kit, people come out here, build it, and it's a done deal. This is supposed to be the bathroom. It's apparently a wardrobe, not sure why. Walking in, we don't got too much in here. Really simple, bare bones, bed, all the guy really needs. And I kind of ended up building the house on an angle, so it looked a little bit nicer looking in on the property as opposed to just straightforward. I do plan on planting some trees along here. That way it kind of gives some privacy to the place. And then of course getting the rest of the gravel in and planting some grass around here. That way it looks all nice and finished up. Now we've got ourselves a very busy day planned out here. We've got a couple very big lawn jobs ahead, and I'm hopefully going to be able to reseed my lawn. Since we just built this brand new shop and house, I kind of had to tear this all out. We also have another load of gravel coming in for my driveway, but enough talking, we got to get to work. Now, I was taking a look at what I'd need to reseed my lawn, and it looks like I'm going to need something to tear up the ground a little bit, so something with some sort of cultivating tool on it, and then a seed and fertilizer spreader. Decently easy things to find, but usually not cheap. So we're gonna go make some money. All right, just pulling up here to the first job. I got this call yesterday afternoon. It's two families that live right next to each other, and they said they wanted both the lawns done. Now, these are huge lawns. Like, look at the size of these. Big front yards, big backyards. Like, this is ridiculous. So it should be a pretty good paycheck. Now, there's a lot of stuff I'm gonna have to mow around, and it looks like I'm gonna have to go right up onto the road here. Oh man, I seriously need to upgrade my lawnmower. That's honestly the thing that I'm probably gonna buy next besides the equipment to do the lawn, because we need an upgrade in the worst way. The old Craftsman, it's been working well, it's just too dang small. All right, off we go. So I'm thinking we're gonna try to get around the houses first and all the other stuff, and then we'll tackle the big parts. Now, I've been trying to find myself an upgrade for the mower, but everything these days is so prohibitively expensive, it's so dang hard to justify it. Like, if I wanna go get myself a new mower, I'm spending upwards of 10, 20 grand. And while yes, I could make that money back, it's gonna take a long time. So I'm trying to find something used. Used market, since it's summer right now and literally everyone's mowing their lawn. Bit hard to find one. I'm just sitting here waiting. It's looking like I'm gonna have to get the push mower out for a lot of this. Can't quite get the Craftsman in here. It's weird, they got one part of the lawn mowed. It's just that one little section. I don't know what the heck's going on with that. Well, progress is slow, but we're slowly making her through. Alright, so this is where we're at here. Got both front yards done for the most part. Now I pretty much just got the backyards. But as long as this is taken, the yard's actually pretty level and pretty smooth, so I haven't been bouncing around too much, which is nice. This Craftsman don't got a whole lot of suspension. Pretty much just the seat that only has suspension. Well, I just finished filling up the lawnmower with gas here, but as I was doing that, I got a call about someone that wanted their lawn completely redone, which is perfect timing because I need to redo mine, and I'm gonna go buy the equipment to do it anyway. Anyways, the story I got was pretty much our competitors, the other lawn mowing company in the area, supposedly redid the lawn, but when they did it, one of their guys that was putting the fertilizer on didn't do it right and left a bunch of burn spots all over the lawn. So the lawn's burnt off pretty much down right to the dirt, and it all needs to be redone. So we're gonna go back there and do it right once I get the equipment. All right, last little bit here of the big part, and I just got to go and run around with the push mower a little bit. But man, if I had a zero turn, this job would go even faster. I'm convinced anyone that says they love push mowing is lying. After being on a driving mower, you can't tell me that this is more fun. Lucky for me, there's not much to do. And that is it. That is all. I'm going to go grab my pay from both families here and get back to the compound. Just got my money here for both jobs. We totaled out with tip to $1,000, which is really, really dang good. And they want to get their lawn on a schedule, or both lawns, I should say, on a schedule. And they also want to do some yard work eventually, build a patio out here, all sorts of other stuff like that. So there's promise for more work. Oh, wait a second. I got to show you guys this. So this is one thing that I uncovered when I was mowing the lawn. This is what they were using to mow their entire lawn on this side. This is terrible. Oh, I'm blocking the school bus. All right, so we are back in town here. I got to grab some fuel, and then we're going to stop by some sort of store and see if we can pick up a seed spreader. That way I'll have one more piece to the puzzle for doing these lawns. And $100 later, and we got what we need. Perfect. Man, I'm spending money like crazy today. 200 bucks later, and I got myself a seed spreader. It's just one of those little walk behind ones, so nothing too crazy. And I was supposed to have another job for today, but they canceled out. So the only other job we got is the redo of that lawn, but I don't have all the equipment just yet. So we're going to be waiting on that a little bit longer. I'm going to go see if I can find something to till up the lawn. Well, it is bright and early here the next morning, and I got some good news and I got some bad news. And good news I have lots of. First, we got our load of gravel so I can finish out the driveway, get that done. I've also sold the truck camper, $800 to a buddy of mine, so he's going to come pick that up later today. And the other good news is I found something to till up the yard so we can officially do my yard and the customer's yard. That means some more money for us. Bad news is, though, it's going to rain at some point today, so we're going to get to work. Now, what we're going to go pick up here is just a small little John Deere lawn tractor, and it's got a little tiller attachment behind it, or a disc, I should say. The people people I'm buying it from used to till up their garden with it, but they don't have a garden no more, and they just listed it last night. So I was the first one to message, and I secured it for a super good price, $2,000, which is a steal and a half. And it's actually just right up here. Deal is done, $2,000 later, and I've secured myself a tractor and a little disc back there. I cannot complain at that price. That is killer. Back here at the compound, looks like Buddy took the truck bed camper, so he said he left the $800 in my house there. I'll grab that later, but check this thing out. John Deere 330. It's kind of set up to look like a, I guess a bigger style tractor, which looks cool. Disc on the back. This should work exactly how I need it to. But before we get to all this, I have got to spread out the pile of gravel here, finish out the driveway, and then we can get on that. But I'm going to go grab my $800. I want my money in my account. There we go, back up to $6,000. I will take it. Get to work with the good old Massey. This thing works like a charm. Now, all we're gonna do is just make a little driveway in between the house and the garage, just leading up to the big driveway. Super simple, just somewhere to park the truck. There we go. I'd say that's about done. Actually, I'm gonna move this skid steer out of the way since we're gonna be tilling pretty much everything but the driveway up. And there we go. I'd say that's about done. I used some of the extra gravel I had to kind of widen this out a little bit to the driveway, widen this all out, got a nice little area in here. I think we're good. Oh man, I'm excited to use this John Deere. This thing's gonna be fun. The only reason why I'm not doing the other property that we have booked just yet is because I want to test it out on mine, just to make sure everything works good, and then we can go and do a customer's property. Because if it don't work good on mine, no way I'm gonna go and do it on someone else's property. What's nice is we did leave a little bit of grass down here, so we don't have to do the entire plot, just most of it. All right, outline's done for here. Now I just got to do all on the inside. I would like to smooth this out a bit, but that skid steer, it does work good. Not quite good enough to get a perfectly nice grade. It's not that high tech, but hopefully disking this out kind of levels that out a little more. There we go, one side done. So we're just about finished here, and it has gotten very, very cloudy, which makes me think the rain's on the way. I'm hoping I can get this finished before it gets too cloudy, because that way I won't even have to water this once I get the seed on. I'll just let the rain do it for me. This whole setup has been working incredibly nice, so I'm very confident to take it over to a client's house and get to work on their lawn. Of course, once we have some nice weather. There we go. That's the last of it. Oh, you know what I forgot to get while I was in town? Seed and fertilizer. That sucks. Well, back to town we go, I guess. It's gonna be expensive. So I spent $450 and secured myself a pallet of mixed seed, fertilizer, and lime. So it's already a pre-mixed batch. Makes things way easier. I don't have to go around and spread the seed, then the fertilizer, and or lime if I choose. This is all pre-mixed, and it's decently cheap. So this should be able to take care of my whole lawn, and then a little bit after that, but I'll probably just end up putting it on my whole lawn. All right, we're back. I'm excited to get this going here. I'm gonna set up my walk behind spreader, and I need the pallet forks. I cannot lift that on my own. That is way too heavy. I would have got something that I could have just towed behind a lawnmower, but that one I believe was like $500, and this one was $200, so a little cheaper. If I end up starting to do bigger lawns, I'll get something that I can pull behind the lawn tractor, but for now, this will be all right. Well, I just take this and put it right over the spreader, be able to fill it up. All right, there we go. Turn this bad boy on and get to spreading. So it doesn't have a very wide spread, but doesn't matter because we're not doing a particularly big area, and we're already empty. Got to refill this thing again. Well, the sky cleared up a little bit, but that rain's definitely still on the way. Well, that's it. That's all. Everything's pretty well covered. I had a thought though while I was doing this, maybe I should smooth out the lawn. So I'm going to go run to the hardware store and see if I can find one of those push rollers. You just fill them up with water. They're super easy to use, and we'll just smooth this out a little bit. Also, as it turns out, I way overestimated the amount that I'd need. Yeah. So we still have like 92% left in this. So we'll have a lot more left for the lawn we need to do tomorrow. Check it out, $150 later, and I got myself a little walk behind roller. So in theory, this should smooth out the lawn real nice, and it looks like it is, so that's good enough for me. And that is it. I think the lawn is looking pretty dang good. It's obviously not growing, not yet at least. Rain's coming here shortly, so hopefully that kind of wets this down. I might get the hose out and put some water on it if it doesn't too much. But for now, I think we're pretty good. And sure enough, the next day it was clear blue skies, which meant we could get to work. Which also meant I had to load up all of my equipment that I was going to be needing, which was a pretty big task in and of itself. But luckily enough, I was able to fit it all onto the trailer, so we got on the road. And after making it to the job, I noticed this was going to be a lot worse than I first thought. The previous company that had been in here did an absolute number on the lawn. There was burnt patches everywhere, and what wasn't burnt was super overgrown. So this meant that I'd have to strip down the lawn completely before I even got to tearing it up. But luckily enough, I had brought the craftsman, so this wouldn't be a problem. And after getting my first few passes done, this lawn was even looking worse than I thought. But it was still definitely fixable. So after getting it mowed down as low as I possibly could with the craftsman, I was finally able to start tilling this all up. And one thing I had to account for was not going into the neighbor's lawn. Don't think they'd be very happy if I tore that up. But after being able to avoid all the other obstacles, like around the house, fences, and walkways, the lawn was starting to look a little bit better. And after getting the last of it tilled up, we were well on our way to having a perfect lawn once again. However, we weren't done just yet. We still had to spread all the seed, of course, which was pretty uneventful. And after finishing that up, we had to smooth out the lawn, of course, which took a good while, but would be well worth it in the future. 'Cause ain't nobody want to run their lawnmower across a bumpy lawn. Alright, we are all finished here at quick $3,000, which is pretty dang good, all things considered. That brings us up to $8,425. Might just be enough to get us a new lawnmower, if I can find a good deal. But I definitely like to do this more, because it's super easy money, especially since the seed is so cheap. And then, of course, if I can get a roller that'll attach to a garden tractor and a seed spreader that will do the same, we'll be able to finish them even quicker. Anyways, back to the compound. Oh man, my dang lawn looks so terrible looking like that. Hopefully in a couple days the grass sprouts up and it'll start to look a little bit better. I think it will. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's been a couple days here. Haven't had any luck with jobs, but finally today our luck has changed and we got a couple jobs on the board. Now in that time I've been hunting for a new lawnmower and one actually came up this morning. It is a steal of a deal at $8,000, which is pretty much all of my money. Now honestly I wanted to wait till I had a little more cash to hopefully spend just a little bit more and buy something really nice. But I think if we go look at this one and it all checks out, we'll take it. Now I can't go look at it till a bit later today, so we're gonna go get some jobs done. We have 2 up on the board, so it should give us a little extra cash in our account. And all I should need for today's jobs is just the craftsman, which hopefully won't be sticking around too much longer. So if you guys have been following the series for a while, you'd know that the person I bought this place from is a big real estate guy in the area, and he buys properties all the time. And one of the properties I cleaned up for him, someone went ahead and bought, and they need a landscape person and he recommended me, so we're gonna go mow one of those properties as soon as all this traffic moves out of the way. How do I have traffic here? This is ridiculous. He also said he might be calling me today about a possible job, so I don't know, we'll have to wait and see on that. Also forgot to mention my lawn has finally grown that I planted, so it's starting to look better, but we are just about to pull up to the job here. It's actually not too far away from the house, which is nice. Oh yeah, look at this. It's looking real long again. Oh, would you look at this? This is a pretty sweet Jeep. I don't have the luxury for that right now. All I can afford is work vehicles. If they don't make me nothing, I can't have them. So this lawn is a pretty quick job. There's not much to it except for having to drive all the way down here. Try get all of this the best we can. This mower is not the most stable, I will say that. So I was just mowing the front of the yard here and the owner came out and asked me if I do fire pit areas, and I said absolutely. So it looks like at some point here, maybe next week, we're gonna come here and put in a nice little fire pit area. That basically means just bringing in some gravel, making sure the area is nice and flat, and putting in a fire pit. Really easy job, and we can charge a good amount of money for it, so I'll take those all day. Although if I need to start hauling in gravel for a lot more jobs, I'm gonna have to get some kind of a dump trailer or something to haul gravel with. Maybe I can find myself like a really cheap pickup truck with a dump bed on it. That would be ideal. But I'm talking like really cheap, like $1,000 cheap. All right, backyard is finished, just a little bit on the front yard here, and we are done. I always love doing this lawn. It's super quick, super easy, other than the little part you gotta kind of go in the gully for, but other than that, really nice lawn to do. Takes me like, I don't know, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that, and that's it. Quick little $100 in the bank, and we are out of here. Man, today is the day of repeat jobs. We did this garage, I think, a week or 2 ago, and they need to be mowed again, so we're back here. We were supposed to come here and clean out all the bushes and stuff out of here, but they haven't called me for that just yet, so we're just doing the lawn today. This job's even quicker, and I charge a good amount of money for it, so I'm happy to do this one any day of the week. You know, I just realized my truck needs an oil change. I wonder if I just trade them the mowing for the oil change. His oil change is around 100 bucks. Yeah, we're gonna do that. All right, just talked to them. They said they can't get it done today, but tomorrow if I want to stop by, they can get her done. So no payment for this job today, but I will take an oil change in exchange for that. Gotta keep that truck in tip-top shape because it is the only thing that can pull all of my equipment. Also my only vehicle, so gotta make sure we keep it running good. I wish they wouldn't let their grass get so tall though. Makes it a bit harder to mow. But that is it, and I should be good to go take a look at that lawnmower now. It said 10 o'clock, but it's like 9:49, so we're gonna roll with it. I'm pretty sure that is it. So this is the co-op's mower. Now, I guess they just upgraded, so they're looking to sell this thing, and it is the absolute Cadillac of lawnmowers. Now, the reason why this is so cheap is because it is super high hours. It's about 1,500 hours, which is up there for a lawnmower, but you wouldn't even know it by looking at this thing. It looks basically brand new. They've taken such good care of it, and they want $8,000. I've tried to talk them down, but they're standing pretty firm at $8,000 because they've already had a lot of offers. It's got a Kubota diesel engine. I forget what size of deck. A 61-inch deck. So quite an upgrade from the Craftsman. Bit more on the maintenance end, but I will take that considering this is a way nicer machine. But I guess I'll go write them a check and actually, I want to test this thing out first. Perfect, keys in it. Sounds fine. They said it's got brand new blades, always maintenance on time. Oil changes all always been done. Yeah, I think we're gonna be good to go here. Let's fold this down, fire it up. Sounds good. Oh man, this thing is like a Cadillac compared to the Craftsman. Dang. Okay, yeah, I'm taking it. Deal is done, $8,000. There goes all of my money. I am down to $525. Oh man, I gotta move the Craftsman up here so we have room for this mower. Man, that is rough. Just going through all your money like that. Dang, well, hopefully this thing will make me some. Wait a minute, is this thing even gonna fit on the trailer? I sure hope it does. Oh yeah, we're good. Perfect. Well, you know what? I'm actually just gonna list the Craftsman up here and now. 2,000 bucks. It's the middle of summer, so I'm guessing it's gonna sell pretty quick. And considering I bought it for nothing and basically had to put next to nothing to make it work, that is pretty much pure profit right there. That way we'll have a little extra money in our account. I mean, it would be nice to have it as a backup mower, but I don't know. We can't afford to have backups right now. Just headed back to the compound here. I got a call from the real estate guy. He says he's got a property he wants me to come look at tomorrow and get to work on. It basically sat abandoned for a couple years, and the house is good and everything, but the property is in complete disarray, so he needs us to clean it up. It's about a $10,000 job from what he's told me, so that would be really nice. We get our account up and out of the almost negatives. So I'm hoping for a big payday. Haven't even pulled in the driveway. I already had someone text me about the Craftsman, and they want it. Oh, there's another text about it. All right. Well, Craftsman sold. Thank goodness. Actually, I should turn this around. I don't need this facing my garage door. Anyways, they should be here to pick it up shortly. So I got to get the Skag unloaded here, I guess. I shouldn't be driving on my brand new grass, but I am. Screw it. It'll be fine. It's actually coming along really nicely. I'm really happy with how it turned out. And as far as I've been told, the other lawn that we did in town there is doing very well as well. So that should mean we'll have more jobs in the future for redoing lawns. But I'm going to get this thing parked up out front of the garage, take a little look at it, make sure it's all good to go mechanical wise. It should be good. But yeah, I'm excited to use this thing. Well, it is bright and early here the next morning. I got the Craftsman sold last night, so that is $2,000 added to our account. But we've got to get everything loaded up first thing here because we got to go to that job. Which am I going to toss on the front? I think I'm going to throw the Skag on the front here because the skid steer's got to go on the back, kind of over the axles. But apparently this lawn is super overgrown, so it's perfect timing for us to have the Skag now. It should be able to take care of all of that. I haven't seen the property just yet. You know what? I might have. I think I drove past it from the location he sent me. Should be able to just squeeze the skid steer on there. All right, how we looking? Oh man, I don't think we're gonna be able to do it. All right, hold on. I'm gonna take the bucket off of here. If we need, I can come grab the bucket later. If I stick the forks underneath, oh, just barely. Yeah, I don't know if the trailer and truck is gonna tip, but we'll see. How are we looking? Oh, yep, that's what I was worried about. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be okay here. Dang. Okay, so I've shuffled some stuff around, and I think I can kind of balance out the trailer this way. If I put the skid steer too far forward, it just lifts the truck up again from the front. So we're gonna hope this works. I seriously need to figure out something better for hauling this skid steer because this thing is dang heavy, and for whatever reason, this truck just lifts up like crazy. I might just need to get a gooseneck. That might be the solution, but goosenecks are expensive, so maybe I can find a cheap one if I get lucky. I don't know. All right, well, this is the property. Yep, it is definitely looking pretty overgrown. Oh man, this is ridiculous. We got one big tree down here, tons of overgrown grass, lots of bushes. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work. Well, the guy said to call me once I got here, and he's going to kind of go over the phone, just tell me what I need to get done out here since he can't make it out today. I know for sure this big tree is going to have to be cleaned up regardless, and everything pretty much mowed as best as we can, but I'll see what he's thinking. All right, so I just got off the phone with him, and there's a few things here. So these two really big trees need to be cut down. The county has told him that they are too close to the road. Apparently, it's a risk if they fall right onto the highway or something. I don't know. I think it's ridiculous because there's tons of other trees right close to the highway, but I guess these are looking a little weaker. So they might be on their way out. Anyways, he needs these two trees cut down, and I think he wants a couple in the back cleared out. Specifically, this tree right here, and this one or this one. Pretty sure it's this one. I don't know how we're going to chop down this tree unless we just send it straight that way. So this one's definitely going to have to come down. We might be able to send it out back here, but it would land into a big ditch and that wouldn't be very fun. The first thing we're going to have to do is get all these trees out of here, and then we should be able to take care of the lawn. But there's a ton of work that needs to be done here today. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it all done, but we're going to try our best. So first things first was to get everything unloaded off the trailer. Once that was good to go, we could start getting this fallen tree cleared up. So after getting it all delimbed and cut into manageable chunks, I got to loading the pieces on the trailer. And with one tree basically taking up the entirety of the trailer, it was off to the sawmill, which of course meant a big old payday to me of $8,869 and more to come. And after taking down two of the biggest trees on the property, we had a lot more work ahead too. But with load 2 bringing us another $8,000, and around the same for load 3, who could complain? And with the front yard now cleared out, we had the task of dealing with the back, which was gonna be a little tricky. So I decided to cut down the smaller tree first, which didn't go to plan, but I did end up kind of making it work. I then decided to take down the big tree, which also didn't go to plan. But after a bit of chopping, we finally got it all the way down, and we can now get it all loaded up. And with our trailer now completely full to the brim with a very questionable load of logs, we headed out to the sawmill for one last time. And with our last load of logs bringing us to just under $40,000, I started thinking of new ways I could spend that money. Okay, back at the property once again, and everything's kind of cleared out now. It's looking a lot better than it was. The owner called me and just informed me that we have a load of gravel coming later today, so we'll be able to build out kind of the patio area here. But before that happens, we got to get everything mowed, and now I finally get to put that new skag to work. I don't know if it's going to be able to mow over this stuff right here, but we're gonna see. If it doesn't, I can probably take care of it with the skid steer. I do have to be mindful of the stumps now. That's right. Don't want to wreck my brand new lawnmower. Oh yeah, this thing is sweet. I should have got one of these a long time ago. We're actually just gonna mow right up to the edge of the fence here. That way it kind of looks taken care of. Oh, this thing is sweet. Yep, I'm loving it. Oh, so it can take care of those. Well, what the heck? My other craftsman couldn't. I start calling it the craftsman. The guy did say he would like all the bushes in the back kind of taken care of, so we're gonna try our best to do that. Either this thing's gonna be able to take care of them or the skid steer will. I'm not sure. Oh dang. So this thing will take care of them. Well, even better. Oh, I should have bought this skag a long time ago, although it wasn't for sale, so I didn't really have that option. Oh man, this is perfect. So after this job, we're gonna be very close to $50,000, basically $50,000. Now, I'm not sure what I want to spend it on, but I'm thinking a piece of real estate, or maybe another business of sorts. I'm not too sure yet, but maybe a property that I can fix up and sell. I think that might be the move. And look at how much better this is looking back here. Just with all the bushes cleaned up in that, oh, it already looks so dang good. I know the owner is going to be pretty dang happy about this. This is something I'm going to have to talk to the owner about. All back here underneath these trees and where all these bushes kind of were is really bare kind of ground. And if he wants it looking really nice, a reseed of that lawn would look really dang good there. So I'm going to talk to him and see if that's possibly something he wants to do. Okay, so we pretty much have the back side of the property all cleaned up here. It's looking way better. I've just got the front now. Just starting to look better, but still needs a bit more work. Still lots more to mow here. All right, it looks like the truckload of gravel's here, so I'm gonna run over there quick, tell him where to dump it. Then I'm gonna have to run back at some point after I finish this lawn and grab the bucket so we can get that all smoothed out and spread out. There we go. Perfect. A little piece of wood there. Here you go. Awesome. That is about as much as we're gonna need. I just gotta move some of this stuff over here because it's on some lawn I gotta mow. Dang, I really can't believe how well everything turned out. It all looks a million times better now. There we go. Last pass. Well, skag is all loaded up. up since we're not going to be needing that. I just had a chat with the owner. He said if I wanted to fix the bare spots on the lawn here, he's kind of at his max for what he can do for billing me out right now. But he said since I'm interested in real estate, he's got this really nice piece of property that might come up here really soon. And he said if I do this, he'll give me a killer deal on it. It's a nice fixer-upper. So while we're grabbing the bucket for the skid steer, we'll go fix all this while we're at it. It actually won't take us very long. So, I mean, if we get a killer deal on a property, I'll take it. It does look like this lawn has a bunch of other bare spots, but they're just light spots. They'll eventually fill in now that the lawn's kind of all mowed and looking clean. All right, well, I should have everything I need here. Gonna close up the shop doors since I forgot to do that last time, but luckily there's not a whole lot of traffic here, so we didn't get robbed. How do I have traffic here? This is ridiculous. All right, made it back here. I'm gonna get working on the lawn before I go spread that gravel. Man, I love this little 330 garden tractor. Picked it up for such a good deal too. So this should be pretty simple. Just basically got to get around the trees, get into all the bare spots. There's not too many, so we're gonna be done here real quick. One last little tidbit here and everything is all tilled up, ready for seed. Gotta love how I'm doing this slow-mo majestic walk / run. It just looks ridiculous. Man, if I could just do one job on the landscaping business, it'd be this. It's just so easy and it pays so dang well. But I guess it's not every day people are needing their lawns redone, so I don't know how much business I'd get. But it's a nice little addition to the business. It makes us a little bit of extra money here and there. In this case, no, it's just getting us a good deal on the property when we want to do that. Might put some seed over some of these untilled up parts because it's a little bit thin back here. We'll just kind of get some on there. Maybe it'll thicken up a little bit with some water. Oh, I'm out. There we go, filled up once again. I can't believe how long that one tote of seed has lasted. I thought it was originally only going to do my lawn, but I severely miscalculated, and it actually did our other lawn that we did not too long ago for a person, and it's doing this lawn. Well, part of it. So bang for your buck, I only paid $450 for that. So I'm making a lot of money off of it. There we go, that's all the tilled up parts dealt with. I'm just gonna spread some around the back, spread the last of it, and we'll be good to go. Just gotta roll it. Then put this gravel out, of course. No uneven lawns on my watch. Got all the lawn stuff loaded up. We're all finished up there. I'm just gonna go spread that gravel quick. And I guess I'll have to make 2 trips because can't haul everything on one trailer. What the heck is going on? Did someone get in an accident? There's no traffic coming. You guys can just like go around. I don't know what the heck's going on there. Yeah, this should be pretty easy. Oh, except I'm kind of stuck. Never mind. I should have tilled this up too to put gravel over it, but then I would have had to compact it again, and I don't think that hand roller is doing the best job. There we go. Done deal. They got a nice little fire pit area. If they want to set up some lawn chairs, put down a fire pit. I think the owner's going to put down a fire pit there. That's what he said at least. I'll call him, get my pay, and head on home. All right, screw this traffic. I'm going around. I don't know what the heck you guys are stopped for. School bus doesn't have a stop sign out. Okay, everything's put away. You just got to go grab my skid steer. And that is another job well done. Just got paid $10,000. That brings us up to just under 50 grand. Dang, that was a good day. Well, made it back to the compound here. I am super happy with how the Skeg performed today. This leather seat is so dang comfortable compared to the old Craftsman there. I'm actually excited to mow more lawns with this one. I've been doing some thinking. For a landscaping business, do I really need a crew cab long bed pickup? Don't get me wrong, it's a really nice truck and I absolutely love this thing, but is it really necessary? I'm thinking it would be way more practical to get like a single cab long bed, maybe something with a flatbed. I'm not too sure yet. I gotta find a truck to, of course, buy. But in the meantime, I'm gonna put this truck up for sale. I'm gonna try not to drive it too much because you don't want to put a whole lot of miles on a truck you're planning to sell. But nevertheless, we've got some jobs this morning. No jobs in the city though. Bit strange. Most of them are actually right close to us. In fact, both of them are right down the road. So we're gonna get to work on those. So if y'all remember when I bought this property, I took out a $10,000 loan because I didn't quite have all the cash to buy the property outright, but the bank is kind of calling in on that loan. So we're going to have to get that paid here sooner than later. I have the money to pay for it at the moment, but I want to try to save that for a little bit longer in case something comes up, some opportunity or something. You never know. It's always good to have a little extra cash, but it would be nice to have that loan paid off. That way I have no debt whatsoever and I don't risk losing the business. But who knows? Maybe I'll just get the loan paid off and we'll be better off that way. So this is client number 1 for the day. They're just literally right down the road from my house. You can see my house right there. This is a quick little job, $250. Real easy money. I'll never understand why people let their lawns get so long before calling us, because then it just takes longer. Lucky for me, I got the Skag now, so it makes things a little bit easier than when I was using the Craftsman. That thing would bog down so dang bad, but this Skag seems to be able to handle it pretty dang good. That, and it is cutting time off our jobs like crazy. I can rip with this thing. You know, one day if I get a super big property of my own with like a super big nice lawn, I'm just gonna go and stripe up the lawn, you know, put cool designs in it, just make it like super nice. I mean, by that time I should be running around with a fully custom Skag mower, you know, just a completely blinged out mower, just ridiculous stuff. All right, front lawn is done, just got a little bit left on the back here, and we are out of here. There we go. Look how much better that looks. Money collected, 250 bucks, and we are all finished up. On to the next job. Man, these jobs couldn't get closer to home if I wanted them to be. Literally, my house is right around that corner. Now, this lawn is a bit bigger. We kind of got to go all the way to back here, which is quite a ways. So this is a $300 lawn. So the guy that actually owns this house, he works at the local trailer dealership. And he said if I ever needed a trailer, I should swing on by. Now, I don't need a trailer at the moment. I'm kind of happy with my little bumper pull there, but who knows? Maybe if I decide to get some bigger equipment, it'd be nice. I would really like a bigger skid steer. The one I have right now kinda sucks. Imagine if I had a cab and air conditioning on this thing. Man, mowing would be so much nicer. Wonder if they make those. A cabbed zero turn. I know there's golf course mowers that are cabbed, but I don't think they're zero turns. I got the front of the yard looking in tip-top shape as usual. Now I just have this absolutely massive piece in the back to take care of. Even with the Skag, this is going to take me a little bit. There we go, last pass. Oh, I got a little bit by the tree to get here. There we go. Perfect. Just collected my money, $300. Man, 500 bucks for half a day's work? I'll take it. Well, 550, I guess. However, the truck and mower are just about out of diesel, so yeah, this is gonna be expensive. Most of my profits are gonna go to that. Well, made it into town here. The closest gas station to me is about 30 or so minutes away, which is ridiculous, but this is about to be an expensive bill. $200 later, and we got ourselves a full mower and a full truck. Man, these fuel bills do not get any cheaper. Well, just pulling back into the compound here, and since we've got no more jobs planned for today, I'm probably just going to go and maintenance some equipment. I know the mower needs a little bit of work. We're going to get that done, and I'm going to try find myself another truck. Well, something to replace this. Technically a downgrade, but not quite. Well, it is the next day here, bright and early, 7:30 in the morning. I got my truck listed up on Marketplace last night, and I've had quite a few people interested in it. I have a guy coming to look at it at 12 today. But the reason why I'm up so early is because last night I found an absolutely smoking deal on a truck. However, it's a little rough around the edges to say the least. So we're gonna go take a look at it. If I think it's gonna work for what we need, we'll buy it. But for how much the guy wants for it, I think we'll win either way. But if I don't buy it, I'm probably not gonna be able to sell my truck because I gotta have something to drive around. So I'm just pulling up to the guy's house. It should be up here on the left. Yep, there it is. And like I was saying, it looks pretty rough, but hold on, keep an open mind here. We're gonna go look at it, and I'll explain my reasonings in a minute. So this is a 2011 Chevy Duramax. It's actually a 3500, but it's a single cab long box, and it's looking just a little bit rough. The reason for that is the truck got stolen and vandalized a little bit. You can see there's a little bit of spray paint. Then the guys that stole it drove it into a ditch, got it buried, and left it there. The guy was able to get his truck back, and as far as his ad said, everything is in decent working order. It's got decent amount of miles, nothing too crazy, nothing low, but I guess good for what we need. He only wants $5,000 for it though, which is an absolute steal for a truck like this, even in its current condition. It's got a dent in the bed, it's really dirty at the moment. The paint is looking very rough, but I think this should work for what I need. Again, I know downgrade compared to the Ford, but all in the name of growing the business. Anyways, I'm gonna go try and make a deal, and hopefully we can get it done. I don't know if it's gonna fit on my trailer though. It should, but I guess we'll see if we buy it. Title is in hand, and truck is mine for $5,000. He had 4 other people coming to look at it after me, so I jumped on it. I didn't even try to deal with him there, because if I didn't buy it, somebody else would have. Not quite able to fit it on the trailer, but kind of close. This'll work. Let's get this thing back to the compound. All right, so it's been a couple hours here. I got the Chevy in the shop. I've already ordered a bunch of new parts for it. Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm not leaving it like this. So first things first, new tires, new suspension, grill guard, new lighting, new mirrors, because I hate these type of mirrors. And I already made a deal with the guy on Facebook Marketplace to do a partial trade for this bed for a flat bed with boxes with obviously a good amount of cash on my end. I'm going to repaint the cab, upgrade the rear end a little bit for better towing, and I think this should be a perfect little work truck. That's what I'm hoping at least, and for a very modest budget. Anyways, it is 12, so the guy should be showing up here any minute now to come pick up the Ford. The only thing is I'm not going to have a vehicle in working order for the next 5 or so days, which is not going to be ideal. Well, the truck is gone, and this is the most amount of money we have ever had in our account, $70,000. That's a lot of money, man. And now I'm just left with this piece of junk. Well, we'll see if we can make it nice. All right, so it's the next day here. I'm doing paint and body work on the Chevy right now. I've got it all tore down, and I got a call this morning of a guy who had a lawn mowing job. Now, I've been putting off all the other lawn mowing jobs just because I've been trying to get this truck done, and I didn't really have anything else booked, and I was like, sorry, man, can't make it out right now. My truck's down, just can't make it out to the job. And he's like, man, I got a really big property. I got a family gathering coming up, and I need it mowed ASAP. And I was like, well, how big's the property? And he said really big. So he told me the amount he wanted mowed. I was like, all right. I gave him a ridiculous quote of $2,000, which is ridiculous for how much he needs mowed. And he was like, done. And I'm like, well, crap. This is not good. Now, his place is only about 10, 15 minutes away from here. And technically speaking, I could drive the zero turn, but the zero turn is kind of slow in that department of just driving down the road. But you know what isn't terribly slow? That's right, the good old lawn tractor. So I've had dumb ideas, and then I've had really dumb ideas. This just might be one of the dumbest. We're gonna attempt to make it out to his property, one way or another. I mean, $2,000 to mow a lawn, you can't turn that down. The John Deere is working though, so we may just be all right. Now, we're not breaking any land speed records here, but I think we're doing all right here. At least I have trailer hookups. It'd suck if I had no lights. Well, would you look at that? We made it. The old John Deere did it. So yeah, this property is pretty dang big. It's mostly the laneway that's just super long, and it's gonna take a while, but I ain't gonna turn down that much money, so we're getting this done one way or another. Besides, it pays for a good portion of my new truck. So we're getting the back of the property done first here, because there's not actually a whole lot. But after we finish this, we'll get going on the front laneway there, and that'll probably take the longest, but shouldn't be too bad. I mean, for $2,000, you can get a half-decent used lawnmower. Not anything crazy like the Skag, but still. But hey, if you don't want to do it, I guess you're going to pay someone else. I just happen to be that someone else. Well, the entire back part of the lawn here is finished. Man, I could not imagine doing this with the Craftsman. That would have taken forever, and it probably would have not cut that great since this grass is super tall. That thing did not do well in tall grass. As much of a pain in the butt it is to mow this whole driveway, I gotta say, it's actually pretty cool. Well, it looks cool at least. He had like one of those Ventrac lawnmowers with like a 72-inch deck. That'd make the job go by pretty quick. And that is another job done. I feel kind of bad charging this guy $2,000 for this job, but hey, he accepted the price. This has got to be like the most unprofessional thing to show up to a job towing a lawnmower with a garden tractor. That is just something else. But who cares, because we got $2,000 more in our bank account. It's probably the most amount of money we're going to have for quite a while. Now I just got to put on back to the compound there. That'll take about 45 minutes or so. We're going so dang slow. Oh well, what are you going to do? So it's been a couple more days here. I have been working day and night to finish the Chevy, but it's finally done, and I think it's been well worth the work and the money, because this don't even look like the same truck anymore. Check this out. Dang, it looks good. Let me pull this thing outside. There, now we can see it better out in the sun. So if you remember, the bed on this thing, not in the best condition, so I swapped it with a brand new, to me, CM bed. It's got toolboxes on it, gooseneck hitch, the whole 9 yards. I did brand new suspension, beefed up the rear end a little bit so it could haul trailers a little bit better. Brand new tires, full straight piped exhaust. A brand new paint job with a Harbor Freight paint gun. It actually turned out not too dang bad for what it is. New ranch hand grill guard, all new lights, and a front plow mount for the winter because I plan to do some snow plowing. But I think it's safe to say we built ourselves the ultimate little lawn care truck. The only other thing I want to do is add a little slip tank up here, but I couldn't find one on the marketplace right now, so I'm kind of waiting on that. But in total, total for all the upgrades, I only spent $7,000. That brings us to $65,000. So all in all, we're only into this truck for $12,000. I think we're doing pretty dang good. Also, since we got a good amount of cash, I have went ahead and paid off our remaining balance on our loan, which was $10,000. So we now have no more debt, but there's one more thing I gotta buy to make this whole setup complete. And we're gonna go pick it up. Check it out, brand new to me, Gator tilt deck. This cost us $10,000, bringing us to $45,000. I ended up getting a smoking deal on this trailer for what it is. I just realized I sold my blue Ford with a full tank of diesel. That sucks. That was expensive. Anyways, this thing should be a little bit nicer for hauling the skid steer or other equipment if we decide we want to get some bigger stuff down the road. This thing should be able to haul it all, no problem. And with the single cab long box, we should be able to get in places a lot easier versus the crew cab long box. And actually, with the rear suspension upgrades, this thing can tow more than that Ford, which is even better. But man, I cannot wait to put this setup to work. We've honestly been in kind of a dry spell at the moment, so not a whole lot of people have been needing their lawns mowed, and that has been a big decline in work for us. At any rate, I've been looking around at auctions, trying to find some other equipment that can maybe get us back on track here, get us some more work until the rain picks up and then grass starts growing again, and then we get more work. However, it could be a little while till that happens, so we got to prepare for the worst by possibly spending a bunch of money, because that's the smart thing to do. Not gonna lie, I've been a little bit sad since I sold my nice Ford. I haven't had my plush leather interior, but hey, all in the name of growing the business, I suppose. Did I miss my turn? Ah, there's the house. I gotta say, it is so much nicer having a tilt deck trailer. Now I don't gotta deal with pulling out ramps, none of that junk. I just pulled the trailer down, done deal. It's as easy as that. I believe we've done this lawn before, and it seems to be the only one that's grown in the last little while. I don't know what they're putting on this lawn, but must be working. So I just finished up the front side of the lawn here, and I had to stop for a minute because I got a call. It was a guy that wanted a power line trenched in, and that's the second call I've gotten this week about someone that's wanted a job done with an excavator or something that I just couldn't do because I don't have the right equipment. Well, in this case, I suppose an excavator. So we're literally missing out on work because I don't have the right equipment. Now, I might have to fix that. However, excavators are not cheap at all. It's not like dropping 10 grand on a mower. It's closer to like 40, 50 grand for even a cheap, crappy one. And our main issue is we can't go and get one of those bigger ones, which are usually the cheaper ones because they're older and, you know, got more hours on them and that. Nah, we'd have to get a smaller one because of what we can tow with our pickup truck. So I don't know. That might have to be something I'll look into. Now the job done, I'm going to load up the lawnmower here real quick with my nice and simple tilt deck trailer. Oh, this is so much nicer. Let's go collect our paycheck and get the heck out of here. $200 in the bank account, bringing us up to $45,503. Back at the compound once again. Let me know down in the comments, should I sell this little trailer here? You know, now that I kind of got the big gooseneck, I don't really need a bumper pull. It'd be nice for certain things, but I just don't think we have it in the budget to just keep stuff around that we're not using. I don't know. I may or may not sell it. So I just finished unhooking the trailer and I get a call for another job, and it is quite possibly the smallest job we've ever been called for. It's not even worth taking out the lawnmower, so we're just gonna grab the push mower. Now the even suckier part is this job was right next to the lawn we just did. It's literally a shop like right across from that house. So we're gonna go do it, I guess. Man, if they'd only called like 20 minutes sooner, it would have been like perfect timing. But no, now I gotta drive all the way back into town, and you best believe they're getting charged mileage. So right here's the place. This is what we got called out for. I'm not sure why they have a strip of grass right next to their shop, but this is it. There's no other parts here to mow. And yeah, the house that we did, it's right there. It's so ridiculous. So the minimum we charge to come out and mow a lawn is $50, so that's what these people are getting charged. This is like 4 passes with the push mower. Yep, here we go. Just mowing this little chunk. Nothing much to see here. I can't believe we're doing this. This is so ridiculous. Well, that's it. All done. Took no more than a minute. Well, payment collected of $50 whole, and we are on our way back to the compound. All right, so it's been a couple hours here, and I've been on some equipment websites, and I may or may not have just made the best financial decision for the business or the worst. In other words, I bought an excavator. Now you're probably wondering, Austin, where'd you get the money for the excavator? Because I only have $45,000. And while yes, that could technically buy an excavator, it wouldn't buy what we need. So I took a loan out, used the property as collateral, along with a couple other pieces of equipment here, for $100,000. Now it seems ridiculous to spend that much money on just one piece of equipment, but this piece of equipment is going to be super versatile and allow us to take on a lot more jobs, especially after turning down 2 already. I was looking at a backhoe, which would have been a sufficient option, but I figured go big or go home, right? Now, mind you, the backhoe would have been about $50,000 less. That, and I just got out of debt. I just paid off the last amount owing on the property, and now we're right back in debt. Anyways, I'm headed to go pick this thing up. I hope I didn't just make a terrible financial mistake. Well, it's been a couple hours here, and I am just pulling back into town here. I had to grab some fuel, but our terrible financial mistake is on the back of the trailer, and we're pretty overweight at the moment, but we're making it work. Check this bad boy out. This is a brand new to me John Deere 75P excavator. It's more of a mini excavator, but not quite. It's kind of middle of the road. Definitely on the smaller side though. I paid $100,000 for it with my loan. It's got roughly 100 hours on it, so not that much as far as excavators go. Got a light bar. The windows are slightly tinted. Came with 2 buckets, 1 smooth bucket, 1 tooth bucket. It's got the rubber tracks so I can go on pavement and not worry about tearing that all up. And it just barely fits on my trailer, but it does weigh it down a good amount. So that's a little worrying, but you know, we'll cross that road when we get there. Anyways, I gotta fill this truck up with fuel. This is gonna be expensive. There we go, $100 later. Man, that's not cheap. So we're now down to $45,453 and $100,000 in debt. Yeah, this could bankrupt our business. Well, it is the next day here, and as I was looking out my window this morning sipping my coffee, I thought, hey, let's go spend some more money. Nope, that was not actually my thought this morning, but I've got a friend down at the trailer dealership, and I let him know when I went and picked this trailer up if there was any dump trailers that came in, you know, something used that wasn't going to cost me an arm and a leg. Like 30 grand for a new dump trailer is ridiculous. I was not paying that he should let me know. And this morning he gave me a call and said, hey, we just got this one in, 15 grand. It's in nearly perfect condition. You should come down and take a look at it. So that's what we're going to go do. Now, is this a smart idea in our current situation? Absolutely not. But are we going to do it? Yeah, we're going to go do that. Now, I do have 3 jobs lined up for later today. I called back the 2 clients who I told I couldn't do the jobs for because we didn't have the right equipment. But now that we have the right equipment, I called them back and said, hey, are you still interested in getting this stuff done? They said, absolutely. So we've got those 2 lined up. And then I got a call last night about a trail that needed cleared out. So we're going to go do that as well. So we've got a fully packed day. Hopefully we can make some of our money back. Hey, check it out, guys. I went and picked up my next poor financial decision, which cost us $15,000, which brings us down to $30,000. But this trailer should be perfect for what we need. The only problem with this trailer is it does not have super high sides, which is kind of a problem, but I've been told we can add sides onto it. It does have the slots for it, so if we need to, we can do that, but for now, we should be all right. It also has ramps on the back, which is really nice for loading the excavator right into the back of this, and it is a triple axle, so it can handle a little more weight than the other trailer we have. That's also another reason why I bought it. Man, if I keep buying equipment like this, we're gonna have a fully stocked yard here very soon. So I'm not entirely sure yet how well this trailer is gonna handle this weight, but we're gonna see. This is also my first time operating this machine outside of loading it onto the other trailer, and this one's proving to be a bit more challenging. I gotta lift our blade up here a little bit. There we go. Nice. Now we're talking. All right, we are loaded. Now this is a money-making setup if I've ever seen one. Well, I hope it is at least. Otherwise, we're gonna go broke. Hopefully the old Chevy can handle this much weight. I know I did say when I built this truck that I upgraded the suspension to haul a lot more weight, but this was not exactly what I had planned, and yeah, we're pushing a little more than we should, but we're gonna go for it at any rate. All right, so we're pulling up to our first job here, and you might be thinking, Austin, there's nothing here. Well, not yet there isn't. These fields are owned by a local farmer just down the road here, and he wants 2 new approaches built. He's already got the culverts laid out here for us. So literally all we've got to do is just adjust the culverts a little bit to line up a little better, and then put a bunch of dirt over them. Now, technically this could have been done with a skid steer, but an excavator just makes it that much easier. Plus, he wants us to try clear out this one ditch a little bit because it's got a bunch of shrubs in it. And drainage does not work very well when you got a bunch of junk in the drainway. So I'm going to get the excavator unloaded here, and then we got to go pick up a load of topsoil, or just soil in general, which actually isn't going to cost us any money because the farmer already has a bunch of it at his farm, and he said just come grab it from there. He'll go ahead and load it up for us, so that's perfect. Everything's unloaded. Let's go get some loads of topsoil here. All right, first load of soil. We're just going to go ahead and back right up to where we want this approach and just dump it right in there. Actually, I should probably go and move that culvert a little bit straighter here. Yep, there we go. Dumping out the first load here. We'll probably need a bunch more. That's my guess anyway. So I just finished dumping about 5 loads of soil here, and this should be about good enough. Now, the downside of having a dump trailer without the high walls is starting to come into effect just a little bit, but we're making it work. The first thing here, we're just going to try to smooth this all out kind of with the blade, and then maybe bring in another load or 2 of topsoil if we need it. Not sure if we will yet. Yeah, I think we're going to need it though. Man, who would have known the first part we're using of the excavator is the flipping blade? Well, go figure, I guess. We're probably going to need about 1 more load, and that should about do it. All right, well, there's approach number 1 done. He said he didn't need them terribly wide, so this is what we're going with. I didn't end up needing another load of soil for this particular culvert, but we're going to need to bring in a bunch for the other one. But it's actually looking not too bad. So we're at about 5 loads here so far. I'm about to dump the 6th here on the 2nd approach we're doing, and this should be enough to finish it off. Then I just got to go ahead and smooth it all out with the excavator. I guess it's always better to have more than not enough. Starting to think I should have just bought a dozer. You know what's funny about this little excavator though? It's better at pushing dirt than my dadgum little skid steer there. That thing absolutely sucks for it. But this thing's actually not too bad. Like, we can push a good amount here. All right, well, that is the 2nd approach done here. We had a little bit extra dirt for this one. I should have just stuck with the 5 loads. That's why this approach is a tad bit wider, but it still looks pretty dang good. Anyways, I guess I'm gonna load this all back up here and go collect my payment. I did end up putting the bucket on the back of the truck here since we don't really need the smooth bucket. It just kind of keeps it out of the way a little bit better. Well, I got my money, $2,000. That brings us up to $32,328. Not too bad. Anyways, we're just pulling up to the next job here, and this one, we need to clear out this old trail, make it a little bit wider, so I'm probably gonna have to go grab the lawnmower at some point, just because there's a lot of brush and stuff here that needs to be cut. But the main problem is these big old trees back here. There's 1, keep running back here, there's 2, 3, I think that's it. But I gotta try to drag this one out of the river first. Well, not first. I gotta get the other tree out of the way. Anyway, should be a pretty simple job, and then we get to also sell the wood from all this, so should be pretty profitable as well. So after getting the excavator unloaded, I started delimbing the first of the 3 trees. Once the limbs were all taken care of, I decided to cut it into manageable chunks so I could get them moved off the road with the help of my new excavator. Once the first tree was cleared, I moved on to the next, and after getting that cleared out of the road, it was time to deal with the major one sitting in the river, which actually proved pretty dang easy. So after getting it delimbed and cut up into manageable chunks, it was time to get the dump trailer over. And with the first tree loaded, I was starting to get the hang of this new excavator. And with the 2nd tree kind of filling up the dump trailer, I decided I'd come back for 1 more load. And with our first load bringing us almost $2,300, I headed back to grab the last of the logs. And with those logs now loaded, I headed back to the sawmill 1 more time, which ended up bringing us another $7,526. And since the compound was nearby, I grabbed the lawnmower on the way back so we could finish up this job, which was pretty easy because all I had left to do was clean up some overgrown grass and shrubs. Well, the trail is done. I have finished mowing, and it is a heck of a lot wider now. Look at this. That is a transformation right there. Oh, I missed a little piece of grass here. There we go. But man, this looks way better. We cleared out a bunch of brush, ton of tall grass, the downed trees. I even mowed up on the banks a little bit. This looks great now. Anyways, the reason why the owner of this road wanted this all cleaned up is because he has a field across the river there. It's a pretty big one, and he leases it out, and the guy that leases it can't fit his combines down here currently, so we went ahead and widened out the road, cleaned up everything that was down, and now it looks way better. Oh boy, can I get in here? I'm struggling. Ugh. I got it in here before. I don't know how I did it. Hold on. I have an idea. Okay, this is not a smart idea, but we're going to try it anyway. Here we go. Nice and easy. Yeah, something like that. This is so wrong. Okay, good enough. I put it up on an angle here so I can hopefully just barely fit in the excavator. I'm not too sure if I'll be able to. We're going to try, though. Oh, boy, we're struggling. Oh, the poor truck. Oh boy, this is not good. All right, hold on. I have an idea. Let's lift the front of this up as much as we can. There we go. And I'm gonna close the gate. Perfect. Then set it on down. Nice. And I'm sure the DOT would love me. That looks so ridiculous in so many ways. All right, well, let's get it strapped down here and hope we don't get pulled over. I mean, it's not very far to my house, so I should be good. Oh, this poor little Chevy. It can't handle this much weight. Am I spinning right now? I am. Okay, there we go. We're good again. All right, so it's a little bit later in the day here. I just got paid from that job. Anyways, we're gonna unload the lawnmower here and try and get another job done. We have a quick trenching job. That should be pretty easy, but I gotta get this lawnmower unloaded first, and I can't do that with the excavator on here. Okay, mower's off of there. Let's get this thing back on and get over to the job. Well, this should be it. Oh, almost missed my turn. Okay, so this guy just got 2 new grain bins put in here, and he needs power run to both of them. So it should be pretty simple. Basically, we got a trench all the way from over here, down across here, long side of the barn, all the way to the power box right here. The owner already did a call before you dig. We're good to dig along here. So we're going to try to see what we can do. So one of the last things you want when you're doing a job like this is to dig up some rainbow roots. That's no fun, so we're going to try to avoid that at all costs. Now, luckily, we don't got to go very deep with this, so this should be pretty simple. I just want to try to get as close to the building as I can here. There we go. That should be deep enough. Now, we just got to go along the barn. Unfortunately, with the Terraform mod, you can't go very narrow when you dig, so you kind of dig a wide hole, but it is what it is. Okay, well, it's been a little bit here. Everything has been trenched, and I kind of filled it lightly back in, but I got to go back over it again. I laid the cord in, so we're good there. I got quite a bit to fill back here. Not too much left. This actually took slightly longer than I thought, but not too bad. It's just a super boring and tedious process, so having it all on camera is a bit ridiculous. Anyways, I'm going to push this all back in here with the excavator. Should be pretty quick process. Yeah, there we go. Real easy. Man, the fact that I can angle this blade is so nice. I can just go on the side of the trench and just kind of push it all in there. Oh, it's great. All right, so at this point, we're just about finished here. The only thing is this is going to settle a good bit once it's all filled back in after a couple days. So we may have to come back and spread a load of topsoil just to kind of smooth it all back out. But for now, we're pretty much finished up here. Well, that's about as good as it gets. Get the heck out of here. Well, I am back at the compound here, and I should probably go buy a pressure washer, but we got paid $1,500 from that job. Probably should have quoted a little bit more because it took a little longer than I thought it would. But nevertheless, learning experience with the excavator. I am loving this thing. We've already made a ton of money in the first full day of us using this thing. We're back up to 45 grand. I'll take it. I just now have a $100,000 loan to pay this sucker off. You might notice that we're down a little bit of money. We had up over 45, but I did spend a little bit of money getting some trees in on the property. It does actually look way better now. Now, I personally don't care, but since I may sell this property at some point, I'd like to add some value to it, and trees add value. I know there's some sort of saying in the real estate business, like a tree adds a certain amount of value. I don't know the exact amount, but supposedly it's supposed to, and if that's the case, we got a lot of added value here. There's a lot of trees here. I actually might have planted too many, but we'll roll with it for now. Anyways, we've got a very, very busy day ahead of ourselves here. We've got some lawns to do, and then I think we have to dig a pool today, which I have never done before, so I don't know how it's gonna go, but it shouldn't be too bad, right? It's just digging a pool. Now, we're not gonna be putting the pool in or anything. We just gotta dig it, and that's all. But we get to charge out a pretty good amount, so we're gonna do the job anyway. So I still don't have a fuel tank at the compound. I really should get one, but for the time being, we just gotta run this whole setup over to the gas station and fill everything up with fuel. Oh man, these cars in town they pull out without looking whatsoever. And one of these days, as I was saying, one of these days I'm gonna crash my truck. Got everything fueled up here, $150 later. Man, fuel is not cheap these days. Back at the old local garage here, this is actually going to be a bit bigger of a job today because we've got to take out some of these bushes. Now, I should be able to do it pretty easily without any serious equipment, but if we do need some more, I guess I can go grab the skid steer. They must be putting something on this grass because it gets long quick. The old Skag can handle it no problem though. So before we mow everything else, I'm going to try to get in here as much as I can, clean up all the bushes. I guess they want to put some racks back here for storing stuff or like a little cover shed or something. Not too sure. At any rate, we're cleaning this out. Gonna try and make it look a little bit nicer. So I've gotten pretty much all the bushes I can get with the lawnmower here, so I'm gonna go grab my chainsaw and we're gonna try to take some of this stuff out. There we go. This should actually be pretty easy. All right, so I've got the back pretty much done here as far as getting out all the shrubs and that. So much more space here. But after talking to the guys at the shop here, they decided they wanted this tree gone and then this big limb gone here, which I said I can do no problem, but it's going to cost them a little more. They're fine with that. But before I do all that, I'm just going to finish up this lawn here real quick. I should have honestly grabbed my dump trailer here because I didn't know I was going to be taking out any big trees, but that's fine. We should still be able to do it all with the flatbed. Okay, lawn's all taken care of. Let's get the trees taken care of. Oh boy, this is going to be a bit sketchy. Now let's hope this doesn't fall on me or on the truck. That was close. So I can take the tree that way into the parking lot there of the other building, or I can take it this way, but I have more risk of hitting this shop. I think we're going to try to take it straight that way. There we go. Flawless cut. That actually couldn't have went any better if I'd planned it. I mean, I did plan it. I don't know. Okay, tree delimbed here. I'm gonna go run back and grab the skid steer, or else I'm gonna spend the next hour just trying to cut this thing into small enough pieces so I can load it up on the trailer by hand. If I grab the skid steer, it's just gonna be way easier. So I just got the mower loaded up here, and man, do I have perfect timing. So the other smaller flatbed I have, I'm not really using it much these days, and I figured, I'm like, why don't I rent it out? I mean, I'm not using it. I could get some extra cash. So I went ahead, put it up on a website the other day, and I got a call a few minutes ago about a guy that wants to rent it for 5 days at $100 a day, so that's $500, and they got to pay in advance. So that means that we get an extra $500, which I will take. Anyways, he should be meeting me at the shop here shortly, so I'm gonna go rip back there, unload the lawnmower, load up the skid steer, and then hopefully get that trailer rented out. Got my trailer loaded up with the skid steer, got $500 for the trailer rental. The guy's just about to head out here, so that'll be gone for 5 days, but we don't need it anyway. And if I can keep that thing rented out, we are set. That's big money. So we're going back around the fire department here because the tire shop is on the other side. Now I had a thought. I don't really want to tear up the grass too much because the skid steer will definitely do that. So we're gonna try to stay on this back parking lot as much as we can. Okay, can I kind of scoot this over? Oh yeah, I can. Perfect. Yeah, now we're talking. This thing can barely pick this up, but we're making it work. There we go. That should be good. So I'm gonna have to drive on the grass for one tree here. We're gonna try to be very careful. All right, nice and easy. Try not to tear up the grass. Perfect. Now I've just got to try load this all up here. I don't know if it's all going to fit on the trailer, but we'll try. There we go. Full tree loaded up, plus that extra little part there. Definitely weighed down a good bit, but we should be all right. I'm going to have to come back for the skid steer. I can't fit it on the trailer. That's fine anyway. I'll have to come back for my payment. Funny part is, the sawmill, literally right next to the garage. That's all I got to haul this. I could have took it over piece by piece to the sawmill, but that would have taken quite a while, so I guess we're doing it this way. All right, let's see how much we get. 10 grand for that? Oh, man. Well, that brings us up to $55,000 and some change. I will take that all day. I mean, I like money, but 10 grand seems really excessive. I mean, it's good wood, but I don't know. 10 grand's a lot. Got my money from the job, $500, bringing us up to over $56,000. That is money in the bank. Anyways, I'm going to take the skid steer back to the compound here. We've got 2 more jobs in town, and then we've got to dig that pool, but I don't know if we're going to have time for all that today. We're going to try, though. I should have just left the mower in town, and then I could have just went straight from that job to the next, but oh well, you live and you learn. The fact that there's this much traffic to get into my own house is ridiculous. I might have to move at some point. So I was just fixing to head back into town here to get the last 2 jobs done that we have over there, but I just got a call from the guy I bought this property from. He's a real estate guy in the area, and I told him a while back if he's ever got any old properties that he wants to sell, you know, something more run down, in more of my price range, because I don't have a ton of money. In fact, I have more debt than I have money. And he just called me and said, hey, I got this property. It's $50,000, probably closer to $55,000, $60,000 with closing costs and all that, and all his fees. And he said, if you want to take a look at it, I'll send you the address. So it's not on our way, but we're going to go take a look at it anyway. He said it's pretty run down, but it would be the perfect thing for me to take on. So we're going to go check it out. I could technically afford it. However, with the $100,000 I have in debt right now from that excavator, I'm not sure it's the smartest idea. I mean, at least I'd be able to buy it in cash. That'd be the nice part. Well, this is it, I believe. Oh yeah, this place does not look the greatest, I'll say that much. So I said this property was a bank foreclosure, and it hasn't been on the market. The bank's just been holding it. And I guess he finally got his hands on the contract to be able to sell it. They said everything comes with the property. It's as is, hasn't been lived in for, I don't know, 10 years, he said, or something. Seems ridiculous to me. So there must be something further wrong with this property, but I'm not too sure. I mean, it's a really good spot. There's a couple houses down there. Actually, the place we're supposed to go dig that pool is right down there. But it's a really good spot for a house, not too far out of town. I probably don't want to go into the property there because that'd be considered trespassing. Don't really want to do that. Got an old truck there though. That's nice. Got a shed. Oh, a bunch of down trees. Well, this might be perfect. Okay, enough of looking at this. I've got to go do those jobs. I'm actually very behind schedule at the moment here, so we got to get that done. But I mean, this might be the perfect property. I'm going to talk to that real estate guy, see if I can get some numbers on this thing, and maybe we might have a new property. That'd be like the perfect thing for me. I got all the equipment to fix it all up. I know some basic things about renovations, not too much, but probably enough to get me to where I need to go. So I don't know. That might be it. Got our 2 regular customers here, this house, and then this bakery here. I guess it's kind of like a little shopping center, but they get mowed pretty frequently. This house is actually a pretty big lawn, so it takes a little bit, but it's good money, so can't say no. You know, if I quit going into debt, I could actually upgrade some more equipment, but us going into debt seems to be the thing that makes us money. The excavator is slowly paying for itself. The mower, I guess I didn't go into debt for the mower, so this thing's already paid for itself 10 times over. My main thing about buying that new property there is even if we get it fixed up, what's it gonna be worth if we do that? Because I mean, I could put as much money as I want to into that property, but if other houses in the area aren't really going for that much, we can only sell it for as much as the market will allow us to. That, and I'm kind of looking for a quick flip. I don't want to spend 8 months trying to make that property exactly what I want and then not be able to get my money out. Especially once winter rolls around. I mean, I need that debt paid off and I need to buy some snow removal equipment because we got to keep making money even through the winter months. You know that, and I need a new skid steer in the worst way. Man, I love the way the front yard looks when it's all mowed. So dang nice. Maybe I could talk these guys into getting a pool. That'd be some money right there. Screw landscaping, I'm just gonna become a pool salesman. All right, so I got that house done. I'm just working on the back of this business here. Funny enough, mowing this is way smoother than mowing that house property. I mean, that lawn, for whatever reason, is just crazy rough. This is actually pretty smooth. But this time around, I actually went and cleaned up the back of their property here. They had a bunch of bushes and stuff. I'm not gonna charge them extra for that, but just kind of makes the place look a little bit nicer. They've been having me come back and mow here for quite a while, so gotta give them a bit of a deal sometimes. And there we go. That is it on this. So I just got paid from both places, totaled out to 650 bucks. Pretty dang good money, but it is later now, and I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to dig that pool today, but I think we're gonna try to do it anyway. I mean, worst case scenario, it gets a little dark and I gotta use some headlights on the excavator, but we'll try our best. Well, Facebook Marketplace strikes again. I spent $2,000 here. Spent $1,000 on the diesel tank. I was just about to drive out of the city and I seen it listed up. So I messaged the guy real quick and was like, hey, can I grab this? And he messaged me back right away and was like, yep. So I spent $1,000 on that and then another $1,000 filling it up with fuel. So a little expensive, but should be worth it. I'll probably just keep it on the trailer and pallet for now. Eventually I'll probably put it into my truck, but for now, this will work. Well, it's the next day here and I actually didn't end up having the time to go dig that pool yesterday. So it's 8 a.m. this morning. I'm loading up the excavator and we're gonna get over there and get that done. I'm supposed to hear back on that property today, so hopefully if that happens I can actually get myself into some real estate investments. Man, loading up this thing is always a little tricky, and it lifts the crap out of the back of the truck here. There we go. I'm not sure where my other bucket went. Kind of missing it at the moment. I'll have to go try find it later. It's probably somewhere in the shop, but we only need this one, so we're gonna try to get this done here ASAP. All right, this is the house here on the left. Now, unfortunately, when you're digging a pool like this, there's no way not to tear up the lawn, so I guess we're gonna be doing that a little bit, but it is what it is. Now, we're gonna be hauling away the dirt that we dig out of this. I'm not sure where we're gonna be hauling it to. Maybe I'll just haul it to the house there in case we need it for another project or something. It'd be sweet if I had one of those bunker building things there that I could dump everything into, but for now, it'll probably just be good on the ground. Spin this bad boy around here. There we go. So they've got cones here on kind of how big they want it, but I know the rough measurements, so we're just gonna get to digging. I gotta swing this trailer around, get a bit closer to the excavator, that way we can just dump straight into it. There we go, that should be perfect. There we go, first bucket. One of many. I'm not sure how fast this dump trailer is going to fill up here, but I guess we'll find out. By the looks of it, at some point here, I'm going to have to get a dump trailer with some higher sides. I think I can just add higher sides onto this thing. But yeah, it's filling up pretty quick here. And that's it. It's full. Even though it doesn't look like it, it is full. Okay, so I'm not really sure where to dump this. I can't really dump it in that trench there. So I guess right over here, right on my lawn. Oh well, guy's got to do what he's got to do. That'll work. So by the looks of this so far, it's going to be about 3, maybe 4 loads at the most, but probably closer to 3. So it's actually not too bad. So unfortunately, with how Farm Sim's digging physics is, I'm not going to be able to dig like a perfect pool-shaped hole, but I can get close. Just know that it's not going to look perfect. Or maybe it's a skill issue on my end. Who knows? Looks like we got ourselves another full load here. Let's go run this back. So I'm thinking this should be our final load here. I've almost got the basic shape dug. Then I'll just have to go and clean up the edges as much as I can. I did have a thought though. I think I can sell topsoil. So maybe I'll see if I can sell the 3 or so loads here I'm going to get. And then maybe we make a bit of extra profit on this job. Well, that's about it. It's not going to be a very big pool, but I've filled up this trailer with about as much as it can carry. So we're going to get this load dumped off, come back, grab our excavator, and get our paycheck. So I'm going to try to get this topsoil sold pretty quick because if it rains, it's going to turn into a big muddy mess at my house, and that would not be ideal. I'm hopeful that I can get it sold here pretty soon. Excavator is all loaded up, paycheck secured, $2,000. That brings us up to $56,000. Man, this thing's paying for itself. That's for sure. Well, it's a bit later in the day here, and we are officially broke. No, not because I have a $100,000 loan out on the John Deere excavator, but because I have officially bought in that property. And the total cost came out to $55,800 with all the closing fees. Man, I am so broke right now, it's not even funny. I have $1,000 left in my bank account. Not good, but I guess we own another house now? It's not currently livable from what I've been told, but it can be made livable, which is nice. So we're gonna go check it out. We bought the property with everything on it, so I'm assuming there's some stuff on it. I know there's the truck, but I don't know how good of a condition it's in or if it even runs. So there's a lot of unknowns here. But basically with how that property deal worked out, I had to buy it without really looking at it. Like, I guess other than driving past it, but that's pretty much all we could do. Man, what the heck did I buy? Well, I guess let's check it out here. Hey, the gate works. That's a plus. Man, this place is so overgrown. All right, Chevy 1500. That's not good. What am I doing looking at the truck? I gotta look at the house. So I just took a look inside the house. It is actually pretty good for the most part. It needs some cleaning and some renovations, but for the most part, it actually got left pretty clean. Now there's some garbage around here, just stuff we'd have to clean up. The lawn is just so overgrown, it's not even funny. This truck, I guess, if it does run, that'd be something I could take a look at. Let me hop inside here. Yeah, this thing's been sitting for a real long time. No keys either. So that's not good. And the wheel's broken off. You can't really see it because of all the grass, but the wheel is broken off. I guess let's go check out the rest of this. What is this? Water tank? Oh yeah, it's a trailer. It's like a little trailer and it's got a little water tank on it. That's kind of cool. Some down trees. It's probably rotted out and just falled over. And a shed. What's in the shed? Oh yeah, now we're talking. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's a slip tank right in here. I just bought one. So it came with all this stuff, I guess. That's cool. What do we got here? Mini bike, Massey Ferguson lawn tractor, Honda 4Tracks, and a slip tank. I can't believe I just bought one. That is ridiculous. I just spent $1,000 on one and I just got one with this property. Well, they clearly didn't use the lawnmower. I mean, I suppose after 10 years, I guess, makes sense. All right, this is actually not as bad as I thought for $55,000. Like, the house does need some serious work. I'm probably gonna have to put a lot of money into the house to make it like fully livable. But what I was expecting was a completely rotted out house full of mice and whatever else. Can't really live in that, but this one I actually might be able to make livable. It's gonna take a lot of money and a lot of work, and this property needs a ton of work, and it also does not come on much land. That's kind of why the price was so cheap, and it is a little further outside of town. It's not too bad, but it is a little on the further side, I suppose. But this is definitely something I can make money on. Now, of course, I did do some research into what the houses around here that are in good condition sell for, and it's anywhere from 150 to 250,000, kind of in that range. But this one is obviously not that. Now, this property would be a little more expensive, but since it's a bank repossession, it's a little bit on the cheaper side. But dang, I think I got a pretty good deal. So for those that remember, we bought this kind of old abandoned property and it needs a ton of work. Now, unfortunately, I can't do all of that work as far as a lot of the interior stuff goes and all that. So I'm getting a contractor over today to give me a quote on everything that needs to be done to the inside. However, we can do work on the outside. But before we get to any of that, I need to go make some money. Anyways, last episode, we got 3 loads of topsoil from a job and I listed it up and I sold 2 loads, and with transport, it comes out to about $1,000. Now, we just got to haul the loads into town, which is super easy. So we're going to get that done first. And then after that, we have 2 more jobs lined up, and then hopefully, if there's time today, I can actually go and work on the property. Hold up, gotta get the excavator out of the trailer first. Yeah, that looks about right. So to load this topsoil up, at least we have a skid steer. I don't have to do it with the excavator. Wouldn't be too bad loading it with the excavator, but it's just way easier with a bucket. Now, I was looking at what it would cost to upgrade the skid steer to obviously a bigger model with a cab and all that. And if I want something older, probably around that 20 to 30 mark. And then if I want something newer, we're looking about that $80,000 to $100,000 mark. Now, of course, I have absolutely no business talking about an $80,000 to $100,000 skid steer right now with my current bank account, so that might be out of the cards for a little bit. Oh shoot, I should probably close the back of this trailer. I don't want to have the dirt flying out. Anyways, at some point this year, we do have to start thinking about snow removal equipment if I do want to have something to do over the winter. Because other than that, there's not a whole lot of ways I can make money. All right, there's one full load. Just made it into town here and completely blew through a stop sign. I gotta look at my directions, figure out where we're delivering this to exactly. Okay, I think this is the spot. I'll go knock at the door and double check before I dump it. All right, just got the okay. Let's get this out of the trailer. One load down, one to go. So a lot of you were suggesting in the last video that I keep the house I just bought and kind of move everything there and sell this place. Well, unfortunately, that place, well, it does have technically a bigger house, and when it's all renovated, it will be nicer. I don't have the space there to store all the equipment and everything, so I think at the moment we're just gonna have to stick with this place. I mean, hey, I like this place. It's got a shop. It's got more than enough room for now. I think we're all right. Although I am tearing up my lawn a bit doing this. Just pulling up here for load number 2. After I unload this, I gotta go run in, grab my check, then cash that at the bank, and then it's on to the next job. Went ahead, cashed my check, got $1,000, but then I spent 100 on a little bit of gravel, and this is for the next job we're doing. All right, back at the compound here, I'm just gonna unhook the dump trailer because we're not gonna need it right at this second. Grab our flatbed trailer here, and we're gonna need a few things here. We need to grab the roller, the skid steer, and the mower. Okay, that should be all we need. So we're actually just headed literally right down the road to our neighbor's place. We've mowed his place a time or two now, but he needs the property mowed again, and then he wants a little fire pit area put in. So that's what the gravel's for, but I do need to flatten out a little spot with the skid steer, so we're gonna have to do that as well. I'm kind of parked in the ditch here because I don't want to park exactly where we're going to be mowing, so this should work. Oh boy, it's a little sketchy. So mowing this yard is pretty dang simple. There's really not much to it. He just lets it get way too long, and then it's a bit harder to mow, but other than that, it's fine. And then he requested this time that we take it right back to the fence line, or I guess to the ditch. I mean, technically, I don't think this is his property, but oh well. I don't think a farmer will care if a little chunk of his is mowed or not. Then we're also just going to go along here and clean up the bushes. The old Skag mower can take care of it, no problem. So since the customer this time around requested that we really try getting to the tree line and cut up all the smaller bushes and stuff right around there, we did, and it looks a lot better. Although it is an extra charge on the customer's part because it kind of puts more wear and tear and stress on our equipment, cutting up those big bushes and that, so it does come at an extra charge, but it does make a property look a lot better. Usually our rule of thumb is if it doesn't look like it's been mowed before or should be mowed, probably don't mow it. But if we can get in there and make things look a little bit better, it's worth it. Can just barely squeeze through here with the zero turn, but it does fit perfectly. So the front of the yard's all finished. I'm just working on the last bits on the back. Then we can get in here and build that fire pit area. Dang, this is one good looking backyard. Anyways, I think this is where we're going to be putting the fire pit area, is kind of right in here. I just got to get in here with the skid steer, flatten it out a little bit, and we should be able to put the gravel in. So long as I don't tip, we're going to be fine. We're fine. I'm just going to grade a little spot here. It shouldn't take much. It's pretty flat, but I just want to make sure it's a little bit better. Okay, that should about do it. Got to get the roller over there for when we get the gravel down. Quick swap out of the trailers, and I'm just gonna dump this right here. There, that's more than enough gravel. Doesn't look like much, but once you spread it out, it starts looking a lot better. There we go, lay it out real nice. We're putting it on pretty thin because it really doesn't need too much. Not like this is getting driven on all the time. Got to clean up the edges a bit, spread it a bit too far on accident. Okay, that should be about perfect. Now we're just on here with the roller. You'd think I could just make it nice and flat with the skid steer, and yeah, I could, but I don't know. I feel like this is a little more precise. And the skid steer just chews up the flat pad more than anything, so we're just doing it this way. Okay, all finished up here. Got everything loaded up. Just got to collect my paycheck, and we are out of here. And that is another $1,000 in the bank. Seems like not much work for $1,000, but we did have to mow the entire property and haul in the gravel and all that. You can charge a pretty steep price for landscaping, especially since there's only one other company in the area and they're kind of focused on bigger jobs, but occasionally they'll do some small jobs and they always seem to screw up on them. That's why I get called out. But eventually I want to get on the bigger jobs too, and then hopefully run them out of business. All right, so I've loaded up the forks here and we're headed out to our next job, which is in town. Pretty simple job. job. Basically, the local cafe wants some trees cleaned out. They plan to make an addition to the restaurant, so we just gotta clear them out, load them up, and we get to sell them. So a little bit extra money there on top of getting paid from doing the job, which with the way our bank account's sitting right now, I could definitely use some extra money. All right, so this is the spot. Now, basically, they want to make an addition to the restaurant here just out this way. So they've kindly went ahead and marked all the trees they want cut down. This big one, this one, this one, all the little small ones in between here. Pretty much nothing past this tree going this way, but from here all over that way right to here. They don't want any of this mowed after all the trees are cleared out, so we're just here to clear the trees, which I will never complain because that is big money for us. I guess they kind of want it scraped down a bit, so we're gonna have to do that with the bucket, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just gotta grab my forks here. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call. Well, I just got off the phone with the contractor. For what I want done to the house, it's gonna cost $15,000 to $20,000. That's money I don't have right now, but hopefully after this job we get a little bit closer to that. But man, that was a little more expensive than I was thinking. But oh well, I guess we got to get it done. So I haven't went ahead and authorized the work just yet because I want to make sure I have the money ready to go. So for right now, we're just gonna have to wait until we get the money. Okay, so I've got all the small bushes cleaned out here. Now there's just these two trees. This one's actually decently small, so it shouldn't be too bad, but I'm gonna try to take care of this big one here first. These are always such a pain because they've got so many big branches to them, but well, I don't know if you can call these branches. More like other small trees attached to them. Well, here goes nothing. Timber. Not too bad. All right, now I just gotta cut this all up into manageable chunks, and then hopefully I can get it on the trailer. This is gonna take a little while. So a little bit of work with the skid steer and a lot of work with the chainsaw, and this is what you get. Not too dang bad. Anyways, these smaller logs, I'm gonna try load up. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I've still got one more tree to cut. So I'm gonna leave those smaller logs there, but I'm gonna try load up the bigger logs here and see if I can kind of fit them all in there in one shot. I think we should be able to. I don't know, we'll see. The good thing is this skid steer has a lot of weight on the back, so we can pick up a pretty decent amount. Like, look at that, with ease. Oh boy, fitting the other big chunks in here is gonna be a struggle. Oh yeah, because that's DOT approved. I mean, we're not going terribly far, so we'll roll with it for now. Hopefully the town sheriff isn't out. He might get a little mad at me if he sees this. We got a triple axle trailer though. Like, we should be able to handle this weight. The one on the back is literally the size of the truck cab. Actually, it's a bit bigger than that. I'm surprised that little skid steer can handle it though. Well, I know this is gonna be a lot of money. Oh yeah, 10 grand. 10,573 to be exact. Well, I don't know if we're gonna get enough to do those renovations, but we're sure gonna be close. I'm just gonna load these small pieces up here and then hopefully it all fits. It should though. And never mind, I was wrong. We got another full load on our hands here, so I'm gonna go take this in too. Then we'll get to the small tree. All right, how much are we getting for this? $4,318. Well, we're getting close. Okay, last tree. Let's get this chopped down here. This ain't gonna take much. It's a pretty small one. Timber. You know what? Looking at this in the trailer now, I definitely could have fit it on there. Dang it. Anyways, I'll go take that in after. I've just got to clean up a little bit of the brush and stuff with the skid steer, and then we should be done this job. I really need a grapple bucket or something, but I guess this will do the trick for now. Well, that, believe it or not, actually didn't take terribly long. I'd say we got this pretty much cleaned up as much as they're gonna want it cleaned up. I've just got to go drop off this last little bit of wood, grab my paycheck, load up the skid steer, and then it's back to the compound. And we got another $452 for that, bringing us up to $18,270. And in the trailer you go. Got ourselves another $3,000 from that job, so we're clear over the $20,000 threshold. So I'm gonna say I'll give that contractor a call and we'll authorize the work on the property there. That way he can get started and hopefully we can move this property project along. Well, it's getting pretty late here in the day. I probably won't be able to make it out to the property today, but tomorrow we should have more than enough time to work on everything. So with the new day upon us, money in our bank account, and a completely clear schedule ahead for the day, it was time to go work on the new property. And after making it out there, I could see that the contractor was already there getting work done inside the house, but with the lawnmower now here, it was time to get down to business. And that business was this crazy overgrown lawn with lots of shrubs and bushes through it that was going to make it a bit of a challenge to mow. But we had an even bigger problem, the downed trees in the backyard. And my fix to this was tossing them over the fence to deal with them later. With the trees now out of the way, I could get to making this property look just a little bit better, which in its current state wouldn't take much to change the look of it drastically. And sure enough, with just a little bit of work with the zero turn in the front of the yard, and we had it looking much better. However, there were some places I couldn't get to with the zero turn because of its size, so I'd have to come back around with a push mower. So with the front and back of the property now mowed, I headed back to the compound to go grab some more equipment. However, when I returned, the contractor had some not so great news for me. You see, well, we had originally thought the roof was good on initial inspection. It turns out that it was not. So along with some underlying issues, it had to be replaced, which would be adding another $10,000 to my bill, bringing that up to around $30,000, which again is money I don't have. But luckily the roof could wait, so it was back to work on the property. And now that I had the push mower, I could actually get to work on some of the smaller areas. And with those areas now taken care of, I can move on to a more pressing matter, the trees. Now originally I didn't plan on cutting any down, just taking away the dead ones that had fallen over, but as I looked at this particular tree some more, I realized that it needed to come down. So down it went. And with a little bit of help from the skid steer, I was able to get all the trees loaded up into the dump trailer and sold for an additional $1,200. Also, with the trees now cleared away, I was able to get the outside of the fence, which made the property look so much better. Later the same day, I also managed to get the Chevy on all 4 wheels again. It wasn't running yet, but at least I could move it onto a trailer, which is what I did. With the truck now finally out of the way, I could at least mow the carport. After that, I went ahead and grabbed the dump trailer full of gravel, which costed me $500 so I could fix the driveway. Now, while I wouldn't be needing this entire dump trailer for the driveway, I did want a bit extra so I could build some sort of a patio or fire pit area in the backyard. And even with the bit left over in the trailer for the backyard, I still think I overdid it for the driveway by the time I get it all spread out. With the driveway now finished and looking a heck of a lot better, the contractor can now park his vehicle and trailer inside the house area so he can start getting some real work done. However, after mowing the lawn, I had noticed it was looking a little bit patchy, not enough to warrant ripping it up and reseeding it all, but at least adding a bit of seed and fertilizer on here to make it just look a little bit better. Now, luckily for me, I had all the seed and fertilizer along with the tools to do this, so it would be pretty easy. And hopefully, in just a few days, this will be looking a lot better. Okay, well, I think that's about all we can do at the moment here. The contractor just has to kind of do his work there. I guess I could start working on the patio area, but I want to make sure the house is finished first. The patio area will be like the last thing I worry about. I'm going to list a couple things up on Marketplace, like this water tank here. Don't really need it, so not really a point in having it. I'm also going to list the mini bike and the lawnmower along with the other slip tank, which I already just bought one, so that kind of sucks, but oh well. The quad, I think I might keep. I don't know, I can see it coming in use for something. I'm not sure what. Worst case scenario, if I don't need it, I'll just sell it. And then the pickup truck, I got the wheel back on. Didn't take too much work, luckily. Everything else seems really good on it. I just probably need to put some fresh batteries, some fresh gas in it, because who knows how long that stuff's been sitting, so it probably needs some fresh stuff. Kind of just check it over. You're not going to go around? Is that good enough for you? I guess I am kind of standing in the road. Anyways, yeah, probably just check it over and make sure it's all good, and then hopefully put it up for sale. My issue at the moment is I need to come up with another $8,000 to make sure I can get this house done. So I got to do that. A little bit worried about that, but maybe with selling everything, I'll be able to. And by selling everything, I mean the extra stuff here. This truck's actually fairly low miles and it's in ridiculously good shape for what it is. So I was looking at kind of what they were worth. If this thing runs good, probably 8 to 12 grand. 12 grand's the really high end, but this thing has less than 100,000 miles, so probably closer to that 12 grand. So last episode, I got this Chevy out of a old carport. It had some problems, but I have finally got it up and running. This thing's actually pretty mint, less than 100,000 miles, super clean truck, and for where it was stored, it actually didn't take too much to fix up. So this is currently on Marketplace. I'm hoping I get it sold here real quick because we need another about $8,000 to get our house project finished up, which is actually where we're going to be headed today. Now, I do have to grab our trailer here real quick, and this John Deere lawn tractor. I'll explain why in a little bit. All right, I'll strap down. Little overkill for a tractor of that size, but what are you going to do? All right, back out here at the property. I left some equipment out here so we could actually get some work done today. Now, the outside of the property doesn't look a whole lot different, but I've been told by the contractor that the inside sure as heck does. So that's a plus. So when we got this property, it had a shed in the back of it, and we had a couple little things back there that we got with the property, which was nice, and a few of those things being a mini bike, a lawn tractor, and this Honda 4-Trax, as well as this slip tank. And I did decide I was keeping the 4-Trax, but I actually have a guy on his way right now for all 3 of these things, which makes this super easy. I guess the only thing that hasn't sold is this water tank, but the contractor was actually looking at it, and I think he's interested, so maybe he'll be taking it. Anyways, I've got to get this skid steer out of here, and I don't have anything hooked up to the dump trailer. Yeah, I'm sure we can move it bit with this. Just scoot a little bit. Just a little bit. I just got to get out of here. Come on now. There you go. Just a little bit more. Okay, good enough. Don't worry about the trailer. That's good for it. I put some seed and fertilizer on the grass here, but it still hasn't greened up quite yet. I'm hoping it does soon, though. All right. Should be able to just scoot right back through here if I don't hit the fence. I'm hitting the fence. Don't hit the fence. There we go. Surprisingly enough, after a little carb clean, everything seems to run here. Now, I did some research on this Massey Ferguson lawn tractor before I listed it, just to kind of see what I could get for it. And it turns out it's pretty rare to find these in this good of condition. So I managed to get a real pretty penny out of it. And last thing here, we'll get the 4 tracks out. I lied. It's not the last thing. We got to get the slip tank out of here. There we go. So just so you guys know what we're going to get paid here for everything. $1,000 for a slip tank, $400 for the mini bike, and $2,800 for the Massey Ferguson. I probably could have got a little more if I'd waited around, but the guy offered to buy all 3 things at once, so I took him up on his deal. At any rate, it does bring us a little closer to our goal of having $30,000 to complete these renovations. But while I do have the 4 tracks out here, I am going to move the water tank just in case we get a buyer for it or we need to use it for something. I don't know what we'd use it for, but maybe something. I currently only have it listed for $300, so I don't know. We'll see. Okay, the guy from Marketplace just showed up here, so we're gonna get him all loaded up. That way he can get out of here and I can get to doing other stuff. All right, he is all loaded up and I got a nice fat stack of cash, $4,200. That brings us up to $26,209. I'll take it. So we're gonna load up the 4 tracks here real quick, and I'm gonna be taking it somewhere where it's gonna be getting a little bit of an upgrade in exchange for the lawnmower, or I guess the lawn tractor. Now you might be wondering, Austin, what the heck could you possibly do to this thing that would be worth the lawnmower? Well, you're gonna see. Also, this thing's not worth like a crazy amount of money, but I guess it's worth a good chunk of change. At any rate, the 4-wheeler is gonna become way more versatile. Well, we're just about back at the house project here, but check out the upgrade the 4 tracks got. I'll unload it quick here and then I'll show you guys exactly what we did. So the 4 tracks is now essentially a mini tractor. It's got full hydraulics, a 3-point hitch, and a loader. Now, the lawn tractor we traded this for was only worth about maybe $2,000, maybe a little more than that. This kit that I got from this guy is brand spanking new and retails for about $4,000. So I got an absolute steal. We got a full working 3-point hitch, so it still has the same function as we needed with the lawn tractor for redoing lawns, but now we've got a full loader set up on this. And actually, this is going to come in clutch because with the bucket on the skid steer, we can't fit back here. So for the extra gravel I have, I want to lay down a patio, and I'd need a skid steer to do that or truck it all by hand, and I'm sure as heck not doing that, so ATV it is. And even better, tomorrow we have a job booked to redo a lawn, so I'm actually going to be able to use this for its intended purpose. Okay, so I'm just going to dump out what we have here for gravel, and then I can get this out of the way because the contractor actually needs to leave for a little bit here. That'll work. And then, yeah, this is probably still too much for what we need for the back patio, but I don't know, it should work. I'm excited. I hope this thing can lift a full bucket of gravel without a weight on the back. I guess we're going to find out. Oh, easy. Light work. Check this out. We can fit right through here. No problem. Oh, this is sweet. I'm just going to start dumping this back here. Oh, man, this is so sweet. I've wanted one of these forever now. And it's like the coolest little tool. The only other thing I'd like for this is like a pallet fork or something, but I guess you probably couldn't lift up too big of pallets. That's probably the only issue. But that's all the gravel, so I can start spreading it out back here. All right, well, this is how our pad turned out. It's actually not looking too bad. This is going to be perfect. I'm thinking gazebo right here, kind of a fire pit area right here. And we've got a nice little path leading to the back door. I think this is pretty well set up. I was thinking about putting out a new shed here, but honestly, this one's perfect. Maybe just pressure wash it off, and that's about it. All right, so I was just on my way to go pick up some patio furniture for the back of the property, but I just got a call that completely changed my plans. So I got a guy on his way right now to my main compound who wants to trade me that Chevy for a lawnmower. Now, this isn't any ordinary lawnmower. This is a lawnmower that's worth way more money than the truck I'm trying to sell. However, it does have a few small issues that would need to be fixed, but I don't care. I'm dropping whatever I'm doing to go get this deal done because for what he wants to trade, I can't turn it down. Okay, so the guy just pulled up to the compound. He's checking out the truck. I'm going to go check out this mower. Look at this thing. So I don't know the exact model year. I think it's like a 2014, but this is a commercial grade Turo mower. I believe it's a 5900 model. Now, it's on the high end of hours for commercial grade mowers, about 10,000 hours. However, this thing's still worth about $20,000 in working condition, which it's currently not. It can still run and drive off the trailer, but it needs a hydraulic pump very badly, and those get expensive. But I have a connection at the parts store that can get it to me for about a quarter of the price. Already called him. He has a rebuilt one in stock for about $500 my price. And the guy wants to do a straight across trade for that Chevy. This is like one of those once in a lifetime type deals where you can't turn it down. This is perfect for me. This is exactly what I could use. It's probably worth up over 20,000. So like worst case scenario, if I got it fixed and I don't use it, boom, flip it, $20,000 profit because I got that truck for nothing. Well, I guess let's see if we can do a deal. Holy smokes, boys. Deal is done. This thing is now mine. I can't believe it. Well, I guess once he heads out, I'm going to load this thing up on the trailer, take it right to the parts store, see if I can get this hydraulic pump swapped out, and then hopefully I have a perfectly functioning mower. Oh, and did I mention it has brand new blades too? I guess, hold on, I should try fold this thing out. I don't know how well it's going to work because the hydraulic pump's pretty much shot, but we're going to give it a try. But this thing is absolutely ridiculous. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy. What the heck? This is nuts. You know the amount of ground I can cover with this? That's our normal zero turn deck right there. We got 2 wings on this thing to mow with. This is crazy. Well, it is just about the end of the day here. I've spent $1,000 on parts and miscellaneous other things for the mower, but I think I now have a perfectly functional, right around a $20,000 mower for next to nothing on my end. I'm gonna try to get home so I can try this thing out. Oh man, this is so cool. Next to like one of those Ventracs, this is one of those mowers you just gotta have. This thing is a beast. And I haven't even mowed with it yet. So currently my lawn really doesn't need to be mowed, but there's a patch along the road here where I'm gonna try this thing out. Oh, this is cool. Look at this. Oh, we got lights too. Oh, there goes the stop sign. Well, sign for a stop sign. Look how much grass we can cut, and we can cruise too. Why is it stuck? Okay, there we go. Hold on, let me turn this thing around. Gotta do a 3-point turn with this mower. So the wings all flex too. Oh, this thing is perfect. Look at the controls. This is a crazy mower. All right, well, let's fold this thing up. This is actually perfect timing because I have 2 really, really big mowing jobs that was gonna take me way longer with the other mower booked for tomorrow. But now that I have this, oh man, it's gonna make those go so much faster. All right, well, it is the next morning here and I have got a laundry list of things to do. So we're gonna try get everything done here this morning as fast as I can. I've got to situate some equipment because the first thing on the board for today is redoing a lawn. So I got to run over to the other place there, grab some of that equipment, then we can get headed over there. Okay, so what do I need? I need the skid steer, I need the pallet forks, I need the bucket, and I need the Honda. Okay, well, I think I got everything loaded. I realized I also needed the dump trailer, so I'm gonna have to come back for that and the skid steer. I think everything's good to go. All right, let's roll. Well, it did take a little longer than anticipated, but I believe I finally have everything switched around here. Got this trailer loaded up with pretty much everything we need to redo the lawn, and then I've got the dump trailer here because we need to haul in some topsoil, and we only have about 1 load left, which is perfect because the lawn we're going to do has a ton of low spots that need to be filled in, so we're gonna load this trailer up, and then we should be able to fill in those low spots. And then, on top of doing all this today, I still got 2 more lawns to mow, and I wanna try finish up the patio on the backyard of the other property. Man, it really does never stop around here. And here's the last little bit of topsoil. Perfect. That should do. Glad that's finally cleared out of my yard. Looks a lot better now. So I'm gonna get this trailer dumped off in the yard we're going to, and then I gotta come back, grab that trailer, and then hopefully we can actually get to work on that property. I wanna try to get that done as soon as possible. Man, I've done some lawns before, but this place looks like it's seen some better days. Well, we're just gonna dump this right in the driveway for now. And then you can always see the low spots back there. There's one right there. And then there's another one kinda right there. Anyways, that's what the topsoil is gonna be used for. We probably got a little more than we need. Oh, there's another one right there. Maybe not. Oh, there's another one. Man, they just don't stop. Okay, yeah, maybe we brought enough. Trailer 1 dropped, trailer 2 secured. Okay, and I've made it back. Let's just back this thing in here. A little easier said than done. Actually, it's a pretty big driveway, so it is a little easier said than done. There we go. And I'm gonna block the sidewalk. Okay, so first order of business is to get everything tilled up here. Now, actually, I'm gonna take the loader off for this quick because we don't really need it on here. It's literally just 2 pins and then 2 hydraulic hoses, so it does not take much. And then it just kind of turns into a normal 4-wheeler again, minus the big poles sticking out of the side, but Oh well. So there's a few spots we're gonna leave. Right here next to the house is fine. Just this little kind of piece here. And then I guess this piece isn't getting done, but the rest of the yard is. And this is pretty straightforward. We're just gonna rip everything up, and then I'm gonna bring some dirt in, fill in these low spots. Oh man, that is a low spot. Level it out the best we can, and then I'm gonna try and seed this back and hopefully get it looking a little bit better. Now this is probably the biggest, well no, it's definitely the biggest lawn we've completely redone, so it's gonna cost them a pretty penny. That, and we're bringing in topsoil, so that's even more money. Well, it's taken a good bit here, but I've pretty much gotten around everything. That's what really takes the longest, but I'm just getting the last of the front yard here, and then we're pretty much good. Just got the backyard there, but that's gonna go quick now that I'm gotten around everything and all the tight stuff. That just takes forever. But I will say I am really liking this setup on the ATV. It is not as smooth as the lawn tractor that we had doing this, but it is super quick. So all in all, I'll take the convenience over a little bit of roughness trying to run this thing. Next thing, I just got to get GPS on this, and then we're set. Just on my last pass here, and we are finished up tilling. That is one bare looking yard. Okay, well, I'm going to detach this. There we go. Grab my bucket. And this is the real nice part. I don't even have to have a skid steer over here. I can just pick up all the dirt I need with this thing. Man, it's awesome. It is kind of hard to see through here now that everything's kind of plowed up, but we're making it work. I don't know how the grading function is with this bucket, but I guess we're gonna find out. My guess is it's probably not crazy great, but it will work. Actually, I should probably dump a little right here. There we go. I'll smooth that out in a minute. Get a little bit over here too. Maybe a bucket or so over here, and another bucket over here. And then the rest of what we got left is going in that big hole over there, because that is the worst one, and that needs to be filled up as much as we can get it. Now, this is probably gonna be compacted down a little bit over time, but it's still gonna be better than nothing. And worst case scenario, you always just bring in more topsoil. So it's really not that bad. Well, with that all finished up here, all I got to do now is go and spread some grass seed, some fertilizer, and then I guess roll it. Now, the sucky thing is going to be hand rolling all of this with that push roller there. I got to get something for the back of the ATV that I can just hook up and pull around. I know you can buy them. I just got to go find one. Pretty much got the front yard done here. Just a little bit left on the backyard. This is probably going to use up the last of our grass seed and fertilizer, so I'm going to have to go buy another pallet if I want some more. But I probably won't go buy another one till I need more for a job. Regardless, that pallet lasted me way longer than I thought it would. Filled up a couple more times here, but this is the last little bit that's not covered. I'm going to go over some other spots again just till this is kind of empty, but I used up all of that pallet, so we're good to go there. What is nice though is I can keep that original pallet and just fill it up with more, so I do save a little bit of cost there. Oh yeah, now for the fun part, rolling all of this. This is going to take me a minute. So I got about a quarter of the way through the yard there, and this neighbor kid walks up. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Just rolling the yard, making it all nice and smooth." He's like, "That looks fun." I'm like, "I'll tell you what, I'll give you $20, you roll the whole thing." He's like, "Sweet, I'll do it." So he's back there, just rolling everything, and I'm sitting and having my lunch. So nice. All finished up here, just got paid from that job, $5,000. Also had to take out the $20 I had to give to the kid, but that was well worth it. So that brings us up to $30,000, which gives us enough to go ahead and complete the renovations on the property. I'm gonna call the contractor, give him the go ahead there. But once that's done, that's big money for us, because we'll be able to put it up on the market, hopefully get it sold sooner than later, and then have a ton of profit kicking around. Well, not all of it, because I still have a $100,000 loan on that excavator I gotta pay out. But you get the idea. All right, back at the compound here. I gotta unload everything here real quick because I've still got 2 more mowing jobs to do yet today, so day's not over just yet. Got everything unloaded here, but would you look at the size difference between these 2 lawnmowers? The Skag versus the Toro. That is just crazy size difference. Anyways, I'm gonna get this thing loaded up so we can go get those other 2 jobs done. So you might notice it's July 6th now. I had a little issue with my game. Had to jump it forward today. But if you guys remember, I rented out my trailer a couple days ago, and I rented it out for 5 days at $100 a day, so I got $500 from that. But the guy decided to extend the rental for another 2 days here, so it should be coming back tomorrow. So I'll get an extra $200 once he brings it back. So the first property we're pulling up to here is a big old mansion. Well, a mansion by out here standards. I mean, there's not a whole lot of crazy mansions, but that's kind of one of them. Open up the gate here. They said I could pull on in. Yeah, their grass is looking real tall, but luckily I got the machine for the job here. But this is probably going to cost them a pretty penny. Not because it's a mansion, it's just because it's a really big lawn. All right. so I gotta get this wing unfolded here and this one, then unfold the front. Okay, fire it all up, and we are mowing, and I'm already missing some. I'm gonna have to get used to this big mower. This is gonna be a bit of a challenge. There we go, right up to the house. Just took that whole patch out in one swipe. That is ridiculous. Okay, it's official. I love this thing already. Imagine trying to mow a residential property with this thing. Yeah, good luck. Even getting around the house is a bit of a challenge. I think once I get used to this thing, though, it'll be a lot easier. I think it's more just getting used to where the wings are at and stuff. The rate at which we're taking all this down is just crazy. And this is some tall grass too, and we're still cruising at 12 miles per hour. Now back up to 15. That is just nuts. I just finished having to stop for a minute because the guy came out and he asked me if I could cut down 2 trees for him. I was like, sure, but it's gonna up your price. And he wants that tree right there cut and that big tree right there cut. So I said with the mow, you're gonna be up to about 1,500 bucks if you want those 2 trees removed. And he's like, not a problem. So I guess we're doing that. I did still have one more big job that I wanted to do today, but I guess that's gonna have to wait because this guy's paying me more, so not a problem, I guess. The nice part about this mower is I can fold up the wings and just use the front part. Super easy. And then it's basically like a normal kind of zero turn, just a lot bigger, but it still works just as good. Main yard's done. I'm just gonna clean up the front a little bit, and that's it from the mowing on this one. And there we go. That's it. Look how much better that looks now. Perfect. Well, I was running short on time to finish this job, but the other job that I had planned for today just called and said, we're gonna want that done tomorrow now, because I guess they're moving equipment in and out of the site that they want me to mow. So that means I got time to finish all this up. Luckily, I've got my chainsaw with me, so I'm just gonna cut down those trees, load them up by hand on the gooseneck, and then take them and sell them. It's not too big of a deal. I would bring the skid steer out, but I think for 2 trees, not really worth it. I should be able to load them up by hand. It's just gonna take a little bit longer. Timber, don't fall in the truck. Good. Just gonna clean this stump up as close to the ground as I can. That way I don't hit it with the lawnmower in the future. Easy. I love the tree business. It's like printing money, literally. I think we're gonna have to pull the truck outside of the fence for this one. Drive on down here. It's a little bit soft through here. Hopefully the truck don't get stuck. That would suck. See, the Chev got stuck, the Ford got stuck, got the Chev unstuck, but the Dodge showed up or something like that. I don't know how it goes. Timber. Okay, got this all chopped up here, even though it doesn't look like it because it's all in the grass. Got that tree all out of there and loaded up. Now it's just getting out of here. This is gonna be a little tricky. Should be able to make it though. There we go. Don't mind me, just driving on the field a little bit. I'll be back for you, don't worry. Crazy thing is, Sawmill is right here. There's one in town and then there's one outside of town, and this just happens to be right next to the property. This is perfect. And we got $2,058. Not too bad. Got my mower loaded up, got my paycheck of 1,500 bucks, bringing us up to $33,744. Anyways, I'm gonna go drop this mower off, go pick up some patio furniture off of Facebook Marketplace, and then hopefully finish up that at the other place there. Well, it's about the end of the day here, and if you look at our money there, I've spent roughly over $1,500, kind of sprucing the place up. We take a walk on back here. Look at this. The marketplace truly is a wonderful thing. I found this whole kind of gazebo looking thing for real cheap. Picked up table and chairs, barbecue, benches, fire pit, firewood rack, all this stuff. And now I think we got a pretty set up backyard now. At least I'm pretty happy with it. The contractors also got the new roof put on, and then there's just a few more things to button up on the inside, and this place should be ready to go to sell. Now the contractor has just finished up on our house that we purchased a couple weeks ago and kind of cleaned out the whole area. The house needed some major work, and so did the yard, and we got pretty much all that done. The house is now finished. I've got to stroke the contractor a big old check of about $30,000, which I'm not very excited for, so we're gonna go run that to him real quick, then we got to stop by the house and grab something else. Well, that hurt. $30,000 out of our bank account. That leaves us with $3,294. Not terrible, but also not great. Anyways, not a big deal. There's always more money to be made, but since everything is now ready to go with this house, we can officially list it on the market and hopefully get it sold here real soon. That way we can actually recoup on our investment. Now we are going to be selling the property at $200,000. However, if it doesn't sell super soon, we're going to have to lower the price a little bit because we are going to be on the high end for price. Usually properties around here that are like this go from anywhere around 150 to 200,000, so we're definitely on that high end, but I'm really hoping we can get it. Anyways, I'm grabbing the water trailer that was left on the property, and we're just going to run it back to the house because I think I have a guy coming to look at it today, and I just hit the gate. That's not good. Oh yeah, before we pull out of here, I guess you can see now the grass has greened up considerably considerably from the fertilizer mix we put on here. So it's looking better. We got this whole patio area back here. This place should bring a lot of money, I'm hoping, especially since it's not too far out of town. So we'll see how it goes. I'm just hoping we can pay off our $100,000 loan we got on the excavator and maybe have a bit of money sitting in our bank account for once. All right, back at the compound, as you can see, one of our trailers that was rented out at $100 a day has now came back. And actually, I have a $200 check I'm supposed to cash from that. The guy wanted it for a couple days, and then he wrote me a check for those couple days, and then he decided he wanted to extend the rental. So it came back yesterday night, and I got an extra $200 from that because he extended it for 2 extra days. So that's not too bad. I think it's getting rented out tomorrow again. I was going to honestly sell the trailer, but now seeing that it's bringing us in $100 a day pretty much, I can't complain with that. So we'll probably keep it around, at least for the time being. Anyways, we are loading up the excavator here real quick to do a quick excavation job, and we're gonna have to run into town to stop at the contractor store because there's a couple things we need for the job. Also, it may be time for a new trailer. This trailer kind of sucks for hauling this thing, but it will work for the time being. Okay, all strapped down. Let's get the heck out of here. Now, also on the board for today, we have 2 mowing jobs. One of them is actually a pretty big job, and then one of them's a residential job, but it's a pretty big property, so it'll probably take us a little while. At any rate, I'm hoping we can get back before that guy wants to pick up that water tank. I'm hoping this job doesn't take too long. All right, materials secured. Luckily, they were on the customer's dime, so I didn't have to pay for them. But what I do have to pay for is diesel. This is going to get expensive. Yep, that was expensive. $300, but everything's full now, so we should be good to go for today's job. All right, so the spot we're going to is actually right across from our house. Well, one of our houses at least. Anyway, the only way to get to it is to cut through a field. I know it seems strange, but you'll see why in a second. Basically, the first field gets harvested, and then you go on to the next one through this little pass over kind of deal. I don't know, it's something. And there's another one for this field, and then this is the one we're supposed to get to. Yeah. This is the one. Okay, so the reason why we're here is because they had one of their culverts absolutely just collapse in, and it's kind of no longer here. Well, whatever is left of it is under this trail, and they need this cleaned out. So when there is water and whatever else in this drainage ditch, it can actually pass through. So we got to dig this up, put in the new culverts, then cover it back up, and then that should be job done. I know, probably a little easier said than done, but we're going to give it a shot anyway. And we didn't have to pay for any materials on this job, so it's just a $2,000 flat rate, which is actually really good. I can't complain with that. So we're gonna get to digging this up here. Now, I still have not had too much experience with the excavator yet, so I'm still actually pretty bad, but we're gonna try our best. Now, luckily for me, it isn't too hard to do this. It's a pretty straightforward job. Unfortunately, this bucket is a little small, so it does take a little while, but we shouldn't hopefully be too long here. Well, we're about halfway through here. So far, so good. Oh, I gotta back up a bit more. Oh, okay. There's a ditch there. Can't do that. Or maybe I can. Hold on. Yeah, we'll work like this. I'm sure it's fun. I mean, it's not like we're gonna tip over backwards, right? Nah, we're good. All right, so it's taking a bit of time here, but I'd say I got this trench pretty much done. Yeah, looks about good. I'm just gonna have to move the excavator here, and we're gonna have to drop these culverts in. That depends. Can I get out of here? Oh boy. Oh yeah, we're good. We're chilling. Now, I just gotta grab these without breaking them, which is a little easier said than done, but I'm gonna try my best. That is if I can get on this trailer. It's like just wide enough to have the excavator, but like it's close. Okay, grab it like that. Use the thumb attachment. Okay, maybe I need a little higher. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is not working out very well. Okay, there we go. I got it. Maybe. All right, we're good. We're good. I got it handled. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I may have to move it around a little bit. See, this is what I was trying to tell Jerry is this is not enough pipe. If you don't know, Jerry's our client. So I'm going to have to give him a call here and let him know. Because either we're going to have to make this approach a lot less wider, or he's going to have to come bring me some more pipe here because, yeah, this is just not enough. We need like at least 2 more lengths. But this stuff is expensive, so I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so I've been informed that we're not doing more pipe. I'm just going to have to fill this all in. So, yeah, whatever. I guess that's his deal. He said he measured the approach before he got the pipe, and it was good, which I find that hard to believe because there's no way he measured that and was like, oh yeah, that'll be enough. Anyway, I gotta try cross this drainage ditch here without, oh boy. Okay, hold on. Can I turn around without smacking the cap? Yep, there we go. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna use the blade here and just try push this all back in, and hopefully it all kind of figures itself out. I don't know. We're gonna have to probably end up with some extra material because there's not enough pipe to cover this entire thing, and yeah, that's gonna suck. A little bit later, and this is what we got. It ain't perfect, but it'll do the job. I mean, it's perfect for the amount of pipe we have down there, so if he wants it wider, we can always add on more sections of pipe, but yeah, he said he was good with that, so we're loading up and we are out of here. But I mean, look at how crispy those edges are. Dang, I'm good with this thing. I mean, I just don't understand how he's gonna get farm equipment across that, but I don't know. I guess he knows. Maybe, yeah, you might be able to fit a combine across that. It'd be a sprayer where you'd be a bit tougher. All right, just got our money, $2,000. That brings us up to just under $5,000, and I still have that $200 check I'm supposed to cash. Anyways, I'm ripping back to the compound because that guy to come pick up the water tank was there 5 minutes ago, so we're late. Anyway, it is what it is. Okay, back at the compound here, sold the water tank, so that's another $300 in our bank account. I've got the small utility trailer hooked up here. Since it's not being rented out today, I figured I'd use it for the lawnmower, since taking the gooseneck feels a bit extreme. And shoot, I'm gonna have to move the skid steer. I've been looking at skid steers. I'd actually like to possibly upgrade at some point. Don't get me wrong, the excavator is great, but it only has so many uses, and if I got a skid steer, like a proper one, like this one does work, but if I got a proper skid steer, that would make loading trees and everything so much easier. So who knows, maybe with the house profits I can actually do something like that. All right, grab the push mower because we're gonna need this. Haven't broke out this bad boy in a while, and screw it, we're taking the big old Turo. I was just gonna load up the Turo and the zero turn, but if I got the push mower, I can pretty much get what I need to done with the Turo and then come back in the small parts with the push mower and hopefully get that done. I actually don't know if the Turo fits on here. I should have probably checked that. Oh, we're checking it now, and it looks like we do. Thank goodness. Yeah, that's a mowing setup right there. So the first mowing job that we're headed to today is a big old commercial job. Now, I quoted them pretty high on this one, and we actually had it set to do the day I got this big Turo here, but they pushed it back, so now we're gonna go do it today. Now, I quoted them $1,500 and they accepted it, so yeah, we're gonna go get that done. It's just literally a lot that I have to go mow, so no complaints from me. And this is it. It's literally just a brand new storage lot that they built. I guess it's not brand new. It's been here for a little while now, but they just want us to mow it, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna park the truck over here, and then I guess I'll move it if I need to. This would have taken me a good while with the old zero turn, but with this one, this is gonna go really quick. The only thing I gotta try not to do is clip the fence. We're gonna try not to do that. It's gonna take a little time, but I'll probably honestly just run the push mower all the way around here after we get the main part done, and then yeah, it just saves me from getting too close to the fence, clipping a pole, and that's not a good time. Then that comes out of my pocket. Now, I know it's only July, but August is up next, and then September, and September usually means the end of mowing season. Like, end of September is like the end of mowing. You're not mowing after that, really, at least around here. But if I want to pick up snow removal equipment cheap, now is going to be the time to do it, or at least in the next month or two. So I'm going to start looking out for something for the front of the pickup truck, and then most likely something for a skid steer. Whether we use the skid steer we currently have or I end up upgrading, it should be pretty universal. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work and I sell it in winter for a bit more than I bought it for, because in winter it'll be more in demand. But I'm hoping, since a lot of snow plowing companies like to sell off their stuff, at least their old stuff, before they get their new stuff in, we should be able to get a good price on some used equipment. But man, look how fast we're taking out this lot. Like, no time at all. It's like we're going with 3 of our normal zero turns at once. They did also say they don't want the front mode, they just want inside mode, so makes our job a little bit easier. But $1,500 for this job is just diabolical. We're gonna be here for like an hour tops, and 90% of that time is gonna be with the push mower. Anyways, there's supposed to be an auction here in about a month and a half, so it's looking like there's gonna be some snowplow equipment there, and that's probably when I'll get on buying some of it. But I'd say we're just about done doing all we can do with the Turo, other than moving the truck and trailer, which I'm gonna do here and get that. And then it's push mower time, and that is that. I'll just fold all this up here quick. Perfect. Gotta get around this little container office here. This one does spit out a bit more grass, but that's fine. Okay, that's it. Oh, nope. There's a little piece left here. I gotta go grab that. Man, that would have been bad. Just mow the entire lawn and then there's just like one little tuft of grass sticking out there. Can imagine the owners would not be happy about that. All loaded back up here. I'm gonna run to their office, go grab the check, and then head over to the bank. Got all the checks cashed. We got $1,500 from the job, and then $200 from that check for the trailer rental. That brings us up to just under $7,000. Not looking too bad after all the money we had to put into renovating that house, and we've still got one more job booked for today so far. However, this one's not going to pay as well. It's residential. We can't charge a ton of money, unfortunately. So just as I'm on my way to the next house, my real estate agent gave me a call here and said that there's someone coming to look at the property right now, and it's only been listed up as of today. So that is really, really good news. That means hopefully that it's going to sell really soon, and we're going to get full price out of it. I would be more than happy. All right, next house, and we've actually done this house a time or two, but it needs to be done again, so we're going to do it. However, this time it needs a little bit more done than just the backyard. They want all of this all the way down. Keep going, right kind of over here. So from the front of the road all the way back here. That's a lot. And it's actually right next to the mansion we mowed the other day. Anyways, this is going to take quite a while. That's kind of why I brought the Turo. But yeah, I think I quoted this guy like $850 or something. Seems like a lot, but there's a lot of mowing to do here. At any rate though, should not take long with this machine. However, around the house, we're going to have to do a good amount of work with the push mower. And with this little pond here, it'd be like the coolest little place to build a barn dominium. Basically like a shop with a house in it. Okay, so one thing I'm finding out is, while the Turo can handle some angles, steep angles, it's not the best at compared to my normal zero turn. Yeah, it just likes to slide a lot. Like, you're obviously never going to tip it with these big old wings on here, but yeah, it does not do the best with these sharp angles. Yeah, it just slides right down. Front of the yard's pretty much done, except right next to the house there. I got to get in there with the push mower, but just working on the back now, and we are just taking this out so dang quick. I wonder if this barn is theirs. Might be, might not be, I don't know. Oh man, it'd be sweet if that pond was stocked. Imagine walking out your back door and just walking out to the pond and just being able to fish. Man, that'd be nice. I do have a river kind of close to my house, but it's not close enough where I can walk out my back door and go fishing. Just cleaning up the last little bits here, and we are done. Let's fold this thing up here real quick. There we go. Okay, not done. I still have more work with the push mower. Yeah, I wasn't even gonna try and get the Turo in here. There's no way. Just gotta mow it with the good old push mower. Imagine that. Your zero turn for mowing lawns is so dang big that you have to get out your push mower to get around the house. That is just a whole nother level of ridiculous. But luckily, it don't take too long. That's it. Let's get our money and let's get back over to the compound there. 850 bucks. That brings us up to just shy of 8,000. I don't know what I'd buy right now, but probably just gonna try to save my money. I know, that's a weird thing for me to say. Okay, I did some thinking, and I think I know what I'm gonna spend my money on now. This is something we've been needing for a real long time, so I'm gonna run into town, stop at Tractor Supply, and grab what we need. $500 later, and I got myself a pressure washer. Everything's always dirty at the compound there, so this should help. I know, not very exciting, but hey, gotta get it sometime. I would like one of those really fancy pressure washers, those heated ones, but those are really expensive, so we're not doing that. At least not this time. Maybe once I have some more disposable income, but at the moment, we actually have no disposable income. Well, it is now the afternoon here. I got my pressure washer all set up here, just trying to wash off and service some equipment. But I have gotten even better news from my realtor. So he's now had 3 people look at the property, and 2 people are putting in offers. And he said both offers are most likely going to be above asking price, because the 2 people that are interested in the property are pretty much getting in a bidding war. So I don't know how that's gonna go, but I'm hoping it means lots of money for me. Well, it's the next morning here, and I got someone picking up the rental trailer, so that's an extra 200 bucks for me for a 2-day rental. They're just about to head out, but man, do I have some exciting news today. Well, this will probably go down as the fastest house sale I've ever had, because it's the first house sale I've ever had. That's right, she's sold, and after all our fees and stuff, we wound up with just about $200,000, and this place is no longer mine. I'm so happy we got top end of the market. That means we get a lot more money in our bank account, and hopefully the freedom to do some other stuff with the business. But man, that was a good flip. I am sure happy about that. Editor Cameron put how much we bought the property for originally, how much we paid the contractor for renovations, and how much I spent on decorations and other miscellaneous stuff for the property, and then what we sold the property for, and then our total profit. I don't know, you guys are seeing that on screen right now, but I imagine it looks pretty good. Well, the money has just hit my bank account, and man, that is a lot of money. That's probably the most we're gonna have for quite a while. Anyway, now that some money's hit our bank account, let's have some leave it, sadly. And with that, our excavator has been paid off. That leaves us with $107,000. Oh boy, the possibilities. So I've been on the hunt on Marketplace to try and find a bigger truck to pull our trailers around with. The Chevy works fine, but with bigger excavators and that, it's just a little bit on the heavy side, so we've been looking for something just a little bit different and hopefully has a better payload capacity. So I found a guy selling an old GMC Top Kick, and for a dually, it's actually a pretty decent price. So we're gonna go check it out. Hopefully it's worth looking at, and if it's all good, I think we'll take it. Now, unfortunately for today, we have no jobs on the board, so we're gonna have to figure out something to do. I'd be a little more concerned if we didn't have this much money in our account, though. All right, I'm pretty sure this is the turn. Oh yeah, that's the truck right there. Look at that thing. That is ridiculous. It looks so much bigger than it did in the listing. Check this thing out, man. Big Alcoa wheels, big old semi tires, stacks. It's got, what is it? It's got a slip tank. It is a diesel too, and it's got a snowplow mount. Man, I think this would be the perfect truck. Now the guy wants, I think, $17,500 for it. I'm gonna see if I can get it for like 15 grand. I'm gonna have to obviously take it for a test drive and all that, but if everything's good, and just from initial inspection, this truck looks like it's in immaculate shape. My only issue is it might be a little tall to tow a gooseneck trailer with. It does have a gooseneck ball, but man, that is gonna be a tall truck to tow with. But I mean, the price is so good, you can't go pick up an F3, like an older F350 dually for that. And I believe it's only got 150,000 miles, so it's not looking too bad. Good bit of negotiating later, and we have secured ourselves a new truck. I test drove it, everything's good, and it's got a real interesting interior, but I think it'll work. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Another thing about this truck, it is just super loud, but I guess we're gonna have to deal with it. Anyways, I guess a test for this thing would be going back home, grabbing the gooseneck trailer, and then towing my Chevy home. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to do that. But I'm hoping this thing can tow trailers just a little bit better than that Chevy. It should be able to. I mean, it's got the suspension for it. Airbag suspension, to be exact. I'm not sure exactly what this truck's rated for towing, but by the looks of it, we'll be able to tow anything we want. All right, so small problem. I have this gooseneck hitch adjusted all the way down, and this thing is almost touching the ground. Yeah, that's not exactly ideal. So, by the looks of it, we're going to be doing some more shopping today and maybe go see if I can find myself a new gooseneck trailer. I should probably pull this ahead, though, and unload the John Deere. Yeah, I was not planning on shopping for a new trailer today, but I guess that's what we're going to have to do. At any rate, though, if we decide to get any bigger equipment than what we have currently, we'd have to upgrade trailers, so I guess we're kind of future-proofing ourselves a little bit. But yeah, that trailer is not going to work. I should also really wash this excavator, but I'll do that when I get back. All right, got my Chevy here. We're going to go head over to the trailer store and see if we can work out a deal. I'm definitely going to be trading this trailer in, though. Now, this is what I'm talking about. After spending 10 grand after the trade-in, we got ourselves a brand new to me Iron Bull hydraulic dovetail gooseneck trailer. This is actually a proper gooseneck trailer, unlike the last one, and this thing will hold more weight than the GMC will tow. It is slightly high on the GMC, but it's touching both axles to the ground, and that's all I care about, so I think we'll be all right. Another thing about this GMC, it is very slow, and it's gonna burn a lot of diesel. But there's always pros and cons to every truck. So I may have neglected to think about how this is going to fit in my yard, but we'll make it work. Yeah, look at this. Hydraulic dovetail, so it just drops right down and makes this so much easier for loading and unloading equipment. The tilt deck was great, but this is just that much better. Oh, and it also has a slip tank on it. We already have a slip tank in this truck, on the trailer, and then we've also got one for this truck, but it's not currently on there. So yeah, we'll be pretty set for fuel. So with all of our spending shenanigans out of the way, we are down to $82,530. Still lots of money to work with, but since there does seem to be a lack of actual work at the moment, I gotta find something new to work on. Ideally, a new property. So I'm gonna get searching. Well, it is the next day here. I've been kind of searching for properties, but unfortunately, nothing around here really looks like a fixer-upper type property or something I could buy for a decent price and build on. But one of my buddies that lives just down the road pointed out that one of my neighbors that's a farmer has this old farmyard that he's left for a very long time. There's an old shed down there. My buddy said there used to be a bunch of grain bins down there, but they kind of tore most of everything out, and the place has just been sitting unused forever now. So I'm probably gonna drive up to the gate there and just take a look. see if I can kind of get a scope on the area, and then maybe head over to my neighbor's and see if we can work out a deal. I'm not sure if he'd be willing to sell, but you never know. It's always worth an ask. So it's got this little access road to it. It has access to the rest of his fields and all that, but this would be the start of this little chunk here. It doesn't look like it's been cut for hay at all because it's kind of overgrown. There's a ton of bushes and probably other junk through the property. If it was an old farmyard, it definitely has a bunch of junk through there. I don't want to go on here too much because it's another guy's property, but I don't know. I think this is about a 3.5 acre plot. There's a river that goes back there. So if I got this place cleaned out, it would be the ideal spot for a really nice house. And then you get a nice road in here, and this would be a high dollar property. So I'm gonna go down to the neighbor there, see if I can maybe strike up a deal on this place, and hey, maybe we'll have another big project ahead of ourselves. All right, I am on my way back here to the compound, and I had a chat with the neighbor, and he said he'll think about it and give me a shout tomorrow. He said he'd definitely be open to selling on it. He just doesn't have a number in mind yet. He did say there was obviously the old shed on the property. It used to be an old farmyard, and there is, I guess, some junk sitting around there. He said there's actually an old dozer over there too, and he completely forgets what's in the shed or if there's even anything in there, but he said he wouldn't want to deal with it if he sold it, so whatever's on the property, I'd get. So I'm hoping to hear back in the morning, and I have still not gotten another call for work yet. I don't know, it's mid-month, hasn't really rained too much, so yeah, grass probably really doesn't need to be mowed much. Well, it is yet again another day, and holy smokes, do I have some real good news. You see that little piece of property over there? Yeah, I own it now. So me and the neighbor came to a deal, $80,000 for the 3.5 acre plot and whatever's on it. And you might be wondering, well, Austin, there's still like another $80,000 in your account. How did you pay the guy? Well, I took out a bank loan. I know, seems ridiculous, even though I had the money, but if I want to put a house on that property, I'm gonna need some capital to actually have to build that house. So we're keeping our money for the time being, and even though I just got out of debt not that long ago, we're already going back into it. Anyways, I have not checked out the property yet because I've been saving it, waiting to make sure everything's finalized and transferred over, but man, I am excited. I want to go see that old dozer he's been talking about. He said he bought it in, I believe, like, was it 05 or 06? And he said something happened to it, he can't remember what, and then he just left it parked. Old farmers do that all the time. I'm not sure why. Maybe because Facebook Marketplace wasn't really popular, and I don't even think Facebook Marketplace existed back in those days, and you couldn't just sell stuff as easily. But this is now ours. Man, look at the possibilities. So you can see where the old bins used to be. There's about 5 of them. And then if we take a walk through the bush here, oh boy, this is terrible. Oh, there's gonna be so much of this stuff that needs to be cleaned out. Oh, look, there's a clearing here. If we keep walking this way, I believe. Yeah, keep going. Oh, okay, this is so thick back here. Yeah, look at that. There's a river back here. Pretty cool. So I think if we clear all this brush and put a house here, it'll be real nice. Anyways, enough of my yapping. I'm not on the right side. I gotta go back over. As I was saying, enough of my yapping. I want to see what's around here. I'm gonna save the shed. Best for last. You never know what's in those things. But this is the dozer he was talking about. Oh boy, pretty overgrown. What is this thing? Cat D3G XL. Look at this. Big old chunk of machinery right here. It looks fairly unworn though. Definitely a bit sun-beaten. I'll say that much. But other than that, not too dang bad. Top up in the cab of this thing. Oh boy, there's bushes growing all the way around this. Okay, this looks cool though. So it's been sitting for almost 20 years. Not quite, but close. But I imagine it need quite a bit of work to get going, plus whatever is broken on it. I can't see with all this bush in the way, but I guess that's for another time. I may just have to call a mechanic out here and see if he could get it running. All right, now time to see what's in the shed here. Oh man, the door's stuck. This thing's so dang rusty. How am I gonna get this open? In a minute. WD-40. Yeah, there we go. Loosen that up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Get the tracks kind of loosened up. Yeah, perfect. All right. There we go. Oh, no way. No way. Look at this. Why can't I get in? Why can't I get in? There we go. Oh, man. Cab over Freightliner. Definitely seen some better days, but this is wicked. Look at this thing. Ooh, that cab. Oh, man. We got a flippin' Freightliner, though. I don't even know what year this would be. If someone could tell me in the comments what year of Freightliner this is, that'd be awesome. But yeah, this thing is cool. And then, slightly less exciting, an international seed drill. It actually looks in decent shape, though. That's not bad. Oh, you know what? I have the right hitch on my truck. I can pull this out of here. Well, I guess I'm definitely going to need a mechanic out here because I'm no diesel mechanic. Like, I can fix the odd thing here and there, but I am not a diesel mechanic, so I don't know the first thing about getting a dozer or a Freightliner running. I know some basics basic stuff, but I imagine with these things sitting for so long, they're probably going to need some serious work. All right, well, from what I can see, I don't think there's anything else on the property here, unless there's something buried deep in the bush here, but I don't see anything. Yeah, not much out here. Anyways, I'm going to give a mechanic a call, like a mobile one, see if they can come out here, try get some stuff running. I've got the money to pay the repair bills, and this stuff definitely looks like something that I'd want, or I could sell for a profit, you know, recoup a little bit of my money out of this. But dang, how could you forget that you left a Freightliner in a shed? That's crazy to me. I guess I can take this back to the yard here and maybe get it cleaned up a little bit and throw it on Marketplace. I'm not sure if it would sell. If anything, there's an auction coming up soon, so I could probably just send it up there and maybe it'll sell. I'm not too sure. All right, so it's been a couple hours here. I got the cedar all kind of cleaned up there and listed on Marketplace. Hopefully it sells. I guess we'll have to see, but a mechanic is out there at the other property trying to work on the Freightliner right now, I believe, and he said it should be ready to fire up here in a couple minutes. So we're gonna head over there and hopefully see it fire up. Then he's gonna start working on the dozer, which I am really excited for. The dozer, if that thing runs and works, that is gonna be huge for the business, because dozers are extremely expensive. All right, I've been given the green light. Let's see if we can fire this bad boy up. Ooh, close. Wants to go. You just hear that starter going. Takes a big starter to try to start this thing. There we go. These tires are a little bit low. I mean, they've been sitting for a while. They'll definitely need to be pumped up before we drive it. They are also a bit dry rotted. And apparently we got to get some diesel in this thing stat, because the mechanic only had so much because he had to flush out the old diesel out of the tanks. So we don't have much on here to run with. All right, here goes nothing. Out of the shop we go. Yeah, it moves again. So from what the mechanic told me, this thing's going to need some more work. It's just enough to kind of get it running. We're going to move it over to the main compound there, just so we're kind of closer to diesel and other tools and that. It's actually probably going to go in the shop, because we are supposed to get rain tomorrow, and if he's going to be working on this thing, no need to be doing it out in the elements. That's no fun. And that old rusty shop that's on the other property there, I don't trust that thing for a second. I bet that thing leaks like crazy. Okay, yeah, the power steering is so bad on this thing right now. Actually, before I back this thing in here, I better check if it's going to fit. Hold on, I'm going to have to move some stuff out of the way. There we go. Now we should be good. Oh yeah, we got lots of space in here. Okay, so it's almost the end of the day here. I'm just headed back out here to check on the progress with the dozer. Anyways, I did call a scrapping company for this shed here, because this is pretty much all metal, and they're gonna come out first thing in the morning. I have a mowing job to do first thing in the morning, but hopefully by the time I get back, they're gonna have this all teared down. And the guy said I'll probably get 200 bucks out of the steel from here, so can't really complain with that. I mean, this shed is pretty much shot anyways. I don't really trust standing in it. This all looks like it's about to rust apart and give me a whole load of tetanus. Well, we got some good news about the dozer and some bad news. Engine seems to be good. He hasn't fired it up just yet, but he said there's some issues with the hydraulic cylinder, so that's going to need to be replaced. It's one of the main ones, so that's going to be expensive. And he said the track assembly needs some work. It's probably going to be, by the time it's all said and done, $8 grand to get this thing back together, and then with the work on the truck and the rest of the labor on this thing, probably altogether about a $10,000 bill. So not too bad, but he should have the parts in tomorrow, so hopefully that thing will move at some point tomorrow. And just for good measure, I'll say tomorrow again. Well, it's bright and early here the next day, and I have a small problem. I didn't realize how I'm gonna get the mower out of here. I need my small zero turn in the back, and this is kind of going to be a tight squeeze for the Turo because the Turo's in the way. I really did not plan this out, but we're going to try get everything out here so I can actually get to my job. Oh yeah, this is far from ideal. Could I maybe start up the Freightliner? Yes, but it has some problems at the moment, so we're trying not to run it. Should just be able to squeeze out of here. There we go. All right, well, I know I can get the zero turn out of here, no problem. Let's roll. Should have really washed the zero turn. This thing is filthy. Oh well, I'll wash it when I get back. Well, this is the property we're going to be mowing here, and it's actually one that we redid the lawn on not too long ago, earlier this year. Anyway, as you can see, this yard looks really, really overgrown, but the grass looks super good, so we're going to mow it up here and make it look a whole lot nicer. This lawn shouldn't take too long, though. Now, it looks like some of the seed spread to the neighbor's yard, too. Look how tall that grass is over there. Funny why they didn't mow it. Should have just brought the Turo, though. Would have been 2 passes and this place would have been almost done. So with this lawn so thick, it's actually taking us a little longer than it normally would. But we're probably going to give the customer a break on their bill just because they got us to redo their entire lawn. So they already paid us plenty of money. And that is it. Yeah, look how much better that looks. It's a proper lawn now. Got our pay, $150. Let's get back to the compound there. I'm excited to see what's all been going on there. Well, at the property across minutes from it. Just about back at the house here, I got a text from the mechanic saying that the dozer's all ready to go, and by the looks of it, that shed is now gone. So the scrappers must have came and picked that up. I know I'm gonna get a little bit of money out of that. Oh boy, it is getting very dark here. Must be some rain coming. Well, it turns out scrappers left the check in my mailbox here, so I gotta go cash that. It's 200 bucks, so not too bad for removing an old shed. I'll take it. Anyways, I'm excited to go drive this dozer. Looks like the weather's also cleared up, which is nice. Oh man, look at it. It actually moved out of here. All right, let's check this thing out. Oh, fires up like a butte, like nothing. You wouldn't even known this thing was sitting for as long as it was. And our shed's completely gone? Perfect. Well, obviously, I'm gonna have a big bill from the mechanic yet, but he's still gotta work on the semi, so I think he's coming back to do some more of that tomorrow. But after he's done all that, I'll have to pay that bill, which will probably, at this point, be over 10 grand. But hey, I am as happy as I can be with this cat. A dozer is gonna do wonders for the business. But I would like to take it back to the shop there and get it all cleaned up, so this is gonna be a long trek. Oh boy, we're gonna be going for a little while here. 6 miles an hour. That is breaking some land speed records right there. So part of the deal with this new property is I have to maintain this road going all the way out to the main road there. So this is just a little kind of access road. I gotta maintain this all. I am going to lay down fresh gravel all the way along this, all the way up until where I plan to put the new house. But there's a ton of trees back there I'd like to clean out so I can have the house right on the river. There's a ton of work to be done over there. But this dozer is gonna come in real handy for that work. Too bad I couldn't cut across that field. That would have been sweet. We're already down to 97% fuel just from doing that little trek there. Oh, this thing burns so much. I mean, it is an old machine. Probably shouldn't be running this on the main road. Not tearing up the pavement. Oh well. Next, I just need some concrete, some thick metal sheets. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If you know the reference, you know the reference. Got it all washed up. Look at this thing. It's like a brand new machine. Yeah, I'm gonna be putting this thing to work, that's for sure. I do wish there was a ripper on the back though. That would have made it real nice. But hey, it is what it is. Might have to add on some LED lights. I don't know if these old halogen lights will work. So probably a couple little modifications and this thing will be right about where I want it. What's nice with the new truck and trailer, we will actually be able to transport a machine of this size because there's no way in heck we would have been able to do it with the old gooseneck. Well, I've made it back over here. That was a long walk. But yeah, I think we're going to take all these trees, clean them right out to the river there, flatten a good chunk of land out for a decent lot for a house, and then obviously probably mow this whole field down, clean up all the brush that's out here, and then we're going to replant some trees because I would still really like some trees out here. It's just all right here is literally blocked by the river, or blocking the river. Man, I've had a long day. I'm mixing up my words. And then obviously a gate over here. I do want to kind of fix this approach because it's not the greatest. So I may want to grade it a little bit, make it just a little bit of a better spot to put a gate. And then obviously fully gravel the driveway, make it all nice. There's so much real estate here to play with. We could build dang near everything we wanted. But I'm not thinking of just building a normal house. I'm thinking of a barn dominium. Actually, this specifically. You can't really see it too well here with the trees, but if we put the house somewhere like right here or kind of along here, something like that, it'd look really cool right next to the river, I think. Probably more like right here, something like that. But I do want to clear out all these trees first. And then possibly, if it's in the budget, we'll go ahead and add another shop onto the property just because there is so much real estate here. I have way too much dang equipment around here, but hopefully we're going to be taking care of some of that today, along with working on my new property just down there. So when we bought that property a couple days ago, I got a couple things with it. One of those things being the semi, as well as this dozer and this seeder. Now I had a mechanic come out and get the dozer and semi all back together and running right. So the dozer's working great now and the semi works and runs now. However, I don't really have a use for a semi at the moment. You know, it'd be great to have, but it's just too big for our current operations. So I decided I was going to sell it. And as it turns out, the mechanic who fixed this semi has a buddy who is interested in it, who's going to come take a look at it today. And I'm hoping for about $20,000 out of this thing. It's a high mileage truck, but it still runs and drives, and that's all that matters. I also put the seeder up for sale a couple days ago. If it didn't sell, I was just going to put it up for auction, but I had an offer come in on it, $2,500, so that's sold as well. But a few other things money-wise, my one lawn care trailer is currently rented out again for another 2 days, so that's an extra $200 in our bank account. However, I did have $10,000 come out for expenses when the mechanic came out and fixed the dozer and a couple other things on the semi. So while we're not broke, we're also not rich at the moment. All right, it's been a little bit here. Got the local farmer coming to pick up the cedar, so I'll get a little bit of money from that. And then the mechanic's buddy is just checking out the semi right now. Hopefully he takes it because I want it out of my shop ASAP. Well, it took a little bit, but with the sale of the cedar, we got 2,500, and with the sale of the semi, we got 20,000. So that brings us up to $95,000. Can't complain about that. I'm feeling a little bit better with less equipment in the yard and more money in my bank account. Anyway, with all that out of the way, I think it's time we go work on this new property. However, we are going to need a few things. Now, although it's not a very far drive from here, to get everything over to the property, I'm just going to toss it on the trailer. It makes things a little bit easier. I don't want to be running this excavator at a whole 6 miles an hour trying to get it over there. All right, there we go. Everything's loaded up. Let's get the heck out of here. I haven't really towed too much with this GMC here, so I guess this is kind of its maiden towing voyage. Not doing too bad, but even with the bags in the back, this thing is still squatting just a little bit. Well, here we are. So much space, so many opportunities. So my main goal for today is to get all of this bush cleared out, but mainly just the big trees for now. The reason I'm doing that is because the new house I want to build here, or specifically the barn dominium I want to build, I want it to be right on the river, and through these trees is a river right there. So before we get to building, we got a lot of clearing to do. All right, tree number 1, timber. Well, I don't know how I made it back here, but somehow I'm back here and I'm surrounded by bushes. I really need a mulcher to get back here, but I guess I'll just have to work with what we got for now. I don't even know if this tree is going to fall over, actually, with all this brush in here. Yep, I was right. It's not going to. I can do a little bit of work here and there with the chainsaw, but that's only going to do so much. I'm trying to clear a path at the moment for this next tree here. I'm not going to cut down too many before I actually get some of these cleared out. We're just going to try go a few at a time. Well, I think with this tree down, we should have enough to try do a load. I would just get a mulcher for this skid steer, but I don't think it's going to be able to handle one. It just will not have enough hydraulic power. The only thing I could get would be for the excavator, but what's going to be able to actually work on there is going to be super small and just super inefficient. I mean, more efficient than a chainsaw, I suppose, but you get the idea. Now, if you couldn't tell, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to cut these trees enough so we can load them up on a trailer and get them sold, because there's a lot of money in that at the moment. And considering I have an $80,000 loan out on this property and a lot more equipment to buy, I'm going to need all the money I can get. Well, I think I got a good portion of this tree cut up enough to where I can actually load it on the trailer. I guess I got to unload the John Deere here first. The good thing is, with this new trailer, I should be able to haul a lot more logs than I could before. Well, it took a little bit, but that is just one tree right there, and that's not even all of it. I've still got the main trunk piece at the moment here I got to go grab. I don't know if the Massey Ferguson is going to be able to lift it, though. Well, would you look at that? It can actually lift it. That's surprising. I know I've lifted some big tree trunks before, but this is actually impressive. I just got to get it on the trailer. Oh boy, this is easier said than done. Oh man, this is not good. Well, we're halfway there. Come on, don't slip off. Man, this is being a real pain. There you go. Come on, stay on there. Dang, don't roll off the other side. No, no. Okay, we might be a little bit screwed here. Okay, it's on there. Let's get this to the lumber yard. Man, if one tree fills this all up, I'm gonna be doing this for a while, that's for sure. All right, back at the lumber yard. Big money, big money. That's what we're hoping for. And $5,716 puts us up over $100,000 again, and it's gonna be a good day, especially if we keep having loads like that. I've been back here out on the property for a little while, just trying to work clear some of this brush so I can get to these trees, and I realized I'm just wasting time here. If I want to actually get this done and the plethora of other projects I'm gonna have once I get this land cleared and I can start building, I'm gonna need to get some equipment. I should specify some proper equipment. Now, could I rent said equipment? Absolutely. However, in the long run, that's gonna cost me a ton of money, but to build this new house, I'm gonna need about $100,000. But screw building the house, I made a call and we're gonna go pick up a new to me piece of equipment. I went into the equipment store with a ton of money, and I've left the equipment store with only $1,085 because I have purchased a metric ton of equipment. Well, actually, only one piece of equipment, mostly just a ton of attachments. All right, just made it back to the compound here. Let me show you guys what I have bought in here. So I spent about $100,000 at my local equipment dealer. Basically, I did a massive package deal with the John Deere 334P and a ton of attachments. Only 2 of these attachments are brand new. This bucket and these forks. Everything else is used. But we got ourselves a Harley rake, a log grapple, and a big old mulcher. Now, was this a smart idea? Absolutely not. Should have kept my $100,000 in my bank account. However, if I want to move this project along at a decent pace, this was necessary. Does that mean I'm going to get rid of the Massey Ferguson that's sitting over there? Not entirely sure just yet. Probably going to wait on that But with snow approaching in the next couple of months, I'm gonna need something like this for snow removal, but I guess we'll see how that works. Anyway, I gotta get a couple attachments off the trailer so I can actually get to moving some logs. I'm not gonna need the bucket, not gonna need the forks or the Harley rake, just the mulcher and the grapple. I should specify that this skid steer is very used. New, they cost just over $100,000, maybe a little bit more, can't remember off the top of my head, but I got this one for a steal of a deal. It has a decent amount of hours on it, but that's just fine by me. It is also tinted out, which is kind of nice. I've actually been eyeing up this machine for quite a while now. It's been just sitting at the local equipment dealer just calling my name, so I don't know. I felt it was time. And if we ever need to add some more weight to this thing, I can go to the dealership and buy some more weight boxes, but for now, we're plenty good. I hope at least. I don't know. Got some tools switched around. I think we're ready to go. Now the $1 million question. I guess I should say the $100,000 question. Is this skid steer going to be worth it? I sure as heck hope so. Now the plan. Basically, I just want to clear out all the extra brush and shrubbery here so I can actually get to the trees. Because currently, I got to do a ton of work with the chainsaw just to try and cut them down so they can actually fall down properly. Oh yeah, now we're talking. This is what was needed. It just took that tree down like it was nothing. So obviously, this mulcher is going to tear up some of the ground, but that's pretty fine, I think. I'll most likely be replanting a lot of this grass back here, especially since it is pretty forested in area. The grass back here is not the greatest. Check it out, it's the river. We can actually see it now. Oh man, that looks great down there. So long as we can actually get this all cleaned out, this is gonna be some prime real estate, that's for sure. However, doing that is a little easier said than done, although this mulcher is working really well. All right, so I've been cleaning out pretty much just right next to the river. I'm kind of stuck at the moment. Come on. It's pretty soft down here, so this John Deere is struggling just a little bit. Hopefully I can back out of here. Yep, there we go. Okay. Anyway, I've made some serious progress here, which is nice. Still got a ton of brush to clean out at the front here, but it's actually starting to look pretty dang good. And I'm almost wondering if I should leave some of these trees, but I'm probably not going to. Most likely, if I want to have some more trees, I'll just plant some once the house is done, just because these aren't particularly the trees I'd like to have on the property. They do drop a ton of leaves, and they are a pain in the butt to trim. So I think we're just going to cut them down. Besides, we make really good money when we cut down trees anyway, so we're probably going to do that, and I need the money. Someone had also suggested subdividing up this property so I could put multiple homes on it. Technically, I could do that, but with the access road that's there, and I think the subdividing laws out here, don't think I could really do that. Well, this side's all done now. Just got one more side left. And it is crazy how much different this place looks with a lot of the brush cleared out. Should be the perfect spot for a house, I hope. Because then, if it's not, I did all this clearing out for nothing. Well, that is about it. Unfortunately, mulching trees is not terribly interesting. But now that it's all done, hopefully I can actually cut up some of these trees and get them on a trailer, which is also a little easier said than done. But now I have a pretty sweet log grapple that should make it a little bit easier. I could use it with the Massey Ferguson, but probably going to use the John Deere. And this thing is filthy. All right, time to test this thing out. Well, this is a pretty big log here. I highly doubt I'm going to be able to lift it, but I'm going to give it a try anyway. Yep, not a chance. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Okay, not really. I can push it. Can't really lift it the best, though. I need some weight on the back of this thing if I really want to lift. That Massey Ferguson, though, that is a ton of weight on the back. That thing will be able to lift just about any log you throw at it. One tree down, a few more to go. Well, maybe a lot more than a few. Well, I think that's probably enough for this load. Hopefully recoup some of our investment here. All right, let's see what we got here. $10,705. Pretty dang good, actually. All right, last tree coming down here. There we go. And right on. Okay, thank goodness, not right onto the trailer. I should have been paying more attention there. Now I just got to delimb them all and cut them up into reasonable sized pieces to load onto the trailer there, but I should actually check what wood is going for. Ooh, we're at dang near bottom of the market, but it does look like the wood price is the highest where we're selling it, so I guess that's good enough for me. Well, I've got one tree on this trailer and a bit of this one, but I don't think I'm really going to be able to fit any more on here without attracting some DOT officers, so we're just going to haul this in and call it good. That one tree sticking up there might be a problem, but we're just gonna ignore it. This new trailer in GMC, though, has been working wonders. I can haul wood so much faster over to the sawmill. That is another $7,078. Just shy under 20 grand. After I'm done cleaning out these trees, I'm gonna have to get back to work on doing some jobs because I'm gonna need a lot more cash to buy that house, or buy the stuff that I need to build it, I guess. So I have been considering actually tossing this property up for sale, probably about $150,000. It's not that big of a property and it doesn't have like a crazy nice house on it. That's why it would be so much lower compared to the other property that we sold not that long ago. But I don't know. It would be nice to finish this place and have a way bigger house and maybe a bigger shop, especially now that we're getting more equipment. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Unfortunately, with cutting up trees like this, there's no easy way to actually do something like this. Actually, I lied. There is an easy way, which just consists of using the mulcher. However, then I wouldn't really get that much money for all these trees, so I guess the long and tedious way it is. Got ourselves another load here. Still definitely not loaded right, but we've only got 3 more trees left, which is actually not too bad. We are making some good time on this, but the new skid steer is definitely helping out a lot. Big load here, and we got $8,697. That's actually not as good as I thought we were going to get from that. Wood prices are not going in my favor today. So I've just been doing some quick math here between the $10,000 in gravel we're going to need for the driveway, the $20,000 in landscaping supplies we're going to need, and let's say another 10 grand in miscellaneous plus $100,000 for the house. We're going to be at about $140,000. And that's not even including if I decide to put down a shop, which could be about another $40,000 to $50,000. So if we round that all together and round up a good bit, we're sitting at about $200,000 to $180,000 that we're going to need to complete this property. And we only currently have $27,000. Not ideal. So this trailer I've got loaded pretty haphazardly at the moment here. And that's because the more time I spend cutting up these trees so they fit way better on the trailer. Whereas if I put them on the trailer like this, I could have already went and got another tree and taken it over to the sawmill. So I can fit less trees and it takes me less time to load them. I'll take that trade-off. Let's see what we get here. $5,417. We're getting there, slowly but surely. All right, well, we've got 2 trees left here, but it's starting to get pretty late in the day here, so I'm probably gonna call it quits. However, after we get these trees out of here, there's not a whole lot I can do until I start having more money. I guess I could come in here with a dozer and kind of flatten this all out, do a little bit of landscaping, but we're gonna need a lot of money for the driveway, and I don't want to do that until the house is built. But for that, we're at least gonna need $100,000. But for the time being, I'm gonna try get as many jobs as I can booked. I know I've got a couple that I've been putting off just so I can get this property cleared, even though it's probably not a good idea, but we're gonna make it work at any rate. But first thing this morning, we actually got a couple jobs that we got to take care of first. And the equipment we need is at the other property, so I actually got to go get that. Now, later this week, there is an equipment auction going on, so I would like to go to that. However, I would also like to take some stuff to it. Now, the auction is 2 days from now, and the cutoff to bringing stuff there is tomorrow afternoon. So I've got to go bring some stuff there at some point tomorrow. I'm not sure what exactly yet, but I know I'm going to be selling something. Also, since building a new house on this property is going to cost about $100,000, I need to get some more cash in the bank account. We do still have some trees that can be sold out here, but after that, there is not much else we can do to this property other than landscape it a little bit, but that takes money too. So making some more money is our #1 priority at the moment. All right, let's see. What are we gonna need here? I think the skid steer for sure, and then the excavator as well. Now, with the purchase of our new skid steer, we've been just really cleaning out this property, but we finally get to use it on a job, so it can hopefully start paying for itself. All right, everything's on the trailer here. The old GMC is right weighted down here, but luckily you can actually tow this pretty decently. Anyway, the job we're heading to is actually right across the road. Well, 2 roads, I suppose, but we got to take a longer way to get there. I gotta say, this is probably not the smartest road setup I've ever seen. Like, what the heck is this? Doesn't work very well. Oh, okay. Maybe a little bit too much weight on the trailer at the moment. All right, so the place we're going to is actually this farm right here. Now, we've been here in the past to trench in some bins, and we're actually back here to do some more trenching. However, we're also doing some extra stuff. That's why we got the skid steer today. Where's the best place to park? Yeah, probably right here. All right, so they just added on this brand new kind of cabin deal. I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's basically identical to my house that I have right now. Anyway, there's no power to it at the moment, so we need to trench from here, this little power deal, all the way to the house there. However, there's some trees in the way. Now, we could technically trench in between them or around them, but the owner did say he wanted the trees taken out, and I have no problem doing that. It's just going to be a little extra work. So I guess before we can even get started trenching, I should probably take these out. Although, there is a small room for error here, as this tree cannot go into the cornfield, and it also can't go on the barn, and it is extremely tall, so I basically got to straight shot it that way and hope it doesn't hit anything. I don't know how this is going to go, but I guess we're going to see. Okay, so if I line this up right here, make sure it's slanted this way so it doesn't fall back towards the house. Okay, I think this should be good. Please don't fall in the barn. Please don't fall in the barn. Are we looking? Perfect. Okay, just barely nicked the cornfield, but I think we're good. You know what? I'll take hitting the cornfield over the barn any day. So I'm just going to go ahead, get all the limbs off this. He also did ask if we have time today if I could mow up a bit of the farm, and I think I should be able to. This job hopefully shouldn't take too long. Now, I think for this tree, I can just drop it in the same way. It's bound to hit the cornfield just a little bit, but I think we're all right. I'm going to try not to hit the cornfield, obviously, but we're going to see. I don't think it's long enough to hit the barn, though, so we might be in luck. All right, how we looking? Ooh, that went a little more to the side than I thought it would. Didn't hit the barn, though. All right, so I got this tree all kind of delimbed here and put some of the smaller limbs out here. I've got to still kind of take care of this tree, but I think I'm going to unload the skid steer and the excavator there. That way we can have the trailer empty and start loading some stuff up. Also, I do have some bushes to clean out. And later today, there is rain coming. That's why we're getting such an early start. So if I want to mow this lawn, I'm going to have to get going. All right, finally get to use my favorite machine again. The question is, how big of a log can we pick up? Okay, apparently we can't pick this one up. Hold on, let me chop it right about... No, we'll try here. Can I lift it yet? I don't even know if this would fit on the trailer. Nope, not even close. Okay, what if I cut it right here? Dang, still not quite. Hold on, hold on. Okay, I can kind of do it. Not very well, but I can kind of do it. I got one on the trailer. Even this one's giving me trouble. I knew I should have bought some weights for this thing. Maybe if I can find some at the auction, I'll buy some. Yeah, this isn't sketchy at all. What? All right, easy, easy. Ooh. Yeah, by the time we're done with this skid steer and ready to trade it in, it may be just a little beat up. However, the listing's going to say, brand new, only ever used on a tiny acreage to move snow. All right, who wants to play some baseball? I'm sure I could hit a nice home run with this thing. All right, one tree down, one to go. So I've got all the big logs loaded up here. The only thing is I don't know if all the small ones are going to fit on. I'm going to try my best, but I've almost got a full trailer already. I'm going to start loading up these by hand. This says grapple's a pain for the smaller logs. Yep, I'm going to say it. This trailer is pretty dang full. We're going to go run it to the lumber yard there, see what we can get for it. I love clearing out trees. It's always an extra bonus when you get to sell all the wood. Lucky enough for me, it's right down the road. All right, we got some real big logs here. I'm excited to see what we get. $14,283, bringing us up to just under $50,000. Yeah, we're going to have lots of money to go to the auction with, that's for sure. All right, so with the tree now taken care of here, I just got to deal with some of these bushes, and then we should be able to get to trenching. I don't have too far to trench, which should be nice. Just got to go to the corner of this house, to the barn. Pretty easy stuff. Although, there's a drainage ditch right here, so we're going to have to dig pretty dang low right here. That's the only thing I'm not too excited about. But other than that, we should be good. Okay, big bush is cleared out. There's still some of these small ones here, but we'll just dig those out. There is going to be tree roots here, so I don't know how hard it is going to be to dig through here, but hopefully with the John Deere, not too bad. I guess we're going to find out. So yeah, for those of you who don't remember, we digged a trench all the way along here, went right to the bins over there. You can still see where the grass hasn't grown back quite yet. So there's a line running right here, so I got to go over to the side of the box and then go straight that way. We actually may go to the right hand side of the house. That might be easier. I don't know why you'd build a house there before putting in electrical, but you know, what do I know? Luckily, we don't got to go too deep over here. Yep, I'd say that's about as deep as we're going for the rest of the trench until we get to the drainage ditch. All right, so this is where we're at here. I kind of dug down a little bit deeper as we went, just so I could clear this drainage ditch, because obviously it's got to go a little bit below the drainage ditch. Not too far, but just a little bit. So I've got just a little bit more to dig here. We're almost dead center. Actually, we're a little more over to the left with this. So I guess we're going to go to the left of the house after all. Now it's just got to go right to this corner. So, you know what? We got to put a power box here. So it's got to go this way. The power box is probably going to go right here. So on this side, there's just not enough space. Flip this thing around, and we'll just kind of dig a sharp turn right here. Probably not the best thing to be putting electrical wire through a drainage ditch, but can't be too bad, right? What do I know? I'm just digging a trench where I was told to dig a trench. All right. And that should be about it. Cut the camera for a lot of that because really it's just me going back and forth with the excavator. Pretty boring stuff, but I'm hoping this is good enough. Now, obviously, we're going to come back here once the electrician is finished and got everything done and kind of just fill it all in, but that is pretty much what we're doing here for now. I did call the owner and ask him if he did want me to mow it today, because we had talked about it previously and we decided against it because there is rain on the way. But that's fine because I do have another mowing job to do, which I should be able to get done before the rain, but we're gonna see. At any rate, I'm gonna leave this excavator here and just take home the truck. I'm actually gonna leave the trailer too and the skid steer. No point in taking any of this except the truck if we're gonna have to come back for the excavator later anyway. And maybe I'll even toss the bucket in the back of the pickup truck when I come back, because using that blade on the excavator, not the greatest. It does work, don't get me wrong, but it's not the easiest thing to use. I just had a thought pulling into the yard here. I could just bring back the dozer, realistically. Actually, I need to go grab the trailer. Dang it. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to grab the bucket instead. Wait a minute. What am I gonna put the bucket in the back of the truck with? The other skid steer's at the other farm. Man, I really did not think this through. Farm, I mean property. Anyway, yeah, I didn't think that through one bit, but we're gonna grab the lawnmower here, get our other job done for the day. There we go. That's all strapped down, ready to go. I'm still thinking about selling the Skag lawnmower. It's coming to the end of the mowing season, and I just don't think we're gonna have a use for it, so I'm probably gonna toss it in the auction. It does have a lot of hours, but nevertheless, it should bring a decent amount of money. I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. I should probably close up the doors and stuff. I don't want to get robbed. The place we're pulling up at, we've actually mowed before. It's this big old kind of mansion place. It's not necessarily a mansion, but I guess for around here standards, it counts as one. At any rate, I love getting repeat customers. Just makes my job a whole lot easier. I swear, this lawnmower is literally the best for a size of lawn like this. What I could do with the Skag, this cuts that time in half, if not more. If it was a big lawn with like lots of tight corners and stuff, doesn't work as well, but for this type of deal, it works literally perfect. I think just doing a pass not too close to the house and then coming back for it later works a lot better. That way I can just keep on trucking. Same with the fence. I can just go full speed here. I don't got to slow down for the fence, and I just take one long pass all the way around it. I got the main chunk of the lawn done, just trying to get around the house here, finish up this. Then I've just got around the fence. I think that's it. Oh no, I still got to do the front there, past the front gates. That won't take long. All right, we're finished. Oh, missed the trailer. Can't be looking backwards and driving at the same time. The client's not around this morning, so I'm just gonna invoice him, and I'll probably get paid in a couple days. But man, look how good this lawn looks, all cut nice. Front gates too. One day I'll have a house like this. All right, well, it's the next day here. We got a ton of rain last night, but luckily it is sunny and 70 degrees, so can't complain about that. Literally right after I got home from the mowing job, it just started downpouring, so I wasn't able to get anything else done. The owner of the property that we did that trenching job at yesterday, he called me this morning and said the electrician had not been out there yet, so we can't fill in the trench just yet. So I'm gonna go grab the gooseneck and the equipment, and then once we need to go back there to fill in the trench there, we can just bring the dozer and it should be a lot easier. Well, even after all the rain, the trench looks still pretty dang good. I think we're all right. I was a bit worried it might cave in and stuff with all the rain, but I guess we do have pretty clayish soil out here, so it's not gonna collapse in on itself as easily. Dang, I need to give this skid steer a bath. It is looking awful. Everything's loaded up, and we are getting the heck out of here. Also, today is the last day I can bring equipment to the auction, so I got to figure out what I'm taking there. I'm just bringing all this equipment right back to the property here because we're going to be needing it out here anyway. If I can today, I'm going to try get both those trees cleaned up. That way we can have this all ready to go for a new house. Hopefully, at some point. I already have an $80,000 loan out on this property, just this piece of land. I may have to take another one out for the house itself, which would suck right before winter, but, oh, truck's doing a wheelie. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, but if it's got to be done, it's got to be done. But I had enough money if I didn't buy this dang skid steer. So I've officially decided the Massey Ferguson is going to auction. The reason is we got the John Deere. We literally have no actual realistic use for this thing. Yes, I could technically use it for other jobs when I don't need something as big as the John Deere, but it just does not make sense in our financial state to keep this here. And this thing is in immaculate condition, so I'm guessing with the bucket and the forks, I could be getting up to 15 grand, which would be huge. Dang, I really did not think this through. I gotta move the dump trailer in order to get to the bucket. Man, hold on. Can I move it with the forks? Please tell me I can. Nope, nope, not quite on it. Can I not move this with the forks? You gotta be kidding me. I just need to swing it out of the way. Oh, am I stuck now? Nope, come on. Keep going. Okay, there we go. Dang it. This is not working how I planned. Okay, I got the trailer moved out of the way and I got the bucket. Okay, maybe I don't have the bucket. Today is really just not my day. I'm convinced. I'm also loading up the slip tank. Yes, I know it's supposed to be for the Duramax, but I literally have a slip tank on my truck and the trailer. I do not need an extra slip tank lying around. Which, speaking of slip tanks, I gotta fill both these up once I go into town because just about everything I own is out of fuel at the moment. And that's gonna be an expensive bill. Man, can't believe I'm selling the Skag too. Sad day. This thing's been a pretty dang good mower to us, and we got it for a ridiculously cheap price. I'm hoping it brings a ton of money at auction. That'd be nice. I got a question. Why is the GMC squatted more with this equipment on it rather than when I had the both John Deeres on it? What the heck? Can't imagine what's gonna happen when I put the dozer on. Man. Anyways, I'm gonna get all this delivered over to the auction there. It's tomorrow, and I got a... Is that a mail truck pass? No, there's a package truck passing me. What the heck? UPS truck. Man, this GMC's slow. Well, I'm just headed back up to the property here. I spent $2,000 on fuel, so everything's filled up now. Well, at least the slip tanks in the trucks. I gotta still go fill everything else up. I don't know why it says 0% diesel on there. I have this thing full of diesel. I think the gauge is broken. Anyway, I've got to clean up the rest of these trees. Well, that took a ridiculous amount of time, but all the trees are now delimbed and kind of cut into reasonable sizes so I can actually load them up on a trailer. I'm hoping there's a good amount of money in this. I'm not too sure how much we're gonna get, but I suppose I'm gonna find out. I should probably move the truck up though. It is pretty far away. After both these trees are cleaned out, I'm gonna go through here with the mulcher and kind of get rid of all the stumps. But the owner of the place where we did the trenching called me and said the electrician should be done in a little bit here, so I'm probably gonna load up one load of logs and then have to rip over there and fill in that trench. But then we get paid. That's always my favorite part. Ah yes, grabbing one log. Literally, this grapple can only grab one log at a time. It sucks. That's just unfortunately how farm sim physics works though. Well, one tree down, one to go. The amount of trees I've had to take off of this property is ridiculous, but it is looking pretty dang cool. Let's see how much we get. It's actually a pretty good sized tree, so we should get a good amount, I'm hoping. $7,408, bringing us up to $52,674. Well, I'm gonna go pick up the dozer, because I gotta go fill in that trench. Then hopefully we can go get that last tree done. Any cars that come through here are gonna have to wait for a minute. I'm gonna be loading up the dozer, and I need enough space to do it. Oh boy, this is definitely gonna weigh down this poor GMC. Oh yeah, I was right. This thing's squatting. Okay, let me back this up so these cars can pass. It is kind of ridiculous to haul a dozer all the way here since I literally live right there, but that thing goes a whole 6 miles an hour, and I am not driving that thing all the way over here. It's also ridiculous to bring a dozer just for this job, but I need an excuse to use it. Look, I haven't used it yet. I need something to do with it. I also was supposed to mow this property. We were supposed to do it yesterday, but it got put off because of the rain, and it's supposed to rain again, so the owner told me to wait some more. That's fine. I got plenty of stuff to do. Oh yeah, this ain't gonna take long at all. Look at this, with ease. Well, it definitely ain't perfect, but I think it looks pretty dang good. I don't know why they would have built the house like right next to this dang drainage ditch ledge, but hey, it's not my house. I just dug the trench and filled it back in. But if I would have done it with the excavator blade, that would have taken way longer. This was like 20 minutes and we were done. Even graded the sides of the ditch too. Didn't take too long. So I guess this thing is useful after all. However, it does go through the fuel pretty dang bad. I gotta find some more jobs for this thing though. It's a fun machine. Well, just got paid $5,000. That brings us up to $57,000. Bank account's looking better already. And with the auction tomorrow, I'm hoping we get a lot more money in our bank account. That we're gonna have a lot less. I don't know how much I'm gonna spend just yet. So I left the dozer on the trailer to bring out here. I'm not gonna need it just yet, but I'm gonna need it at some point, so it's probably better just to have out here. I don't need it at the yard. In fact, it just takes up space in the yard, so it's gonna stay out here. Last tree is loaded, and dang, look how much more clear this looks. Still got some stumps to get rid of, but we have right down to the riverbed pretty much done. Probably gonna put the house right around here, and we'll have a sweet view of the river once it's finished. Man, that's gonna be awesome. Well, I had a piece of the tree fall off once I took off the straps, but let's see how much we're gonna get. $10,408. That's pretty dang good. We got a lot of money chilling in the bank account right now. $68,000. Well, I got the mulcher on the skid steer here at the moment. I don't have too much else to do other than this before the auction tomorrow. And honestly, there's not much more to do to the property besides maybe driveway work before the house gets put in here. After the house is in, we got lots of landscaping and stuff to do, but since I don't really want to be doing all that before the house is done, there's not a whole lot left. The unfortunate part is the house is the thing that's going to cost us the most money. So I either keep working until I have enough money to build the house, or I take out another loan to finish out the house, and then hopefully pay it back by the end of the year, it would most likely be a loan for the entire house, which would be $100,000. So then we'd have a total of $180,000 in debt, but I don't know. Let me know down in the comments. All right, boys, it is the next day here, bright and early. It is auction day, and I have one goal and one goal only. I'm specifically only trying to buy snow removal equipment. I'm talking a snow blade for the truck, either or actually, because both these trucks have snowplow mounts, and a snow blade for the skid steer. I am trying to buy nothing else. Hopefully I don't get sidetracked, but we also have some stuff for sale at the auction, so hopefully that goes for a high price. I don't know. We're going to see what happens. Well, boys, I think this will be the only time in history I will ever be paid to go to an auction. I got $12,000 in profit, bringing us up to $80,000. I'll explain once we get back to the shop. All right, made it back, and as you can see, I have some plows on the back. Now, let me tell you how I made $12,000 from going to an auction, and I still came back home with equipment. So the skid steer and the mower sold for $22,000 together, $15,000 from the skid steer and the buckets and all that, and then $7,000 for the skag. That's kind of crazy considering how many hours I put on it, and I only bought it for $8,000. So I only lost $1,000 on that thing. Now, these blades, I only paid $10,000, so that's how I ended up with $12,000 profit from the auction. And I was tempted. I almost bought something else, but I didn't. My bank account would have been zero if I had done it, which, considering I want to build a house, probably not the smartest idea. Oh, and would you look at that? Our payment for the mowing finally hit. That's an extra $500 from when we mowed that kind of mansion-y house type deal. So that brings us up to a total of $80,583. So I'll take it. Now, I know it's only August, so buying snow plowing equipment, a bit ridiculous. However, I wanted to buy it before the prices went up crazy. And these are used, so don't have to pay as much. These brand new, probably closer to 20, I'd want to say. Something like that. So one plow attachment for the skid steer and one plow attachment for the trucks. We can switch in between because these got quick detach, so not really sure which ones I'll put them on. Probably gonna put the snow plow on the Chevy just because it's a shorter truck and this thing's kind of big. But our next goal is building the house. But we got more money to get. Now, two things. I have made some decisions. The first one being I am putting this property up for sale. I'm hoping after all the real estate fees and taxes and whatnot, we profit about $150,000 from a sale like this. So I don't know how fast this is going to sell. I'm hoping not too fast because I would not have anywhere to live if it did sell really fast. So that wouldn't be ideal. And then our other property over there that I've been working on, I'm going to be taking out a $100,000 loan to build the house on that property. Now, you might think that's dumb because we already have an $80,000 loan out on the property itself. However, once this place sells, we should be able to pay off most of it. Not all of it, but most of it. Anyways, we've got two jobs for today before we can get back to working on the property there. The first one being a quick little mowing job that shouldn't take too long. And then the other one, we got to go fix a road to a cabin. All right, this is the spot. We already did some work out here the other day. Today, we're just mowing it. It shouldn't take very long at all. Although, not too happy about having to take the Turo out on an older property like this. You never know what could be in the tall grass. But I'm hoping it's nothing too bad, because that would suck if I broke this thing. Anyways, on the topic of the loan, I did already get pre-approval from the bank, so we're good there. All we've got to do before getting to build the actual house is pretty much smooth out the land and get it ready to pour a foundation. So, not a whole bunch of work. But customer jobs always come first, obviously. We are not going to be charging this guy a whole bunch because he already got us to do a bunch of work for him and paid us very well. So I'm not too worried about making a ton of money off this. Now, check this out. I can fold up the wings just a little bit so it kind of follows the line of this ditch, which is really nice, actually. Makes mowing a lot easier. If I can get the wing height right, it's a little tricky at times. This guy just wants a bit of the yard cleaned up here, so we're not going to be here very long at all. Well, the owner just stopped by here and said he's happy with what we've done so far, and we don't need to do anything else. So the amount of work we did, I don't even think I'm going to charge him. There's not really a point in it. I did ask him if he wanted the driveway done and everything, and he was like, nope, this is good. I'm like, all right, fair enough. So we're loading up and getting the heck out of here. I'm sure he'll have way more work for us in the future, so I'm not even worried about getting paid for this job. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I'm going to be selling this compound is because there is just not enough room here. If I had all the equipment here, this place would be packed. So with that being said, I don't feel too bad about selling this place. Anyways, I gotta go grab the dozer because we're gonna need it for the next job we're going to. I think all we're doing is just fixing a driveway, so we shouldn't even need the skid steer. As far as I know, we don't even have to bring in material either. Let's see, do we got enough fuel? Yeah, we should for now. All right, strap down, let's go. I eventually do want to bring the mower here though and try clean up all of this. This whole place needs to be mowed. Well, I think this is it. That's what the GPS says anyway. Oh yeah, they weren't kidding. This road is rough. Yeah, look at this. Look at the old GMC bouncing through here. Man, this is ridiculous. The trailer's just going crazy back there. We got a bridge. This is sweet. Ooh, that's a big hole. Yeah, that definitely needs to be fixed. Where's this cabin they're talking about? Oh, yeah, that's a cabin, all right. What the heck? Well, from what they told me, they said I wouldn't have to bring in any material, but this is looking like I might have to bring in some material here. I mean, I can try my best, but dang, I'm gonna call the owners. Well, I just got off the phone with the owners here, and I guess they want me to do more yet. So not only do they want me to fix the road, they want me to chop down this tree and flatten out a spot for a garage. And then they said they want the tree pushed off to the side so they can cut it up for firewood. And I don't have a problem doing that, of course, for an extra cost, but what I do have a problem with is them wanting me to fix this road without any extra material. So I'm gonna try my best. I don't know, I should have probably brought the skid steer for this, but I guess we're gonna try with the dozer, see what we can do. I told them if they don't want me to use material, I'm not gonna be able to get it perfect. So they better be happy with what they're gonna get. I mean, I guess we're just gonna have to start right here and just go. I just really don't think this is gonna do enough to the road to really smooth it out. Like the next rainfall they drive through down here, it's gonna be all rutted up again, especially this big hole. Like I legitimately need some material to fill this. I can try to pull some material from the sides of the road, but that's only gonna do so much. All right, so I'm piling up a good amount of material here so I can try kind of flatten out this spot by the bridge. I don't know, it's not gonna be perfect, but I think this should work. I get the fact they don't want to bring in a bunch of gravel for a road to a cabin, but you at least got to bring in some dirt or something like clay or something to fill in that hole, or else it's just going to open right back up again. I'll try to bring some of this material back to the middle of the road. Well, I think that's about as good as we're getting. There's just not much else I can do. That's pretty good. We'll take it. Yeah, at this point, I'm just trying to pull material from the edge of the road just to kind of smooth everything out. It's going to make the road a little bit wider, but is what it is. The one really big thing I can't fix here is this massive divot at the start of the road. Unless they want to put in a culvert here, because this is kind of a drainage ditch, I can't do too much. Well, it's looking slightly better. I won't say it's looking the greatest, but slightly better. Well, I'm going to say that's about as good as it's going to get. Road's smoother than it was before. I took off some of the material from the edges of the road to kind of fix some of the bigger holes. Widened up the road a bit, because it was pretty narrow. I guess I might have a little bit more work I can do here. Yeah, they're going to have to call me back in about a month because that hole is just going to get ridiculously big again. Then they're going to be dealing with that. The only way to fill that is to actually bring in some rock. Okay, so with the driveway taken care of, I've got this tree to fall somewhere. Probably that way because that's the most open. There we go. Timber. Perfect. I'm not chopping this thing up. I am just moving it out of the way. That's the most I'm doing. So all we're doing here is just smoothing this out so they can put a garage down. They must have just destroyed that road, bringing in all the materials for this cabin. Because, man, that was awful. Okay, this should do it. Well, I just sent them off the invoice. They're going to come and look at everything. I already explained to them if they don't want to bring in rock, I can't fix it properly. So in a month, it's going to just be a completely destroyed road again, but that's on them. That's their choice. And I mean, if you're not going to bring in rock, at the very least, can bring in some clay, but it is smoother than it was. Anyways, with that now finished, I can get on to doing some other stuff. Okay, so before we get to getting this house built, I have got to flatten this area right out, bring it all right down to dirt here. It shouldn't take too long, but it is going to be a process. So first things first here, I got to move all this equipment out of the way. Good old John Deere excavator and the skid steer and all of its attachments. With those out of the way now, I should be able to get to work with the dozer. I just kind of got to map out how big of an area I'm going to take here and try to flatten out. I think probably from where this fence post starts over that way. I'm actually going to curve this a bit. The fence starts back over there on that side. I just kind of wanted to get where we got all the trees out of. So I'm currently trying to landscape the edge of this river here, and I'm also trying not to go into it, which is a little bit difficult. These dozers have a tendency to slip. I'm trying not to do that. To be fair, it would make for a wicked insurance claim. We're going to end up replanting all this grass once this is all done, but for now, we're just taking it all down to bare soil. Trying to smooth it all out at the same time as well. I do have the Harley rake, which could work for this, but it's not going to smooth everything out as well. So I think the dozer's a slightly better option for this particular scenario. The Harley rake should work great on the driveway, though. So as it turns out, I missed some stumps and some tree limbs. So I'm going to have to try and figure out how to get rid of those. I guess I do of the mulcher. Yeah, that's right. I'll be fine. For the time being, I just got to go around them. I am cleaning up the last little bit with the dozer, and that is pretty much it. Besides the stumps. I still got a lot of stumps to deal with. I don't know how I missed them, but must have been the taller grass. Anyways, this is looking a heck of a lot better. This looks like a real sizable pad now. Now, obviously, the house isn't going to take up the entirety of this. And if, and I mean a real big if, I have the money, I would like to build a shop out here. That's also if I sell that place over there. So there's a lot of ifs at the moment, but the first thing is, of course, going to be getting the house built. We also got to try not to run out of money in the process. Yeah, Ultra doing work. I love this thing. Makes jobs like this so much easier. After I get rid of the stumps, though, I'm going to have to come back over here with the dozer, kind of clean up the area a little bit more. Well, I think that's about all we can do here for now. Got the whole area cleaned up. It's pretty much just time to start building. Anyways, for the time being, I am running this John Deere back to the house because it needs a wash in the worst way. This thing is absolutely filthy. But I guess the next time you guys see this place, there'll probably be a house here. Well, boys, it has been an entire month and a bit, almost a month and a half, but the house is finished. Well, I should say barn dominium. Now, lucky for me, houses in Farm Sim take a lot less time to build than in real life, so we got this done pretty quick. Now, you might be wondering, well, Austin, why is your money still the same? Well, it costed us $100,000 to build the house, and we got the entirety of that from the bank. So we now owe the bank $180,000. So not ideal, but we do now have an entire piece of property with a very, very nice house. Mind you, though, no driveway yet. That's probably something we should get on. But check this out. Dang, did it ever turn out cool. So I think we picked the perfect spot. It's right next to the river. I gotta show you guys inside this house because this is really cool. Open up the doors. You got a big old living room, big table, big old kitchen, sweet TV, fireplace. Come back here, you got a shop. Now, this would not be anything near what we'd need to run the landscaping company out of. So if we want to move here, we're going to have to build another shop. And unfortunately, my property hasn't sold just yet, but I guess that's kind of fortunate because, well, we don't have a shop to store everything just yet, but we're getting there. Anyways, coming in here, you got a bedroom. Over here, you got a bathroom. And over here, you got another bedroom. So this is a lot bigger than the old house. There's also a loft up here. Nothing much up there right now. But coming out onto the back deck here, got a really nice covered area. Chairs, barbecue, and it overlooks the river. So if we ever sell this place, we have like the ideal location. Now, obviously, a lot of this has to be kind of landscaped just a little bit more. Grass put down, all that good stuff. I would like to put a dock in here of some sort. Maybe something that doesn't go right into the water, but something that kind of overlooks this and you could like cast a fishing pole off of or something. And then we built the house this way so you could just have a driveway that curves around that way and kind of goes out that way. I think if we put a shop up, we're going to put it kind of in this corner because we still have obviously lots of space over here. Now, a lot of people did suggest that I should kind of subdivide this property up. I can't do that, unfortunately. The county did not approve that, so we're kind of stuck how we are right now. But nevertheless, I think we'll be able to turn this place into the ideal location. It's just going to take a little more work. Now, we've only got 2 jobs booked so far for this morning, but the one is a really big job. I also want to continue work on my other property over there, so hopefully I can get it done ASAP because this place is pretty much sold. So I listed this place up a while ago for sale and didn't really have any bites on it, partly because the price was a little on the high end. I, of course, wanted to get $150,000 out of it, but I listed it much higher because then you can negotiate and everybody feels like they got a good deal. So pending some paperwork that should be happening sometime this week, this place is now sold, so we got to start moving out of here, but not today. Anyways, since I sold our smaller mower and all we got is this big mower, for the first job this morning, we got to go mow a lawn, and unfortunately, the big mower is just not going to fit on that property, so we got to bring the good old push mower, kind of going back to our roots here. Anyway, the property we're going to go mow is actually one that we redid and sold a while back, so it's kind of coming back full circle. We get to go mow it. Now, currently being about $180,000 in debt, I am willing to take just about any job I can get at this point. Anything that puts a dent in that debt is one step closer to us actually having a successful business, and considering I have to pay off the debt by the end of the year, we need some money ASAP. But hopefully with the sale of that property, it should help a ton. We just don't have a shop at the new property to actually put anything in at the moment. Oh yeah, look at this place. Still looking good, just a little overgrown at the moment. Yeah, you can kind of see why I wasn't really able to bring the big mower over here. I might have been able to get some of the parts in the main yard, but this outside stuff and around the back patio and that, not a chance. So more than likely, this is going to take a little bit. Well, I'm just finishing up the last little bits around the fence here, and then I got all the inside to do yet. But it's actually going quicker than I thought it would. Man, I didn't even sell my nice lawnmower that long ago, and I'm already regretting it, but I guess it is what it is. I got a good chunk of change for that thing. All right, well, that's the backyard done. Don't worry about all the grass trimmings. We're going to come and rake those up. That's the one downside with this mower. The bagger doesn't work too well on it, so you got to go around with a rake and clean it all up. But now I just got this, so we're moving along pretty quickly. And the last little bit. There, that looks much better, except for all the grass clippings. Grass clippings all cleaned up here, just in time for lunch. Dang, sometimes I forget how good this place looks. All right, it has been a couple hours here. I've just been getting some stuff ready to go for the next job here, which is going to be a long one, and I don't know if we're going to get it all done today, but we're sure as heck going to try. I'm going to need the skid steer and the dozer, but I think we're just going to get the skid steer over there first. It is just up the road there, but still long enough to where we need to put everything on a trailer and trail it over, because I'm not driving this thing at 7 miles an hour. Need the mulcher and the log forks. I did get a check from doing that last mowing job there. I just got to run into town and cash it at some point. But the next job is much more important. All right, here we are. Now, you might be wondering, Austin, what the heck are you doing out here? There's really nothing here. And I'd tell you you're right, because currently there is really nothing here. That's because we got to build an access road through here. Now, if we take a little walk this way, oh man, this is looking rough. Bit of a drainage ditch, and then coming up through here, there is a field. Now, it is not currently planted. In fact, it's already harvested, but the owner of this field, a farmer just up the road, got a brand new, bigger combine, and it can't fit through the other access road, which is a way longer road, and it's just too narrow. So he's opted to get us to build him a way shorter access road that's way wider to fit his new combine. So it's going to cost him a lot less money, because if he wanted the old road widened, it would take so much more work, and therefore costing him much more money. This is going to be a bit cheaper for him. So right now with the skid steer, we got to get as much brush as we can cleared out. I think we got to cut down a couple of the bigger trees, which we get to haul away, make a little extra cash there. I ain't going to complain. And then we got to bring in a culvert, some dirt, and all that good stuff. Actually, I might call the owner because we might be able to get away with not even putting a culvert in here because this has been dry for a very long time. And actually, there's some really high spots on this drainage ditch, so water wouldn't even really properly flow through here without getting it dug out some more. So we might be okay without putting a culvert in. First things first, though, is getting all the brush cleared out. That's what the mulcher is going to be good for. Oh, yeah. This is one of my favorite tools to use. Just absolutely eats through everything. I wish I could get one of these on a dozer. Mind you, the dozer would work somewhat well for doing this, just pushing all the trees down and out of the way, but that leaves way more trees to deal with down the road here, and we're kind of working with limited space as it is. So the smaller trees, this one just grinds them up, makes our job a bit easier. Well, this is just with the little bit of work we've done here so far. This is already looking much better. We still got to widen this out a ton though, but it is looking better. And I think that is good enough for this side. We might actually not have to cut any of the big trees other than one on the other side, but this is way more than wide enough. I just figured do it once, do it right, then I don't gotta come back in a year or two and do it again. Because these trails can get overgrown pretty quickly, so if you don't make them big enough in the first place, they grow back really quick, and then you're stuck cleaning them out again. Now let's hope I can get across this drainage ditch here. Oh boy, straight into another tree. This shredder can eat though. Okay, so I got a majority of everything cleaned out. I've just got this little chunk left in the middle here, which is gonna require me to cut down this big tree here. There we go, there's a big chunk of it. All right, so I had to do a bit more cleaning up on the edges and stuff, but I think we've got a way more than big enough pad cleared out here. I've just got one tree to chop down, but it is getting late here, so I'm gonna try to finish this quickly. We're obviously not gonna get the entire road done today at this point, but at least I can get the tree down. The sawmill closes in an hour, so I don't have much time. All right, send it down straight down the middle. You know, I hope my skid steer's far enough away. Oh yeah, beautiful. Okay, it's all delimbed here. I gotta cut this into some sizable pieces so the skid steer can actually lift it up, because it seems to struggle with that from time to time. That ought to do it. I'm just gonna leave the trailer up here. Don't have too many pieces to carry over. I am gonna call the owner and ask him about this tree, because I don't know, it might have to come down. Like, he does have enough room, yes, but if that thing ever falls over, that's gonna block his entire trail. Same with this one, but this one looks a lot healthier than that one. I also did ask him about the culvert. We're not doing that. He said in the last 20 years he's been farming around here, this little drainage ditch has never ever once been filled with water, so we got nothing to worry about. Oh boy. Yeah, this might have been a bigger log than I thought for the skid steer, but we're making it work. Ooh. Ooh, this might be a bit sketchy. Okay, come on. Oh, the John Deere's got it. We're good. Okay, there's tree number 1. Looks like we're taking down tree number 2 as well. Yeah, that'll be a real wide road, but like I said, do it right the first time. Ooh, that did not go the way I wanted it to. Well, pretty close. So this time I have made the first cut on the first section of log here, where it's the biggest, a lot shorter, and we're still struggling to lift it up. What the heck? I get it, it's a big log, but come on now. This thing seriously needs some weights. I'm also gonna have to come back in here with the mulcher and get some of the stumps. Oh man, this poor trailer. This was not built for this. All right, shove it down there a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna be leaving the skid steer here overnight because we'll be right back here in the morning finishing this up. But now with a clear path, the dozer should be able to get in here nicely and level everything out for us. Oh boy, that is one big load of logs. But it looks like the GMC's got it. I have a strong feeling that this load of logs is gonna pay more than the actual job, but I guess we'll see. All right, so we are here right at Sawmill Close, but they're letting us get this load in. Let's see how much we get. 16,692 bucks. Bringing us just shy of 100 grand. Dang, that is pretty good if you ask me. On that note though, I am gonna go grab some supper and go to bed because we got a nice and early day tomorrow. Oh man, 7 a.m. bright and early. Lots to do today. So I gotta run over to the other property there and grab the dozer first thing this morning. Then at some point today, I gotta grab the dump trailer as well and get a couple loads of dirt and gravel. It did rain just a little bit this morning, so hopefully nothing's too wet, but I guess we shall have to wait and see. I'm not even living in my new house yet, but I will be shortly. I'm gonna have to get everything moved out of the old house ASAP here because it is getting sold this week. I think I only got another 2 days left. That's not exactly ideal. Oh, would you look at that? My skid steer's still here. That's a win. All right, so coming right off the main road here, we don't really want to grade any of that too much. That's because the county says we can't. So we're gonna try go easy with what we can do here. Once we get off their kind of ditch deal there though, we can start grading. So I'm pretty much all done grading on this side here. There's not really much dirt to level over here. I've still got a good bit on the other side. I'm thinking if I can get a bit more dirt pushed over here, we may not have to bring in any with the dump trailer and just bring in gravel instead. We're gonna see though. Oh boy, this dozer is burning through fuel like crazy. Should have some in my slip tank though, so it should be good. Well, this is taking a good portion of the day, but check this out. Man, it's looking good. Now, obviously, we can't really do much about the dip from the road down here, just because it is kind of county property, so we can't do much about that. But I got all of this smoothed out here and graded to the best I kind of could. This all looks much better. It's all flattened out. I took actually a good chunk of dirt out of here. There was a fairly decent sized berm, and then right around here, there was a bunch of dirt that was a bit of a higher spot, so kind of just filled everything else in and graded it all down, and by the time we were done, this was all kind of filled in and we were good to go. So I think this is a pretty solid surface to lay a bunch of gravel down on. I could probably use the other truck with the dump trailer to go grab that rock, I'm thinking. Although the GMC would be better, but yeah, we'll be fine with the other truck. Should I walk over there? Yeah, it's not that far. Well, definitely got my steps in for the day. The owner of the property is paying for the gravel, so I don't gotta worry about that. We did save him having to get a couple extra loads of dirt, which is nice, so he should be happy about that. All right, load number 1 of gravel. We're just gonna whip around here. Oh boy, this trailer really likes to push this truck around. So obviously we're not gonna make the gravel path super wide as all this is. I just need to make sure the guy had enough room to get through with his combine with the header on. That was the biggest deal. Here we go. First load of many. Probably just spread it all out with the dozer afterwards, but gonna take a couple loads, probably about 4 or so, maybe 6. All right, well, we are just finishing up on the day here. I got everything laid down and flattened out. Gravel road's good to go. It is more than wide enough. The owner came and checked it out. He's super happy. He should be able to get his combine through here with no worries at all. Just trying to clean up the last little bits. But yeah, if he wanted to redo that other road, he said it probably would have taken twice as much work and a lot more gravel. So he's pretty happy we did it this way. I think it looks pretty dang good, but I'm going to try load some of this equipment up here. I should actually load the skid steer up first. Anyway, he gave us the check for the job, so I'll go cash that in the morning. But as far as things go right now, we don't have any more mowing jobs booked for the year right now. We might get another 1 or 2, but it's already almost mid-September, so that's usually when they start winding down. Ooh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fit the dozer on here. I don't gotta go far, so I could kind of just stick it on the back of the trailer. There we go. That's good enough for me. Oh, I should probably turn the lights off. I don't want the battery to die. let's roll. Well, boys, it's the next morning. I just went into town and cashed the checks. We got $100 for the mowing and 10 grand for the other big job we did putting in that access road. Now, it's the day before the property gets taken over by the new owners, so we got to get everything out of here. I already got pretty much my house cleared out already, so we're good there. I took some other stuff over last night, most of the big equipment, but we still got a couple little things kicking around here. I got the snow plows, the dump trailer, this almost empty pallet, I think. Or no, it's still got some in it. Okay, so we're good there. Pressure washer, lawnmower, and a bunch of little stuff. So we're gonna try to get everything moved over first thing this morning. That way I can get a big old check. So I'm gonna get the mower moved over here first because I'm gonna need to bring the skid steer back so we can load up all the attachments. Should have done that last night when I was moving the snow plows, but oh well. I am thinking though, with the amount of cash we have, I should be able to build a shop, hopefully, because the one on the house ain't gonna cut it. And we are supposed to get rain too, so that's not good either. Oh boy, is this even gonna clear the shop door? Ooh, it's gonna be close. Oh, maybe not. No, it's not. Dang it, I can't put the mower inside the shop. Oh, that sucks. I should have checked when I built the dang thing. Oh well. Okay, skid steer acquired. So luckily for me, how far we gotta take stuff isn't very far away from where we're currently at. I got a good portion of stuff loaded up on the truck and trailer. It's pretty much all we can get with the skid steer for now. Actually, you know what? That's all we need to get with the skid steer. Just hoping that we can get all of this stuff done before it rains, because we do have rain in the forecast. That would not be ideal. So I haven't checked just yet, but is the skid steer gonna fit in the shop? Let's see. Oh, just barely. Okay, that's good news. That's good news. That means I can move all the attachments inside the shop once they're all clean, because right now everything is filthy, so I'll wash it all off before I get it in there. Back for our second to last load of stuff. Gotta grab the old 4-tracks with the loader. We're gonna be needing all this stuff once we want to redo the lawn on the other property there, which we're gonna have to get at quick if we want to have it done before winter hits. So like next week or never kind of quick. All right. That's it for the shop. All cleaned out. I am just going to drop this trailer right here because I got the one last load of stuff to get, and then I got to clean this all up. So that should be fun. Grab my blade. There we go. And my dump trailer. That's it. Can't believe I'm actually selling this place. But on to bigger and better things, as they say. All right, well, it's been a couple hours here. I got a good portion of stuff cleaned up here and kind of organized in a reasonable fashion. The shop is actually more impressive. I managed to fit a good chunk of stuff in there. I still got the skid steer to wash, but check this out. Got most of the skid steer tools in there, some of the lawn care stuff. I just got to finish washing this thing. But we should have rain coming in about the next hour here, so might have to be in the house for the rest of the day, but that's fine because I got plenty of stuff to move around in there. There we go. Let's see if this all fits in here. Oh, nope. Wrong thing. There we go. Nope. Wrong thing again. There we go. I did check and see if the truck would fit. It would, in fact, not with all the tools in here, so we're kind of out of luck there. Yeah, there we go. It'll work for now, at least until we have a decent enough shop. It's actually impressive what you can kind of fit in here. Well, it is the next day here, and if you look what just hit our bank account, $150,000. The property is now sold, and I now solely live here. But we've also got a fat bank account. However, not for long. With paying off both our loans at $180,000, $100,000 for the house, $80,000 for the original property, that leaves us with $77,000, which might just be enough to get a shop built and maybe the rest of the property looking a little bit better. So currently we have no driveway. If we run all the way down here, we got to keep running. It's a while. Keep going till right about here. That's about as far as we have a driveway at the moment. And today we're going to be changing that. Now, lucky enough for me, I know the guy that has a really big stockpile of gravel in the area, and he's willing to give me a pretty good deal on it. Actually, an extremely good deal. In exchange for some use of the dozer, he needs the dozer for about a week next month. And I said, not a problem. I'll gladly take some wear and tear on the dozer in exchange for a very good deal on some gravel. So it's going to cost us roughly 10 grand to get all the gravel we need, which is a smoking deal. Also, before winter, I want to try and get my new shop built, which we're probably going to put somewhere right around here. And then as well, as if I didn't have enough to already do, I want to try get the lawn put in. So we've got a lot of work ahead of ourselves here, but before we can even put in the driveway, we got to get all of this mowed. But luckily, the gravel doesn't show up till around 12, so I should have enough time to do that. My only mower at the moment is this Turo, which hopefully should work fine. Ideally, I'd like some sort of brush hog on the skid steer to mow all this, because it is pretty thick and full of a lot of bushes. but I'm hoping this will do the trick. I guess we're gonna find out though. Now, unfortunately, it being September, there's not a whole lot of jobs going around right now, so we got no work booked out for the moment, which kind of sucks. Oh boy, I'm already sliding into the fence over here. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, we have no jobs booked out for the moment. However, I have been trying to go around and get as many snow moving contracts as I can. That way we stay a little bit busier through the winter. Now, when we get gravel in, I would like to redo that whole gravel stretch coming from the highway all the way to the house, or at least the part that's already here. So we're gonna have to kind of level this out the best we can with the dozer, most likely. And then definitely not gonna have time for today, but at some point I gotta start working on the foundation for the new shop. We're gonna be building roughly a 44 by 60 shop, which is gonna be much bigger than our old shop that we actually just sold with that property. So nevertheless, it will be an upgrade, but I didn't want to go too big, or else that was gonna cost us more money than we had, and I feel like we don't have enough as it is. So I am just about finished up with the lawn here. This Turo is doing a lot better than I expected. I think since we're probably gonna have enough time, I might get started on trying to do that lawn. I know I gotta move all the equipment off here because we're gonna have to break up all that ground. It is pretty packed down at the moment, but there we go. That is all the lawn mowed. Oh, nope, missed the spot. There we go. Perfect. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I can't get started on that just yet, but I'm not going to park this where we're going to be tilling that up. I've got to work on the road a little bit. Man, I really got to remember to fill this dozer up at some point because it is getting low. If I run this thing out of diesel, I'm going to be so mad at myself. This actually looks pretty decent now that it's all kind of mowed. So as you can see, this part of the gravel road is not looking too great. I'm going to try cleaning up the best I can with the dozer before we get in here with all the rock that's going to be delivered. But my main issue with this road at the moment is this steep deal right here. Not exactly the greatest, so I'm gonna try grade it a little bit. Probably not gonna do too much to it, but at least clean it up the best I can. And at some point I want to put a gate in here. I'm probably not going to be able to get one in here, actually, just because if we ever have to bring something big through here, at least I could cut the fence post and bring it through. If I put a gate in, I'm not going to be able to do that. Could I extend the fence over this way and put the gate over here? Yeah, it still kind of gives us the same issue. I don't know. I might have to go without the gate. All right, so I've done kind of the best I could with this. It's not perfect, but it will work. I am, however, going to keep going up here with trying to grade this out a little more, because I do know we want to widen up this part of the road a little bit. Well, this is already looking a lot better here. Still definitely going to be putting some more gravel on this, because there's still some pretty big ruts in the road, but it is looking slightly better. Okay, well, it's been a little bit here, but this is basically what we've got. We got to lay down gravel all the way from the start of the road, from the highway, all the way down here. Not too much. It's going to take a lot less since this is already an established base, but from here all the way to the house is going to take a lot more, and I do want to get that all laid before we start on the lawn. However, it is almost October, and I definitely want to get this lawn in before October, or else the frost is obviously going to kill it, but I want it to be stable enough to where it's going to grow back next year. But this is basically the layout I've got. You can kind of see the difference in texture there, but this is basically the idea we're going for. And then the shop's going to go in this corner, which we're going to have to lay down more gravel for at some point, but that's probably going to be later on because we've still got a lot of work to do out here. However, the dump truck's probably going to be here in a little bit with the gravel since it's almost 12, so I'm going to run down to the end of the driveway here. Well, run down's a stretch. This is going to take a bit, but I'm going to go down there, wait for the truck, and then we can get to spreading out everything down there and making it look a little bit better. Check it out. First truckload of gravel's here. We're going to spread it all the way down this way. It's probably going to take a couple loads till we get to the end there, but I know the farmers are sure going to be happy. They're going to have nice new gravel roads all the way to their fields. All right, well, it is taking a good bit. It's actually late afternoon now, but the road has been all graveled from the highway all the way to here. We got one more truckload getting dumped. They're probably going to be bringing in probably, I'd say, another one or two. We're going to have to spread this stuff on a bit thicker because there hasn't been any gravel here before, but it is looking real good. Truck just left. We are fixing to spread out this bit here. Yeah, there we go. Dang good so far. Yeah, I'd say about one more load and that should do it. I got to make that a bit wider. Last load of gravel getting dumped. Hey, you might want to pull ahead, man. Yeah, you might. What the heck? Okay, well, truck just left here. That is the last load of gravel for a little bit until we get onto the shop foundation. Now I just got to spread this all out. So it's pretty late here, but everything's spread out, got it all compacted down. It's looking dang good. Everything's slowly but surely starting to come together. Well, it is now officially October 1st, and if you're wondering what the heck happened to the rest of September, well, we got rained on a ton. Now, unfortunately, that has made things very wet to the point where I can't finish this lawn, but at this point, it is now or never that I get this lawn done. If I don't get it done now, I'm gonna have to do it in the spring, and that's not ideal. So, we gotta get this in today. Now, I had a couple ideas on how I was gonna break all this ground up so I could actually get some grass seed on it, and the first idea was obviously using the ATV and the little disc we have, but that was going to take way too long. My next idea was the Harley rake, which would have worked just fine. However, that would take a pretty good while as well. So I think what I'm going to do is I have a neighbor who has a disc type deal on the back of his tractor, so I'm going to head over there, see if I can rent it for, I don't know, an hour or two, and I should be able to get this all done in combination with using the Harley rake in some of the tougher to reach spots. I don't know. We'll see. It's worth a shot. Check it out. Look what I got. So the neighbor was more than willing to let me rent this thing as he's done all his fall tillage by now. That's probably not a good sign for me wanting to plant a lawn, but you know, oh well. Anyways, he's letting us use it a little bit for $100. That's fine by me. I just got to make sure the fuel tank's topped off, which is not a problem at all. So I'm going to till this up here real quick. I don't even think we're going to need it for 2 hours, to be honest. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to use the Harley rake in some of these spots, but probably not too much, to be honest. Oh, shoot. I got to move around some equipment first here. I completely forgot about this stuff. There we go. Look at that. Much better. This is so much nicer than using that dang Harley rake. The Harley rake is good, don't get me wrong, but for a big job like this, yeah, we would have been here for another couple days, and time is of the essence at the moment. So obviously, the rest of my lawn is looking pretty dang patchy at the moment. In the spring, I'm either going to have to rip it all up, or I'm just going to go put some more grass seed on it and hope it kind of cleans it up a little bit, because it is bad at the moment. From all the brush and stuff that was on it, it's not exactly ideal. So I've got pretty much everything else done. Now I'm just finishing up the front part of the lawn. Don't even think I'm going to have to get out the Harley rake, which is nice. Oh, never mind. Still got to pass over here. Man, if I had to do this all with the ATV, that would have sucked. This was way faster, and that is good enough for me. Well, tractor was returned, $100 in rent paid for that. I did top off the fuel tank too, that way it was all full for him again. But I gotta say, this driveway looks dang good now. Anyway, we do have a light rain in the forecast, which is fine as long as I can get all the grass seed down before that. If we can do that, that'd be perfect. Actually, a little shot of rain on the new planted grass would probably be a good thing. Now, I think I have enough grass seed to finish this off here, so we're going to try to see what we can do. I really should have a spreader for the back of the quad. This is going to take a while. So I am all finished up on the back side of the property. Just got the front big chunk left here. Actually, hasn't taken too long. I think I should have just enough grass seed to finish this, though. Oop, missed a spot. Missed another spot. Dang it. And I'm hoping there's enough warm weather for this to sprout up, because if it doesn't come back in the spring, I'm not going to be very happy. If I had a roller for the quad, I'd probably roll this, but since I just got the hand one, probably not going to roll all this. It should be fine. If I need to, I will at one point or another, but for now, we'll be all right. And I'm out again. All right, that is it. I'm gonna go touch up some of the last spots here and call it good. The dozer leaves tomorrow to the gravel guy, so I'm gonna try get the foundation for the new shop kind of started, and I want to try to do that before it starts raining here. It's supposed to start raining in about an hour, so I should have just enough time to get that going. All right, so I'm gonna start this right over here. Kind of just gonna level out what I can. Not gonna go too crazy with it. Dang it, I forgot to fill this thing up again. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that. I cannot forget to do that. If I forget and this thing runs out, I am screwed. If you're wondering what these little circles of gravel are right here, they're old bin spots, because this used to be an old farmyard. So when they remove the bins, just these little gravel spots here. All right, there we go. I think that's looking pretty dang good. It's a start at least. Luckily, it's not going to require too much grading for this spot in particular, so I think we're pretty good. All right, I'm getting this thing full of fuel. I believe there's some in this slip tank right here. There we go. Now this thing can't run out. Well, boys, it is now November 1st. But the shop is complete, and check out the lawn. It's obviously not looking too green, but it has grown enough to where the winter is not going to completely kill it. Now, you might be wondering, Austin, the shop's built. Why the heck is none of the equipment in it? Well, the electricians got done late last night, and I kind of wanted to keep it nice and clear for them to work on everything, but it is now finished, and boy, is this place cool. However, before that, we have some expenses to deduct. So, we've got $10,000 for the gravel coming out and $50,000 $12,000 coming out for the shop. That leaves us with $17,362, which is not too bad going into winter at least. And to boot, we got no debt, which is perfect. Now this shop, I am very happy with how this turned out. Coming in here, we got a big open deal with lots of toolboxes, tire machines. Don't really need tire machines, but you know, we got them. Bunch of storage coming up here. We've got skid steer attachment storage, which I'm going to put all the skid steer attachments up here. They should all fit, I hope. And then other miscellaneous storage. And then in here, we've got a little office, a little hangout area. Perfect place to have some coffee, but I don't think this could have turned out any better. Actually, now that the electricians are done, oh yeah, check that out. Lights for days. At any rate, I think it's time to start getting some equipment in there, but I gotta move over all the skid steer attachments. That's gonna take a little while. Unfortunately, that skid steer is pretty dang slow. Oh, and I gotta move over all this stuff. You know what? I'm just gonna load this on the truck. I'm not walking all the way back and forth there. Yeah, it's probably good to get in some of that cardio, but I'm good. Well, I got one load for the truck here, and I got all the rest of the attachments moved outside here. That way the garage is all nice and clean. I don't think we'll be putting anything in this for now, since all the trucks are gonna be used for work, and I kind of need them at the shop. It'd be nice if I had like a sweet sports car to put in there, but unfortunately that's not the case, at least not yet. Oh, I just ran over some attachments. Yeah, they're good. Well, it definitely took a little bit, but I got all the attachments moved over to the shop now. Actually, I'm probably gonna set the skid steer outside for a minute. I got some other stuff to move in yet. Not sure if I'm gonna be moving the dozer inside just because of the tracks. I don't really want to screw up the floor in there, but if I need to, I will. Putting this thing away because we are definitely not gonna be using it this year anymore, at least, unless I plan on mowing some snow. Don't really plan on that though. Gotta go grab the blade for the truck because we're most likely going to be needing that sooner than later. We're supposed to get snow in the next 2 days here. We've got a ton of snow contracts ready to go, so that should keep us fairly busy through the winter. If it doesn't, we might be screwed, but I think we'll be pretty busy. We definitely have the equipment to accommodate those, so I'm not terribly worried. Yeah, I'll say this new shop is definitely an upgrade over the old one we had over there. Gives us a lot more room to put bigger equipment in. So that means maybe next year we get to upgrade quite a bit. I am slightly worried about the lack of jobs around here in the summertime, but maybe we just go into more refurbishing properties and stuff. So we've got this other door that goes back out here. There's not a whole lot of space back here though, but we should have enough room to turn some stuff around. Oh, I forgot to mention, we also have an outhouse because the shop doesn't have a bathroom. Might have to throw a heater in there this winter. And we have a fuel tank, which I have not filled up yet because I don't think I have the capital to do that. But at some point we'll have to. Actually, hold on. How much does it cost to fill up? I gotta see this. Only $1,650? That's not bad. I may have to call a fuel truck out here because over the colder months, we're definitely going to be burning a lot of fuel. So by the looks of this here, we still have plenty of room to put in all sorts of equipment. But I think for now, this is really all we got to get in here. So I'm just up here with the drone now, checking out the property. This turned out so dang cool. And if we ever want to build a bigger shop in the future, we have a ton more room. But if we head over to the other property, our new one was definitely an upgrade. New owners must not be home. So we left off in November last, and we were supposed to get a bunch of snow, but it never happened. Literally, nothing happened. We had cold temperatures, but zero snow. But finally, today, we are getting some snow. We were supposed to have a big dump coming tonight, so we got to get prepared. Now, the other day, I got a call from a local equipment dealer asking if I wanted to demo a machine. I'm like, yeah, I'd be interested. Like, what is it? And they're like, it's for snow removal, but why don't you just come on down and check it out? So this morning, I'm supposed to go down there, check it out. I don't know what it is, what it does, or how much it costs. I just know it has something to do with snow removal. So we're gonna go check it out. I did have to move my skid steer out of the way so I can get to my pickup truck. And I also have to go into town to pick up some road salt. But once we get back to the shop, we gotta prepare for some serious snowfall here. We've got a ton of contracts secured, so we're gonna be staying very, very busy. But since we have so many contracts, I'm gonna have to be up before the sun's even up. 5 a.m. to get started on all that. So I don't know. I hope there's not too much snow for my first kind of run on snow plowing this year, but they're saying we're supposed to get a ton. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Dang it, I forgot my trailer. I was supposed to bring my trailer and I completely forgot. Back to the shop we go. There's my trailer. Well, I just spent $400 in road salt here, but we're headed to the equipment dealer now to check out what they have for us. I also have the fuel truck on the way to the shop, so they're gonna drop off fuel for us while we're gone. That's probably gonna cost us a good chunk of change, but I don't know. We need the fuel anyway. All right, boys, machine is secured. It's really dang cool. We'll check it out when we're back at the shop. All right, just made it back to the shop here. I wonder if the fuel truck had enough room to pull up there to the fuel tank. I think they did. I don't know. I'll probably be getting an invoice by the end of the day. All right, check this thing out. It is a Boss MAGSR. I don't know all the deal, but it's basically a stand-on snowplow. It's got a salter. It's got a V-plow in the front. This thing is set up and ready to go to do some serious plowing. We have it for a week. Now, I got told the price. It is $22,000 for this thing, which is ridiculous, but it's really good for some residential work. Oh, look at the lights it's got on it. That's sweet. So I don't know if this is something I'd actually use. The salter's really cool that it's got on it. I don't know. We got some residential jobs, so I'll be trying it out on those, as well as some commercial jobs. I wish I had some snow to try it out right now, but I suppose we will in the morning. So this thing can turn on a dime. It's like a stand-on skid steer, basically, but you got a snowplow on the front. I wonder if there's any other attachments you could get for this thing. It'd be super great for landscaping and stuff like that if you had other attachments you could put onto it. This is what I got most of the road salt for, so we could actually spread some salt, because the guys at the dealership said, you're gonna want some road salt for running whatever it is we got to show you, and they showed me this thing and I love it, but I don't love the price tag. Anyways, I gotta get the pallet forks because I gotta move these pallets off the trailer. I gotta put one on the truck, and we just gotta get everything situated here. I should really get a salt spreader for one of the pickup trucks, maybe at some point, but right now I don't know if I can afford it. Oh, maybe I could. I don't know. We'll have to get some jobs done first, I'd imagine. Got the pallet of salt on the truck. Just gotta get the last one off the trailer. I don't know how much we're gonna go through, but if we need more, we can always go buy some. Luckily, it's not terribly expensive. It is a little bit, but not as bad as other things, I suppose. All right, I got the plow hooked back up to the skid steer here. I'm going to load the Boss stand-on first. I hope we can fit everything on the trailer. I think we will. Guess I'll see. Oh, that can go up pretty dang high. Oh, perfect. This is gonna be a lot of weight for this poor truck, but oh well. You know what? I wonder if I can turn this sideways on the trailer. Let me see. I think I can. Oh, I most definitely can. It's gonna take some maneuvering, but I can. I suppose if you needed more room, but I think I have enough room. And skid steer. This is gonna stick off a bit to the sides of the trailer, but oh well. Just want to get this thing right over the axles. There we go. Okay, well, I think that's everything we need on this truck. We got the snowplow on there, got the road salt, both other snowplows. I think we're pretty set to go here. I am, however, gonna back all this into the shop. That way it's all nice and warm for the morning, and we can just get going right to the jobs we need to go to. That blade on that skid steer just barely fits through. Like, there is nothing on either side. Sweet, well, at least we can fit all this in here. That is awesome. This poor truck. The rear suspension is so screwed on it. I should probably turn my lights off. I don't want this thing dying. I'll get out here and be like, oh, nope, gotta boost the truck. That would suck. How do I turn my outside lights on? I want the outside ones on. You know what? I can't figure out the outside lights for the shop. Oh well. Just got the bill for the fuel, $1,650. Oof. That is not cheap, but I think I got everything ready to go for tomorrow. I'm gonna sit inside and watch the snow come down. Oh man, it is early. Oh yeah, we got some snow. That is a real good amount. Holy smokes. All right, well, I'm gonna get ready here and get over to the shop. Oh, by the way, check out the house. Got Christmas lights going out here. Man, did it ever snow last night? Wow, I can't even tell where my driveway is. Oh, now the lights come on outside. What the heck? Alrighty, well, let's fire this thing up and let's get going. All right, so I'm gonna drop my plow down. That way we can just plow our way out of here. There we go. Oh, I should turn some lights on too. Hold on, gotta shut the shop door. There we go. All right, let's roll. Man, did we get a lot of snow. Oh, I'm gonna have some serious plowing to do when I get home too. Luckily, today is a Sunday, so a lot of the commercial jobs we don't have till later in the day, so we can get to some residential ones here real quick. But man, I'm even struggling to get out of here. Oh, the highways are already plowed. Perfect. Our first job this morning is at a house we have done many a time, so I know my way there pretty well. And here we are. Oh, I took my turn a little too wide. All right, we're just gonna plow our way in here. Man, I need some more lights on this thing. These are not enough. Luckily, he's already got the house all cleaned out, so that's not an issue for me. Just gotta get the main part of the driveway done. Probably not ideal having the skid steer on the back here with the trailer, but gotta do what you gotta do. All right, let's get this thing going. Holy smokes, these lights are not enough. These are not enough at all. Man, I can't see nothing. Well, hopefully the sun comes out here sooner than later. Gotta try and get this gate cleared out too so they can close it when they need to. Look at the piles on this side. But this Boss Blade and this John Deere is doing real good. Better than I thought it would, actually. But that is pretty much around the house done. I just got to do up by the gates, and we are out of here. And gate is cleared. It's actually pretty dang cold out, so I'm just going to leave the skid steer running, and we're going to head over to the next job. Man, this snow is going to pile up quick. Oh, and I did also get paid $200. Well, would you look at that? The sun is finally up. Now I should be able to actually see what I'm doing. But man, I am hearing people having no end of issues when it comes to getting out of their driveways and stuff. This blizzard was huge and it just keeps on going. It's still snowing. And our next job is this one right here. Ooh, I'm coming in a bit hot. All right, I'm just gonna move the truck out of the way here. Luckily, we aren't sinking down too bad, actually. This isn't bad at all. For around the house, I'm actually gonna try out the new Boss snowplow, see how it works. We'll, of course, bring in the bigger skid steer when we need it. Man, I'm not dressed for the winter, but this thing is sweet. Okay, let's see how this does. Ooh, this is some deep snow. Oh, this is pretty dang good. I'm loving this thing. So this is what I've got done so far with this little plow, and it has just been working great. It's small, it's nimble. It actually has way more than enough pushing power. Like, it can push a huge pile of snow, no problem. It would take a little bit longer, but realistically, I wouldn't even need the skid steer. We're just supposed to get more snow, so I'm really trying to push all this out of the way, just so when we do get more, it doesn't all become a hard-packed mess around everything we have to plow. I'd say my only complaint on this thing so far is it can get hung up at times if you're not careful, but as long as you're careful, you're all good to go. I'm just going to use it to get the snow out from around this car, and then we'll get going with the skid steer. I should probably put some salt on it, do some salt around the house there. All right, that's good enough for me. I'm getting the skid steer. Yeah, when it comes to moving large amounts of snow, you really just can't beat a skid steer like this. But for small areas, that little Boss plow is flipping awesome. I'd use it every time over a skid steer. Well, that's about it for this house. Just got to get everything loaded up again and head to the next one. Hold on, I'm actually going to spread some salt around here first. Curious to see how this works. Where is it putting it out? Is it putting it out as you're driving along? I think that's what it's doing. I know we're on like hard-packed gravel and stuff, so it's not really necessary, but I wanted to try it out. Man, as much fun as snow plowing is, I hate the cold. It sucks. The cold is just not it. Got paid from that job though, another 200 big ones. That is our salt paid for, which is nice. There's another snow plowing company in town, and man, did they get a lot of these big contracts. They get out here quick too. They got a big team. It's honestly kind of hard to come into a small town that already has existing companies. We definitely took it over with the landscaping, but the snow plowing, I don't know if we can compete. All right, we got two commercial jobs here back to back, the sawmill and the local tire garage that we go to all the time. Done plenty of work for them, so we're gonna go knock that out quick. Then we got the big job. That's probably gonna take a while. This one, probably a few minutes tops. Just push it all back into the trees. Mostly what I'm clearing right now is just grass, but I want to make sure everything's piled nice and away from the building. There, this is looking a little better back here. I love that I'm parked in a lot where my competitor plowed. That is just awesome. Got the front of the lot done, just cleaning up the last little bits on the side, and then we are over to the sawmill. That's going to be a big job. I think I'm going to actually detach the truck from the trailer there and use the truck plow. It is going to be a bit quicker since the snow is not as deep through there. I already talked to the general store though. They don't mind if I park here, which is nice. All right, let's see if we can speed run this. Oh, never mind. It is a bit thick through here. Ho, this plow is not loving this. It's more than likely going to take us a few passes just to get one decent row through here. I don't think the Chevy's heavy enough. Or maybe I'm just a bad plow operator. Who knows? So that's what it took to get one strip plowed. Man, we are going to be here for a while. So it's just past lunch here. I'm just grabbing the skid steer. I got all this cleaned out here. I've still got all around the back. Luckily, it's not a work day, so this isn't terribly urgent, but it's still taking me way longer than I thought it would. We are still making progress though, slowly but surely. So it's still unfortunately snowing here, but I'm on to the last half of the back bit here. Then we are finished. Luckily for as much time as it took, we are getting paid very well for this job. I've just been pushing the snow as far into the trees as it can go. So I have just finished up here and it is pretty late actually. Again, this job took way longer than I thought it would, but it is still snowing and I talked to my other clients and we decided that since it's still snowing, there's no point in plowing the other properties that I have here because it's just going to get filled right back in with snow. So we're going with what we have. Unfortunately, I just don't know if I'm that good at snow plowing. Maybe I'm not cut out for it. Who knows? But I do have to go dig out my own property at some point here. So we're probably going to go do that. Oh, look at that. Just got paid $2,400 from the big job and $100 from the little tire shop there. So I left us with $2,500 total, which brings us up to over 18 grand. Not too bad. I'm going to pass the school bus though. Okay, let's see if I can get my own driveway plowed out here. I did a little bit on my way out this morning. It did decent. Yeah, we're actually not looking too bad though. Let's just take this all the way up to the house. I'm going to angle the plow this way so it gets it away from the house and just push it right into the river. Okay, that might not have been a smart idea with the trailer for spinning. That was not a smart idea. I'm using the little Boss plow here. I think maybe if I made the cash, I'd actually buy one. Like if we got some more residential jobs, it could do really well, especially for clearing sidewalks and all that. This is probably perfect for that. It's doing a pretty good job in front of my house. I just realized I left my pressure washer outside. That's not good. I'm sure it's probably frozen up by now. Why is this almost more efficient than the skid steer? That's what baffles me about this. All right, I want to make a little trail to the front side of the house here. Got the plow angled away. Oh yeah, this thing works like a charm. Okay, well, I think I got pretty much everything plowed out that I need to. I guess I could do by the fuel tank, but nah. I can get over there with my truck if I need to. Oh, nice warm shop. I really need some winter clothes. There we go. Park this over here. By the way, massive shout out to Tradesman for sending this mod over. I'll have their Patreon link down in the description. They make some really cool stuff. So if you're on PC, I highly recommend checking them out. So I'm just in the shop doing some work on the equipment, getting ready to go for tomorrow. As you can see, yeah, the snow is already falling more. It looks like we did absolutely nothing out here. It's bad. That's why we didn't keep going with snow plowing. But I got a call, and it was from another local company, and they made me an offer to sell this place, sell anything I didn't want to keep. They basically want to buy the business, and it's a very good offer. Like, I'm talking a very good offer. One that I almost wouldn't want to turn down because it's so good. And if I'm being honest, I'm not a big fan of the snow. So moving right now doesn't sound too dang bad. It just sucks that I got all this built here and I just go and sell it. But realistically, with the number I'd get from this place, I could go somewhere new with no snow and a lot warmer weather and start a whole nother landscaping business. I am, however, considering it. So let me know down in the comments, what should I bring and what should I sell? I'm not entirely sure. But anyways, I hope you all enjoyed Season 1, Series 2 of Survival Business. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens in Season 2.